The red carpet at the station rolled out endlessly, stretching farther than the eye could see. A dedicated NPC ushered us into the parking lot. People lined both sides. Reception, maintenance, repairs, upgrades. Every one of them was a servant of this station, and everyone had once been a flesh-and-blood Blue Star human. There was even an A-list actress dressed as a maid, kneeling on some ordinary player's car to wipe the windows. I pulled into a safe parking spot. Honored Mr. Everlasting Knight, would you like a special service? Yes. Get me a beauty to wash the car. An 18-year-old starlet, fresh on the scene. Would that do? I'm not picky. Just remember to add the super dust-proof coating. I paused. No need to clean the inside. I tossed out 30 highway coins. Right away, sir. My car was caked in filth, blood from the Black Abyss crows, the scorched plasma of Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan, and the dust of the desert. It was an absolute mess. That dust-proof coating was the real point. It would keep my car looking brand new forever, never blocking my line of sight. Fatty Chien, being broke, just chased the service staff away. Get lost. $5 minimum for a car wash. You think my money grows on trees? I'll wash it myself. I shook my head. With that 3-story mansion of a car, he couldn't finish washing it himself in 3 days. I climbed out with my colo in hand. Sir, we've prepared a comfortable waiting lounge with complimentary beauty technician service. Take a look. Only a fool passes up a good deal. I immediately pressed further. Can I bring one more person along? Regulations allow no more than 3. Don't worry, that's exactly 3. I walked over to Fatty's car window and knocked. You salespeople never quit, do you? I said I'm not washing. Huh, it's Brother Knight. Fatty scratched his head, his face going red. I was a little speechless. Fatty, want me to pay for your wash? That's too much to ask. His mouth refused, but his eyes lit up. I saw right through him and waved over the little girl he'd just yelled to tears. Her face brightened, and she trotted over. I signed Fatty up for the cheapest $5 package. Fatty, want a celebrity technician to give you a good time? He clutched the bandage on his head and shook it hard. Nah, I'll pass. Driving's tiring. I'll just rest. Fine by me. I headed into the service area with potato and cola. I pushed open the door to the private room. 3 beauties with hollow, empty eyes knelt on the floor, dressed in sheer gauze. Number 007, Jiao Chan. Number 008, Shi Shi. Number 009, Meng Ku. At your devoted service. The 3 of them dropped to their knees and kowtowed, as if greeting an emperor. Get up. Just give me a good massage, nothing else. Yes, boss. Here, money could buy any experience you wanted. But these women were shared, used by anyone. And some men didn't bother with protection, so you could catch any disease imaginable. There was no way I'd ever dare touch her. Sometimes staying alive matters more than living it up. Ah, this feels amazing. Potato had morphed into a 5'2" little cutie, chattering away with cola. There's a fruit platter too, and we get to soak our feet. It wasn't often I got a kick back like this. As long as you had money, you could live large even in the apocalypse. Once we'd had our fun, I didn't linger. I strutted out through the crowd with 2 beauties on my arms. Holy crap, that succubus NPC is gorgeous. The little cutie next to her is adorable too. Looks just like a doll. Idiot, that's a real-life cosplayer. NPCs have empty eyes. Bullshit, that's the Everlasting Night boss from our district. A real succubus. She can fight the eerie. In an instant, envious and jealous stares swept toward me from all directions. Private fights were banned in this service area. The guards weren't just pretty girls. There were also modified mechs and beastmen. I wasn't worried about trouble. After a whole shopping spree, I had only a little over 700 highway coins left. The fact that I had any at all was thanks to the couple of Tier 2 vehicles I'd devoured on the road. Cola and Potato were thrilled. Balloons, snacks, sunglasses, they were decked out head to toe. Right in the middle of the fun, the system announcement echoed through the entire station. Congratulations to Vulture, Stone Turtle, 3 Burials, Tiger, and 30 others for completing the Death Challenge and earning exclusive class change cards. Here it comes. The rule-based game on the top floor. Clear it, and you could change your class. But that came at the cost of your life. Out of 100 people, 5 made it out alive at most. The rest were turned permanently into mindless NPCs or dolls in a display window. I'd already gotten a God-tier class change card. I didn't need to gamble. The future belonged to the class changers, and even more so to the chosen. Ordinary people could scrape by too, just barely, and only if they latched onto a strong team. The announcement sent shockwaves through everyone. Hundreds of thousands of players had already flooded the system chat. Holy crap, we can change classes now. Top floor, 1,000 levels. Death game, clear it to change class. Don't go. People die in there. Haha, our boss died, so now I'm the boss. His woman is so soft and juicy. Awesome. I shut the public channel right off. I lowered my head and looked at the Buddha amulet in my hand. I wonder when Lung Meng will change into a thief. The moment the thought surfaced, I frowned. In her last life, she managed to change classes successfully. Could it have been because of this amulet? I said out loud that I didn't care about her, but deep down something tightened in my chest. Why am I even thinking about her? What does it matter to me whether she lives or dies? I shook off the thought. After we finished touring the amusement park, I took Cola and Potato to the Gene Tower to find the knowledge for their growth. This was the first challenge I had to conquer at the starting station. The moment we walked in, I paid a 60-coin admission fee. The building was packed with a futuristic vibe. Countless gene samples floated as holographic projections. It was empty, hardly anyone around. A figure in a red interstellar combat suit. The robot girl approached. Welcome to the Gene Tower. How can I help you? 2 custom cultivation plans. Certainly. She paused. Each plan is 500 highway coins. I froze. I didn't have that kind of money. Then, let's just do one for now. I pulled Cola forward. Couldn't be helped. Love plays favorites. It's not that Potato wasn't good enough. The robot girl didn't look down on me for being broke. All right, please follow me. Once the payment cleared and the info was registered, she wrapped everything up in seconds. The plan's been synced to your system. Feel free to check it. That fast, I silently called up the system. The panel unfolded. Sure enough, there was a new little avatar of Cola, her own dedicated growth panel. I tapped it open immediately. Beastmaster notice. A beast's level may not exceed its hosts. Succubus, Cola, LV0. Primary growth conditions. Requires the male master's essence. 2 hours of intimate companionship daily. Otherwise, the demon marks grow restless, manifesting as weakness, drowsiness, emotional instability, sneaking into the master's bed at night. Note, no need to worry about her draining you. She can heal all of your male functions and even enhance certain areas. I swallowed hard. No wonder. Lately, some of my abilities had been getting stronger. A succubus heals by licking, and that licking, naturally, wasn't limited to the mouth. I didn't dare dwell on it. I kept reading. Switchable forms. Cowgirl, succubus, human. Advancement conditions. Each level up requires a deeper connection. I couldn't bear to read any further. There were still videos, image galleries, even content on species reproduction below. Pretty thorough, honestly. I finally understood why my beasts couldn't level up. It wasn't Cola and the others' fault. It was mine. I was stuck at level 0, and I'd been dragging every single one of them down because of it. Something this simple, and I had no clue until I paid for it. In my last life, I'd never had anything to do with beast masters. Some idiot taxes just have to be paid. I figured I'd just spent 500 to unlock Cola's panel. But thinking about how they'd made 500 off me in a matter of minutes, I still felt sour about it. I steadied myself and looked at that somewhat handsome robot girl. Ahem, so that's it? No other services. I'd milked those free services at the car wash so hard. I had to milk everything here too. We do. Take a look at the price list. She handed me a tablet. The instant I saw the prices, I nearly passed out. HSSSS. All kinds of scans and genetic modifications, ranging from 300 to 1,000,000. Not a single free one. That whole crew in my big shot group chat. Even if the whole team went all out on a heist, it wouldn't be enough to cover the minimum charge here. A ripoff. A total, through and through ripoff. I wasn't ready to give up. I asked point blank, I spent 500, do I get any freebies? The android replied coldly, sorry sir. We're an official institution. No freebies. I felt awkward. As a monopoly, they didn't need to coax and cajole customers like the girls at the street-side stalls. So I just grabbed my Cola and Potato and slunk out. The glass door clicked shut behind me. I looked up. The setting sun had dyed the entire starting station blood red. Wind kicked up scraps of paper and dust, carrying that distinctive rusty stench of the apocalypse. At this hour, even the Level 2 vehicles had basically pulled into their stations. Come tomorrow, it would be a whole new set of rules. Cola instinctively leaned closer to me. Master, are we going home? Yeah, let's go home. I ruffled her hair. Potato, worn out, melted back into a slime and flopped onto my shoulder, listless. I was already running the numbers in my head. First level up, then space stones, and I still needed to score a pass to make a trip back to the newbie zone so Bai Ling could get a good feeding. A dozen or so minutes later, I was back at my parking spot. 5 female celebrities, the kind you only see on TV, knelt obediently on the ground, waiting for me to inspect the bus. The face I'd just lost in front of that android came flooding right back. I tipped each of them $2. All 5 were thrilled, though they thought I was hinting at something. They exchanged glances, not sure how to politely turn me down. After all, if I actually wanted that, it'd cost a lot more than pocket change. Turns out I was just flexing. I turned around and boarded the bus. Looking at how the bus had been scrubbed until it gleamed. Even the mud packed into the tire treads was washed clean. The money was well spent. The moment Potato got on board, it sprang back to full health, hugging its loot and bouncing up to the 3rd floor to show off. Cola sat sweetly beside me, her tail swishing back and forth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. I took a deep breath and pulled up the trading market. Since not being able to level up was my problem, then I'll just push to become a level 1 life form as fast as I can. Before the new mission dropped, I was going to buy up basic growth potions like a madman. My fingers flew across the screen. The next second, my purchase order popped up on the station-wide trading board. 15 road coins per bottle. Buying unlimited basic growth potions. Instant settlement. The market price for growth potions was only $10 a bottle, about the same as healing potions. Normally nobody bothered selling them. But things were different now. After being squeezed layer by layer, the solo players had long since run dry, paying off loans on one hand, needing food and drink on the other. Naturally, some were willing to trade away the potions they'd been reluctant to use for cash. Ding. Successfully purchased basic growth potion times 1. Balance, 196. Not bad, good start. Just still too little money. I looked around for something to sell. These past few days, Cola had opened a box every day, never wasting her talent. She just hadn't pulled anything good. A giant waterbed. A sack of rice. I smacked my forehead, suddenly remembering the top floors. Vegetables and fruits. I gave Cola, who was leaning on my shoulder, a little pat. Go get Potato. Harvest everything that's ripe. I'm going to sell it. She'd been out and about all day and was long since exhausted, wanting nothing more than to curl up in my arms and sleep. But her master had spoken, so she forced herself to stay awake, wagged her tail, and flew up to the 3rd floor. Before long, 3 slimes and Cola came down hauling 2 big baskets of fresh produce. Hearing the commotion, I stepped up to help. Whoa, this much. I was a little stunned. Hee hee, master. There'll be even more tomorrow. Squee. Squee. It's all thanks to you guys. I'll give you an extra treat later. The little ones beamed at the praise, already scheming about scoring a couple more bowls of food. I hadn't expected a level 1 growing room to be this productive. Next time, I'm definitely upgrading the entire top floor to level 3 first. Without a second thought, I listed everything on the trading platform. Vegetables and fruits, $1 for 2 pounds, a steal. Purified water, $1 for 10 pounds. As for that 25-pound bag of rice, not for sale. Water and veggies regenerate, rice doesn't. Less than 3 seconds after listing, the first order came through. Then the notification chimes started ringing off the hook. The public chat instantly blew up. Damn, what jerk is selling 2 pounds for $1? I just stocked up on cabbage at $5 a pound. Stop cursing and start grabbing. It'll be gone if you're late. Snagged 6 pounds of tomatoes. Finally, no more gnawing on compressed biscuits. This water's dirt cheap. I'm switching. Watching the little ones bustle back and forth, I felt warm inside. I decided to head into the kitchen and cook everyone a nice meal. I put Cola in charge of managing the trading back end and slipped into the kitchen myself. By the time I'd set 3 dishes and a soup on the table, just about everything had sold. A massive market of hundreds of thousands of people is a whole different ballgame from the newbie zone of a few thousand back in the day. I looked at the screen and the corner of my mouth curled up. Basic growth serum, 19 vials. Highway coins balance, 107. In my last life, I was a coward. I never dared go up to the top floor to change classes, so I could only scavenge for scraps alongside everyone else just to scrape by. In this life, I got a free class change card for Divine Tier Beast Tamer, and I formed contracts with top-tier beasts like Cola, Bailing, and Potato. This time, I'm going to live like a real human being. After dinner, the little ones bathed and went to sleep first. Only I stayed seated in the driver's seat, taking the serums one after another and refining them with everything I had. An ordinary person can refine 3 vials a day at most. But with divinity, a regeneration, and the marrow-cleansing scripture backing me up, I could absorb far more. The ice blue serum, injected or gulped down with my head tilted back, was slowly absorbed into my body. The true energy condensed by the marrow-cleansing scripture flowed naturally, harmonizing the medicinal power scattering through me. Bean-sized beads of sweat pounded onto the floor, forcing out all the accumulated impurities in my body. My tendons and bones creaked softly, my flesh hammered solid again and again by the medicinal power, my blood and vitality. My gang chi rose steadily. Ding! Successfully refined growth serum times 1. Gained 1 point of gang chi, 5 permanent HP, and 5 EXP. Ding! Refinement times 1 successful. Ding! You've reached today's absorption limit. Please try again tomorrow. No need for the reminder. I'd already hit my max. All 10 vials, absorbed completely. Right now my whole body was buzzing, veins bulging, pulse pounding. I let out a heavy breath of stale air before I finally came back to myself. I pulled up my stat panel. HP, 165/165. Level, LV0, 65%. Physique, 20. Mental strength, 40. Traits, regeneration, insight. I clenched my fist, feeling that surging power inside me. In the entire 100 districts, you could count the people who'd reached the level 1 life tier on both hands. My eyes lit up. Keep this up. Refine 7 more tomorrow, and I'll break through to become a tier 1 life form. I activated the power in my left eye and saw the radiant gang chi around my body, more than twice as strong as before. I got up, took a shower to wash off the stink of sweat, and regulated my breathing. Before I knew it, it was exactly midnight. A piercing system chime popped up on every survivor's screen at once. Ding! Some system store functions have been disabled. Newly added, 100% lifelike AI companions now for sale. The official mission will be announced at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The public channel instantly exploded with messages, scrolling too fast to read. WTF, the damn system shut down the food store too. I haven't even stockpiled supplies. I'm gonna starve to death on the road tomorrow. Haha, I've got some for sale. 50% markup. DM me if you want it. The hell, jacking up the price? Did you forget where we are? What can't you buy at the starting station? Don't go to sleep. Stock up overnight. Don't let these greedy vendors squeeze out another cent. Doesn't anyone look at the AI companions? I saw my best friend on there. She was chatting with me just yesterday, and today she's been turned into an AI. I'd known this day was coming, so I'd stocked up ahead of time on drinks, beer, instant noodles, and bread, enough to last until the next time the store opened. I didn't hoard extra to resell. For one, I was short on funds. For another, everyone was prepared, so there wasn't much profit to be made off the price difference. I closed the chat and tapped the AI companion icon. Inside, the trading window was packed with the profile pictures of hundreds of thousands of young men and women. Countless Blue Star people had been turned into AI dolls. They could cry, laugh, and talk, with all the physiological functions of a normal person, but no soul. Just empty shells to be toyed with however anyone pleased. Lin Man. Female, 21. Looks 82. Price 102. Gen. 1 chip. Intelligence of a grade schooler. Xiaoyan. Male, 42. Looks 70. Price 50. Defective chip. Stumbles when walking. Wang Lele. Female. 14 years old. Looks rated 75. Price 80. No chip. Pure doll. My eyes went cold. In my past life, I'd seen too many people treat these AIs like cattle, abusing them at will. In this apocalypse, human life was cheaper than paper. But the cheaper life became the more someone needed to remember what it meant to be human. I sorted the prices from highest to lowest. The top entry jumped out at me. Mayor, female, 18 years old, looks rated 97. Price, $19,999, third-gen AI brain. Intellect on par with a scientist, fully reproductive, capable of commanding drone swarms. AI Mayor. This one, I have to get her. In my past life, she went to Blood Hand, the boss of the Vengeance Alliance. With her total control over 100+ drones, she helped him wipe out countless squads. In just 2 months, he clawed his way into the top 10 of District 100. Getting Mayor meant getting a small mechanized army. Way better than controlling a fence-sitter like Kuan Ba. She was also the first high-end living AI to be sold off. That left me only 2 weeks. After that, the Vengeance Alliance would pool their funds and buy her. To scrape together that kind of money, my only option was the Space Stone. The starting station had 7 side paths and 1 main road. At the end of the easternmost path, deep inside the multidimensional maze, sat a treasure chest holding a space stone. That was the very stone Biao got his hands on in my past life. Back then, the seller openly revealed where it came from, and it made countless people green with envy. As long as Kola opened that chest, I was sure to walk away with multiple space stones. Sell just 2 of them, and every problem I had right now would be solved. A cold light flashed in my eyes. We move out tomorrow. Time to gamble on the multidimensional maze. I stared at the 107 highway coins in my account, then lightly tapped the screen with my fingertip. Helping Bai Ling form a physical body would have to wait. Everything else could be settled once I had the space stone. I closed the system interface, turned, and headed back to my room. Kola was already curled up obediently on the big waterbed, wrapped in black lace and sheer gauze that set off her snow-white skin. Her cheeks were flushed pink, as if she'd been waiting for me a long time. Master, I missed you a little. Silly girl. I bent down and scooped her up sideways into my arms. A succubus's body temperature ran a bit higher than a normal person's, her skin smooth as the finest white jade, carrying a faint milky sweetness. That night, bells chimed softly, and we tangled together until dawn. With Kola's healing ability, even after a whole night of exertion, I woke the next morning full of energy. But that same night, far more people couldn't sleep at all. The changes in the system store threw everyone into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of survivors surged into the supermarkets under cover of night, looting supplies, raiding gas stations, some even coming to blows over a single roll of toilet paper. Thankfully, the enforcers and NPCs inside the station. There were so many Cs around, and anyone who tried to stir up trouble in the chaos was executed on the spot and turned into a functional doll. The rest of the survivors had no choice but to line up and behave. Those with money went into the supermarket. Those without could only dig through the trash. An expired pack of crackers, a moldy piece of bread, each was a bargaining chip for survival. When there weren't enough trash cans to fight over, some people ran outside the station and crawled into the abandoned shipping containers to scavenge. Lung Ming was one of them. Inside one container, she dug out a box of moldy bread, and her eyes lit up. But there were no enforcers watching that place, and soon came the flash of fire, the crack of gunshots, the swing of axes. She'd barely started to haul her find away when a greasy, fat hand grabbed a fistful of her hair. The strength gap was hopeless. In the ensuing struggle, she was beaten half to death, her forehead split open, her arms and legs dislocated. Playing dead was the only thing that saved her life. Her haul was stolen. In the chaos, 2 pieces of bread fell to the ground. She picked them up, gently brushed off the maggots, and limped back toward the vehicle. You fat old hag. As long as I'm still breathing, I'll make you pay with your life. Good thing that Guy Chun-Yi gave me some food. I can hold out a few days, get my strength back. Her retreating figure blended into the gunfire, the wailing, and the crying of children outside the station. Hell on earth, this was exactly what it looked like. And all of this was nothing more than background noise to the couple in my car. At 6:30 the next morning, I woke up right on time, refreshed and clear-headed. Kola was curled up in my arms like a docile little kitten, a single tear still clinging to her long lashes. I gave her a kiss and got out of bed. Same routine as always. The first thing I did after getting up was touch the attribute orb. Physique +2. Nice. My body was a little sturdier again. And this time it was real, not those two fakes from the dream. In the kitchen, Potato was bustling around with her two slimes, washing the freshest vegetables while she waited for me. When she saw me come down, she came bouncing over, holding up a freshly picked tomato like she was presenting a treasure. Master, look how big this tomato is. Not bad, you're taking initiative now. I ruffled her hair, took the tomato, and started making breakfast. Golden fried eggs, sizzling homemade grilled meat, a vegetable salad, and warm milk. The aroma soon filled the entire train car, and Cola came downstairs rubbing her eyes, drawn in by the smell. Morning, Master. Wash your hands and eat. We head out as soon as we're done. We'd just picked up our chopsticks when a cold system broadcast suddenly rang out across the entire starting station. Ding! The rookie period mission has ended. Players who failed to reach the starting point have been reclaimed by the system. You can find them in the AI companion product listings. Congratulations on surviving the rookie period. Rewards: Level 1 Combat Suit ×1, Basic Growth Serum ×1. The following are the new rules. The station will no longer provide full protection here. This place is even more dangerous than the highway. 2. Protect your vehicles. Once an NPC successfully hijacks your vehicle, it becomes the new player, and you become the NPC. They can't wait to swap places with you. Becoming an NPC doesn't mean death. It just means the system will drive you to do things you can't refuse. 3. Parking spots still shield your vehicle, but there's an hourly fee, 1 highway coin per hour. 4. The Black Fog's movement speed has been changed to 40 kilometers per hour. Notice, the new rules take effect at 8 a.m. today. You may depart up to half an hour early. The heavy fog ahead will clear at 7:30. As the announcement faded, 8 highways tore open out of thin air in front of the parking lot. 1 wide 8-lane main road, and 7 narrow 4-lane side roads, like 8 venomous snakes burrowing into the distant mist. Behind us, the black fog came surging forward. The snarls within it could be heard from dozens of miles away. I glanced at the time. 7:10. The public channel had already blown up, messages scrolling too fast to read. Damn it. I stayed up all night stockpiling supplies, and now I gotta run for my life. The fog's 4 times faster now. This is a straight-up extermination. NPCs can hijack cars and become players now? Can't even trust the NPCs anymore. Somebody lend me some highway coins. My car's almost out of gas. Please, I'm begging you. I skimmed through it and closed the channel. Dozens of team invites kept popping up in my friends list. I didn't reply to a single one, just marked them all as read. In times like these, the more chaotic things get, the calmer you have to stay. The moment you panic, you become meat on someone else's chopping block. Someone knocked on my window. It was Fatty Chien. He was leaning against his Tier 3 business van, the bandages on his head wrapped 2 layers thicker now, holding a heavy black case in his hand. I took a couple more bites of food and rolled down the window. A faint smell of blood drifted in. Yee. Fatty's voice was hoarse, dark circles heavy under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept well last night either. Unlike me, with a succubus healing me every day, sleeping like a baby. What's up? I got a class quest, he said, scratching his head. It wants me to take the main road. Contract distributor. I nodded. Didn't matter. We could still chat and trade on the public channel, so it wasn't a big deal whether we took the same road or not. I'm taking the east side road. Fatty paused, as if he understood something. He didn't ask any more questions, just handed over the black case. Yee, this is for you. I opened the case. A brand new small caliber laser cannon lay inside, its barrel gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, 2 crates of energy rounds beside it. Tier 3 primary weapon, laser cannon. Way better than your vehicle-mounted machine gun. Against mutant beasts below Tier 4, it's basically 1 shot, 1 kill. The fat guy grinned. I'm a neutral class, no use for it. But here's the thing. I want to trade it for a month's worth of your food. He rubbed his hands together, looking downright greedy. Deal. I took the box and tossed it onto the passenger seat. Right then, in front of my car, a woman covered in wounds was being chased by a black cat the size of a grown person. Meow. At the sight of it, the fat guy immediately shrank back into his car, forgetting he even had a protection charm. I looked up, and it was a face I recognized. Lung Meng. Chunyi, save me one last time. Before she could finish, She collapsed right in front of my car. The moment everyone else saw the black cat, they scattered and kept their distance. Nobody gave a damn whether Lung Meng lived or died. They all drove away or huddled in their parking spots, terrified of getting dragged into it. The black cat was massive, its body rippling with muscle, its physical strength far surpassing a fierce tiger. One look and you knew it wasn't something to mess with. But I didn't hesitate. I activated the car's fire control system, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat, machine gun rounds hit their mark one after another. The black cat yowled in pain. And then, to my shock, it spoke. "Kid, I'd advise you to mind your own business." "Oh, you've got the nerve to threaten me?" I'd only meant to scare it off. But the second it opened its mouth, it stirred up a killing intent in me. Some troubles, if you don't pull them up by the roots, come back to haunt you forever. Bai Ling, possess it. Yes, master. Bai Ling's semi-transparent form slipped out of the car and lunged straight at the black cat. The cat was fully focused on dodging the bullets, its attention fixed above. It never sensed the ambush from below. The next second, its head dropped sharply, its body swayed, and it nearly toppled over. It shook its head, trying to clear it, but that only made it dizzier. It crashed to the ground and thrashed around. Ever since Bai Ling devoured that ability, she was a completely different force. Taking down a cat that could only attack physically was child's play for her. I wasn't sitting idle either. I swung the barrel around and aimed straight for its head, every shot a headshot. But a level 3 black cat's defense was insane. Even though it was bleeding, the machine gun rounds only left surface wounds. No matter what I did, I couldn't kill it. Everyone around me was hunched down in their cars, poking their heads out to watch. That semi-transparent thing just now, was that an Eerie? My God, which district is this guy from? How is he ranked in the 300,000s like us? And he can control a spirit. I bet his real strength could crack the top 10,000. They exchanged bewildered looks. None of them had an answer. There wasn't a single person from my home district anywhere nearby. I set the machine gun to auto-fire, shoved the door open, and rushed out. Crouching down, I hauled the battered Lung Meng onto my back and hurried back to the car. Front to back, it took less than a minute. Her whole body was burning hot, drenched in cold sweat, running a high fever. This weight. She looked full-figured, yet she was lighter than a can of soda. 10 days of fear, hunger, and beatings had left her, emaciated to the bone. I laid her flat on the floor of the carriage, pulled out a canister of healing serum, pried her mouth open, and tried to pour it in. But her jaw was clenched tight. Most of the liquid just spilled out the corners of her mouth. She didn't swallow any of it. That's when Cola came downstairs, following the sound of gunfire. The moment she saw me sitting on top of Lungming, my mouth pressed to the woman on the floor. She puffed up her cheeks, absolutely reeking of jealousy. "Oomph. Master, did you forget to take off your pants first?" I pursed my lips awkwardly. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just saving her. You want to give it a try?" I held out the serum to her. Cola indignantly pinched Lungming's nose shut, forcing her mouth open, and dumped the entire canister down her throat, without any actual contact the whole time. Cough, cough. Lungming coughed twice, then passed out again. "See? All done," Cola said smugly. Fine, fine, fine. You watch her. I'll go deal with the black cat." Outside, the black cat was still fighting, bailing for control of the body, twitching and foaming at the mouth. The machine gun had riddled it with wounds, blood everywhere, yet its HP hadn't even dropped below 90%. I pulled up the data panel to scan it, but I could only read its level. Everything else was blocked. The black cat's voice came out laced with fear, broken and halting. "I only scratched her once. I won't bother her anymore. Just let me go. Otherwise, you're all going to be in big trouble." My heart sank. This thing might actually be an NPC, tailing Lungming this whole time, waiting for the chance to steal her vehicle and hijack her identity. In my past life, was this the very thing that killed Lungming? I didn't want to drag this out any longer. I reached for the laser cannon case in the passenger seat and loaded it into the vehicle's central console. Ding. Rare tier, 3 primary weapon detected. Load now. Yes. The console flashed white, and the black case was teleported to the roof platform, where it automatically connected, assembled, and loaded itself in one smooth motion. In just a few seconds, the laser cannon took form. The silver-white barrel gave off a deadly chill, charging on its own with a low-frequency hum. On the floor, the black cat's pupils contracted sharply, as if it sensed something. "No, you can't kill me. My father is Grand Duke Meow." Bailing's voice came from inside its body. "Humph. Grand Duke Meow, Grand Duchess Meow, whatever. You offended my master. Calling for your grandma won't save you now." A control stick and a sensor orb appeared on the fire control interface. Tier 3 rare laser cannon charge, 3/3. The control stick adjusts firepower levels. The sensor orb controls direction, autolock, and precision targeting. I quickly got a feel for how it worked. One hand on the control stick, the other pressed to the orb. The interface instantly locked onto the struggling black cat. I pressed down gently. The muzzle trembled, the space around it warping for an instant, and a blinding beam of white light shot out. "No, you'll all regret this." The moment the white light struck, the third-tier black cat dissolved into a puddle of golden ooze and was completely wiped out. I knew Bai Ling was immune to physical attacks, and even high-grade laser cannons couldn't touch her, so I didn't hesitate for a second. Ding. Killed a level 3 cat alien. Rewards: bronze chest ×1, highway coins ×20, cat ear accessory set ×1. Cat alien? This thing hadn't even taken on a humanoid form. How did it count as a person? I'd never heard of this name in my past life. As the cannon light faded, Bai Ling hovered in place, looking dazed, completely clueless about what had just happened. I got out to collect all the drops, and Bai Ling trailed behind me in a daze as we headed back to the car. The moment I got in, Cola scooted over, eyes shining. "Master, you looked so hot firing that cannon. One shot dead on. Next time, will you give me a shot too?" You'd better be talking about the laser cannon." "Oh, come on, Master, what are you thinking?" "I mean that cannon, obviously." I ruffled her hair and handed her the bronze chest. "Here, you open it." The second she cracked it open, the bronze went ding and upgraded to silver. "Ding. Congratulations, you obtained Gen 2 drone ×3D. Gen 2 drone. Payload 20 kilograms. Can mount small weapons. Supports long-range reconnaissance and attack." Holy crap, combat-capable Gen 2 drones. My eyes lit up. With these, I could take out low-level monsters from a distance whenever I ran into them out in the wild. "Cola, you're amazing. You scored big for me again." "Hee, that's just Master's good luck." "No, it's our luck. Together." I knew full well that this whole haul was thanks to Fatty Chien. Otherwise, grinding down that black cat with just Bai Ling would have eaten up most of the day. Some debts you keep in your heart. That's how you go far. I stowed the 2 drones, walked up to the driver's side window, and rolled it down. Fatty hadn't left yet. "Yee, that cannon I gave you is pretty sweet, huh?" "Absolutely killer." "All right, this is for you." I handed him one of the unopened drones. "A drone? Yee, you actually pulled one of these. With this, I'll never have to worry about getting lost again." Fatty had plenty of treasures, but no drone. To him, this beat getting 100 highway coins. After all, the second highway coins landed in his hands. The system would dock every last one. "All right, Yee, it's about time. I'm heading out." He tucked away the drone and started his car. I climbed back into the driver's seat and stared for a moment at the brand new weapon and drones, lost in thought. "Let's go." Bai Ling, set sail. Take the easternmost road. "You got it, Master." Ding. Devoured level 3 cat alien. Bai Ling's HP +10, mental power +3. Obtain bronze alien chest ×1. "Master, I almost forgot to gobble this thing up." Bai Ling looked smug. I stared at the treasure chest in my hands, the one stamped with an alien's face, and froze for a second too. Impressive. That thing melted into a puddle of gold sludge, and you actually swallowed it. Even more surprising, it dropped a bronze chest. I've never even seen one of these before. Haha. As long as it's a target we killed, it gets bound to me by karma, so I can swallow it. Bai Ling got more pleased with herself the more she talked. "All right, focus on driving." She clammed up instantly and gripped the wheel with both hands. I shoved the chest at Cola. "If we don't get anything better out of it today, you can open it tomorrow." Don't worry, Master, Cola gets it." "Oh, right, Master," she pointed at the floor. "That woman. You still want her or not?" Only then did I remember the person in the back seat. Meng was curled up directly under the blast of the central AC set to 60 degrees, shivering all over, her face white as paper, eyes shut, tears sliding down one after another as she mumbled, "So cold. Mom, I'm so cold." My heart lurched. I'd been so busy taking inventory of the loot that I'd nearly forgotten her existence entirely. I glanced at Cola beside me. After these days together morning and night, under my careful nurturing, she'd gained +1 to every stat daily. By now she'd completely caught up to a normal person, physique 11, spirit 11, perfectly balanced across the board. I knew Cola resented me taking in this woman who'd once fought her over breakfast. To avoid any awkwardness, I'd let her make the call on this one. "What do you think we should do?" Cola gave a wicked little smile. "Master, this woman's hurt too badly, and she's poisoned by the cat's venom too. Odds are she can't be saved. But I've got a way." My heart sank. I could feel it too. Even though Ming's external wounds had stabilized, her life force was still leaking out bit by bit. She was on the road to a slow death. What way? My first instinct was to not let Cola take any risks, even if it meant this woman died. "Don't do something stupid like licking her poison out. You'll get poisoned yourself." Hee hee, "Don't worry, master." She could share my senses, so of course she knew what I was afraid of. "I just need to turn her into our household's little maid. That's all." Before I could even process that, a little black tail whipped out from behind Cola, and from the plump, fleshy little heart at its tip, a silver barb shot out with a shwick. She walked up to Meng, aimed at her lower belly, and stabbed down hard. "Ah!" Meng cried out in pain, convulsing violently. Cola injected something into her body, and when she pulled the barb back out, a succubus mark had already appeared on Meng's lower belly, the same style as Cola's, but far fainter, several rose-shaped life sigils. The life sigils I'd carved onto her belly earlier had been, text cuts off, Lu transferred over. Lung Ming's complexion visibly eased, and those blackened, cat poison-tainted wounds stopped spreading. "This is the inherited slave seal of us Charm clan. It can save her life." Cola lifted her face. "But I can only enslave one being my entire life. Master won't blame me for acting on my own, will you?" I froze on the spot. There was actually such an ability. I'd been worrying about what to do with Lung Ming. I'd saved her twice, so I couldn't very well save her and then kill her, yet keeping her around felt like raising a tiger that might one day turn on me. Cola's little trick solved every one of these problems at once. "If you plant the slave seal, will she really obey?" "Yep. In theory, absolute loyalty." I sucked in a sharp breath. Cola was 100% loyal to me, and Lung Ming would be 100% loyal to Cola, which meant I'd just gained another helper I could completely trust. From now on she can cook, do laundry, and clean, so Master won't have to work so hard. Cola smiled, her eyes curving into little crescents. What I didn't know was the sweet little scheme she was hatching inside. "You tried to seduce my master and stole my breakfast. When you wake up, I'm going to make you kneel and call me mommy." I thought it was a fine arrangement, so I bent down and scooped Lung Ming up. Since she's one of us, we can't let her catch a chill on the floor. I laid her on the couch in the second-floor living room and pulled a blanket over her. Ding. Guest bedroom upgrade in progress. Estimated 20 minutes. I didn't wait for the room upgrade to finish. I pulled Colo in for a kiss and pressed a few bottles of healing potion into her hands. "That little room next door. She can live there from now on. You worked hard today. I'll call Potato and the other two down to keep you company. I've got some important business, so I can't look after you for a while." Cola nodded obediently. Cola knows Master needs to hit level 1. "Go on. I've got things here. Tonight, Cola will help Master recover properly." Warmth spread through my chest. Bringing Cola back from that opening adventure was the best thing I'd done since being reborn. I kissed her again, and when our lips parted, my mouth was full of a sweet strawberry taste. After calling the 3 slimes down to keep her company, I headed downstairs and back to the driver's cabin. A cannon, a drone, and a maid for free. Today had been one good thing after another. I pushed down the joy in my heart and locked my eyes back on the road. Bai Ling had already steered the vehicle onto the little road painted with the Rubik's Cube pattern. 7:35. Ahead, the heavy fog had cleared and the bus lane was smooth sailing. But on the other lanes to either side, flames were already shooting into the sky. The looting, smashing, and burning had started right from the starting line. We only made it through the outer blockade thanks to the driving skills of a veteran like Bai Ling. Blocking the road was a level 4 combat heavy truck with 3 cannon barrels mounted on top, 2 of them still puffing white smoke. Ahead of it lay the wreckage of vehicles that had failed to break through, scattered every which way, along with charred corpses. "Boss, I'm really broke. Let me through, and I swear I'll pay you back once I make some money." The one-eyed, middle-aged leader leveled his machine gun, jamming the muzzle against the forehead of the kneeling old man, cocky as hell. "No money? No money, and you can't take out a loan to pay the toll." He swept his eyes over the crowd. "Listen up, everybody. 10 highway coins each. If you can't pay, go try another checkpoint." Puffed. He spat a thick wad of phlegm right in the old man's face. "You broke bastard. You think blocking off this road ahead of time didn't cost me anything? One shell from me is enough to buy you a whole car. I'll pay." The Vengeance Alliance up ahead charges 15. This is the cheapest around. A young guy in the crowd forked over the cash and was waved through immediately. "You hear that? I'm running on volume here. Thin margins. I lose $5 on every single one of you. And you've still got the nerve to push your luck." Hearing how cheap it was, the crowd surged forward to pay up. Just then, 3 level 4 engineering vehicles crawled forward, crushing the lower-tier cars along the roadside. The young man leading them wore a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He stepped down from his vehicle onto a carpet of human bodies. "Boda, the Justice Squad is claiming this checkpoint. Take your people and get lost. Move up 500 kilometers and set up another blockade there." "GG, that's Justice himself. The guy who fights for the rich," a lackey relayed in a panic. "You think I don't know? Justice, ranked in the top 10. I got him tattooed over my heart just 2 days ago." Boda instantly put on a smile, bowing and scraping as he went to greet him. "Well, if it isn't the great Justice gracing us with his presence. I'll clear out right away. Heh." Meanwhile, way out in the lead, I suddenly found the road splitting into 3 identical forks in front of me. 2 led to safety, 1 led to death. Take the wrong one, and you're a goner for sure. Without a second's hesitation, I deployed the drone I'd just gotten to scout ahead. I parked the car in front of the fork and sent the drone up. It even had a machine gun mounted underneath. Better safe than sorry. The live feed streamed to the center console screen. Bai Ling poked her head over. "Master, the picture is so clear. 16K Ultra HD. Of course it's clear." I took the drone up to 3,000 meters. Any higher, and the clouds would block the view. From above, the entire highway laid out in full. This was basically a God's eye view. Behind me rolled a churning black fog, and white fog blanketed both sides, carving each route apart. I could only make out the layout of this one highway in front of me. Treasure chests were scattered all along the way, mostly wooden and black iron ones, and every single spot had a mutant beast lying in wait. Soon enough, the drone found the death route. Far right, its end swallowed in pitch-black darkness, radiating a sense of dread. As long as I don't take that one, the other 2 would merge back together up ahead. Just as I was about to bring the drone back, splat, half the screen was smeared over with bird droppings. Damn it, what rotten luck. I raised the drone higher for a look, and it turned out to be a level 3 black. The Abyss Crow. "Master, this is the same suicide crow that ambushed us before," Bai Ling warned. "I remember you. I'm gonna blow you to pieces." Without hesitation, I squeezed the trigger and unloaded a full clip, driving it back. After beating off the crow, I fell silent for a moment. In my past life, I'd never once encountered a creature from the Black Abyss. Yet in this life, they kept popping up one after another. Could it be they were really after the cola? The drone returned safely. "Bai Ling, take the far left lane." "Got it, master." She smoothly merged left. The road ahead was clear for now, but a faint unease still weighed on me. I had to get stronger and fast. Every bit of extra strength meant a better chance of protecting myself. I wiped down the camera, tossed the drone onto the car's built-in table, laid out my mat, and got ready to refine the serums. "Bai Ling, I need to focus on refining. Just keep driving and don't disturb me." "Got it, master." I held my breath and steadied my mind, adjusting my breathing for a moment before injecting the serums into my body one by one. My body responded almost immediately. Thanks to the foundation I'd built earlier, the medicinal potency refined exceptionally smoothly. Ding! Successfully refined a basic growth serum. Gained 1 point of Gang Chi, 5 permanent health, and 5 EXP. About one every half hour. Before I knew it, it was noon. Ding. Successfully refined a basic growth serum. Your life tier is undergoing a leap. In an instant, every bone in my body crackled, and every inch of muscle tore apart and reassembled. A scorching surge of magic burst from my lower abdomen and instantly flooded through my entire body. And in the end, all that remained was an indescribable sense of bliss. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've broken through to level 1. Lifespan cap, raised to 150 years. All attributes plus 5. Gained 10 magic points. Magic points. They could charge magic weapons and vehicle-mounted weapons, and also fuel the cost of rare secret arts. I slowly opened my eyes. Both my hands were glowing with a faint golden light. Without hesitation, I plunged my hand straight into the energy orb of the vehicle's weapon system. The next second, the laser cannon drew that surge of magic right out of me with a whoosh. Ding. Charging complete. Stored energy, 3/3. Perfect. Turns out this cannon Fatty gave me can actually be charged with magic. No more worrying about ammo. I wasn't the least bit worried about burning through my magic. Magic was closely tied to spiritual power, and with nearly 50 points of spiritual power now, I was in the top tier across all 100 districts. Even if someone else awakened a psychic-type class, there was no way they could overpower me at this stage. I pulled up my stat panel. LV1, 0 500ths. Health, 200/200. Magic, 0 out of 10. Gang Chi, 20. Physique, 27, +1 charm aura. Spiritual power, 48, +2 charm aura. Beast taming, Cola, by Ling, Earth. Bean. Traits, divine regeneration, all-seeing golden eyes. Balance, 107. Lifespan, 22/109. Cap, 150. I closed the panel and pulled up my shirt. Rock-hard muscle, springy and firm, especially those enhanced parts. I drew my combat knife and slashed hard across my forearm. Zzz. The blade skidded across my skin, leaving nothing but a white streak that vanished in an instant. It didn't even break the skin. Huh. The server's only been up 10 days, and I'm already blowing past where I was after 3 months of grinding in my last life. Right now, I can take down an ordinary tier, 2 mutant beast barehanded. For the tougher tier, 2 variants, I still need firearms. As for tier 3, aside from a few special cases with obvious weak spots, I've got basically no chance without breaking out a vehicle-mounted laser cannon. Regular bullets can't punch through a tier 3 mutant's hide. Only laser cannons, railguns, and heavy vehicle-mounted weapons can kill them effectively. My thoughts drifted to Monk Sanzang and his terrifying combat power, and I gave a slight shake of my head. With what I've got, I'm on par with an average tier 1 combat class job changer at best. If I really had to face Tiger from my last life, I still wouldn't stand a chance. I shook off the distractions. The strong rely on their fists. I rely on my brain. I'm a beast master. Strategy, management, growth. That's my strong suit. One person is an entire army. When that day comes, who could possibly stand against me? I checked the time. Almost noon. I got up, washed up, and headed to the kitchen. I'd promised Fatty a month's worth of meals earlier. A man keeps his word. Meanwhile, over on the 8-lane main road, after leaving me, Fatty had gone straight to Monk Sanzang's Mutual Aid Alliance. Riding on the monk's raw power, even the strong one's driving tier, for vehicles treated him with respect, and the alliance moved along without a single obstacle. Plenty of survivors wanted to join, but Sanzang was dead set against recruiting more, Fatty being the sole exception. Brother Sanzang, are you even human? Fatty stared, slack-jawed. That was a tier 3 stone golem. Most people can't even scratch it with tier 3 vehicle-mounted weapons, and you smashed it to dust with one swing of your staff. That's the demon-subduing staff technique. That stone golem is nothing compared to the 18 bronze men formation my master set up. Fatty swallowed hard. He used to think martial arts was all a con, never imagining there were truly godlike people in this world. Oh right, brother, how many job changers do we have in the alliance total? 3, counting you. Besides you and me, there's Tiger. He changed to butcher, advancing through slaughter. Killing beasts and people alike makes him stronger. It's just, his temperament is a little off. At that moment, Tiger was holed up in the back, inside Black Cherry's RV, trailing far behind the pack of Tier 3 sports cars. One eye blood red, the other pitch black, his madness value locked tight between 60 and 95. He was rarely awake. Only with Black Cherry's intimate care and comfort could he briefly regain his sanity. Sis Cherry, you should just leave me. I stopped being a normal person a long time ago. Bro Tiger, is this you trying to dodge your responsibility to me? Even Tiger couldn't explain why doing that was the only thing that could suppress his frenzy meter. And when he was lost in the frenzy, what ordinary woman could withstand him? Black Cherry was already covered in wounds, her skin marked all over with bruises and bite marks. I don't want to keep hurting you like this, day after day. Bro Tiger, don't say that. If you hadn't stepped in that night, I'd have been dead a long time ago. Sis Cherry, you really should go. Enough, look what I've got. Barbecue that brother Chen Yi sent over. That barbecue was what I'd passed along to Fatty. Fatty handed it off to 3 burials, and 3 burials shared it with Tiger. Right about then, Fatty and 3 burials had also pulled over to rest and eat, chatting through the car windows. Big bro 3 burials, what class did you awaken? Warrior monk. Punish evil, uphold justice. I can see the sin value of all living beings, and slaying those whose sins reach the heavens earns me merit. As his words faded, he glanced up above his own head. A full 888 points of sin value. He couldn't help feeling the system had it out for him on purpose. Here he was, devoted to Buddha. Meat and wine pass through the gut, but the Buddha stays in the heart. Meanwhile, Fatty, head down and shoveling food beside him, somehow only had 5 points of sin value. We're both eating meat, and the guy eats way more than me. How is that fair? He shook his head, pushed the thought aside, and took a huge bite of the barbecue. Ah, so good. I've got to message brother Chen Yi and ask him to buy some. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of my RV, Cold Cutie had long since been carried into the little bedroom and was sleeping soundly. Drool had soaked through the pillow, and a pair of creamy, long legs clamped tightly around a body pillow. The harsh noon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window and fell across her face. She frowned slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. Gruel. Her stomach let out a sound. Her nose twitched. Roasted sweet potato? Chicken cutlet. Gruel. Her stomach growled loudly. Cold Cutie's external wounds had healed, fresh soft skin already grown over them. But the healing serum had drained too much energy from her. She'd literally been woken up by hunger. Squinting through sleepy, half-closed eyes, she rubbed against the soft mattress and mumbled without thinking, "Mom, I'm hungry, is dinner ready?" The moment the words left her mouth, her eyelids twitched and she jolted upright with a start. Wait, this isn't home. Her eyes flew open. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, a barren highway was rushing backward at high speed. The blood of the apocalypse, the crowds fighting for their lives, the gravely wounded and dying, the despair of the final moments. All of it came crashing into her mind like a tidal wave. Her head throbbed as if it were being torn apart, and she curled up into a ball. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Right before she died, she'd even fantasized about that pervert Chen Yi. She wanted to save her. But then she mocked herself. How stupid. He hates me. Why would he ever come to my rescue? Just as her mind went blank and her whole body trembled, there was a soft click, and the door swung open. Cola walked in carrying a stainless steel basin, a mischievous grin on her lips. Well, my good little girl. Didn't even need to be taught before you started crying for mommy? So obedient. Lung Ming froze for a couple of seconds, instinctively furrowing her brow, her face flushing red with anger. She was about to let loose a stream of curses. Wait, something's off. Could this be that pervert's car? Did he have a change of heart and save me? But he clearly said. As her thoughts raced, the succubus mark on her lower abdomen suddenly burned hot, and an irresistible wave of submission swept through her entire body. You've seen me. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Cola's rose-pink, petal-shaped pupils flickered ever so slightly. Lung Ming's body slipped completely out of her control. She slid straight off the bed onto the floor, both knees hitting the ground, head bowed as she spoke in a respectful voice. Your daughter greets mommy. Her voice was soft and sweet and obedient, so much so that it startled even herself. She knew this was Cola's doing, but right now, all she felt toward Cola was pure dread. No, the same went for the man beside Cola, too. She didn't dare offend either of them in the slightest. This mark on her abdomen was almost certainly the work of the two of them. All right, quit teasing her. She just woke up. She's weak. Don't push it too far. I leaned against the doorframe, hands in my pockets, and cast a glance around the room. Seeing that my future maid was unharmed, I felt a lot more at ease. Fine. Kola pursed her lips and waved her hand reluctantly. Consider yourself lucky. The master put in a good word for you, so I'll let you off this once. The crushing pressure vanished all at once. Ha ha. Lung Ming gasped for air, cold sweat pouring down. That feeling just now, of having her very soul clenched in someone's palm, was more terrifying than death itself. From now on, no more of this mommy and daddy stuff, I said. Call us master and mistress. I'm only 22. The last thing I want is a daughter my own age out of nowhere. Kola set the food basin down on the floor with a loud clank and put her hands on her hips. What are you waiting for? Show some respect. Yes, I, Lung Ming, greet the master and the mistress. She bowed her head and knelt low, observing every formality. I accepted the gesture without hesitation. Now that I'd taken her in, I'd raise her to be one of my most trusted. Eat up, Kola said, her tone softening a little. The master made this himself. Smells amazing. Count yourself lucky. From this day on, you're the personal maid to me and the master. She raised a hand and pointed at the nightstand, where a maid dress and a pair of cat ears were laid out. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, it's all on you. You're the sanitation officer of this car. Got it. Lung Ming kept her head down, looking first at the food basin on the floor, then at the smug Kola, then at me, so utterly indifferent. Her eyes reddened in an instant. She bit her lip, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. But the mark on her abdomen was still faintly burning, soothing her while reminding her of her new place. Once she grasped the situation, she didn't blow up. Buried in the hurt was a strange, inexplicable sense of security. The two tangled together into a mess in her head. She took a deep breath, knelt down, picked up the food bowl, and started spooning it into her mouth. Tears dripped, plop, plop, into the food, and she swallowed them down along with it. Watching her, Kola couldn't have been more pleased. Try seducing my master now. Try stealing my breakfast now. Look at you, reduced to an obedient little servant. Still, she knew where things stood. She understood exactly how I felt about Lung Ming. Love me, love my dog. She'd never intended to actually hurt the girl, just rough her up a little, break her in. Down the road, they might even become good sisters. I checked the time. I'm heading to the cockpit. Don't bully her. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, master. Kola leaned in, cupped my face, and kissed me on the lips, like she was doing it on purpose for someone to see. Relax, I'm not some wicked woman. I'll teach her to cook in a bit. I ruffled her hair, turned, and walked out, pulling the door shut behind me. Only the two girls were left in the room. Kola dragged a chair over and sat across from her, crossed her legs, and cracked sunflower seeds while watching her eat. Hurry up. Once you're done, you're learning to cook for me. She traced the demon mark that synced her with Lung Ming, as if leafing through the other girl's past. I know what you're thinking. You never lifted a finger before, a total mama's girl. But this is the apocalypse. Count yourself lucky master still has some soft spot for you, or I'd never have wasted a precious maidservant slot to save your life. Lung Ming bowed her head and kept shoveling food in silence. She was genuinely starving. 3 dishes and a soup, with white rice. Out there, how many lives would a meal like this buy? Sure, the way she was eating was hardly dignified. Rear end up, sprawled on the floor, but all of this was just to get through the moment. Seeing her stay quiet, Kola raised her voice on purpose. You hear me? Cat got your tongue. The demon mark seared again. Lung Ming shuddered and quickly murmured, Yes, mistress. Kola smiled, satisfied. Humph. From now on, in this house, my word goes. In the cockpit, I shook my head. I knew exactly what Kola was thinking. The strange part was, I could sense what Lung Ming was thinking too, and I had the faint feeling I could even control her. I didn't dwell on it. I picked up the drone and kept scouting the route. The treasure chests along the way, I couldn't be bothered with a single one. The wooden crates held nothing but junk. A sausage here, a pack of crackers there. My only target was the space stone chests. Speed-wise, I wasn't the fastest. With 100 zones merged, I had the head start, but the others were driving level, for vehicles, and could catch up with ease. All I could do was let the drone guide me, follow the optimal path without a single misstep, and squeeze every last minute out of it. By now, a Tier 4 car in the rear had already pulled up to that fork. Gee, there's 3 roads ahead. Which one do we take? G. Boda narrowed his one good eye. This is what they call a multidimensional maze. I'd bet only one of them is the real way through. Send up the drone. His first-gen drone could only fly 500 meters, and the picture quality was a blurry mess, made scouting a pain. But it still quickly locked onto the dead-end road on the right. Take a few guys and go right. That's the only way out alive. Keep reporting in the whole time. To figure out exactly what that pitch-black stretch on the right really was, G. Boda didn't mind spending a few lives one bit. Haha, you got it, boss. His underlings actually took it as a sign of trust, happy to lead the charge. After watching them disappear into the right-hand road, G. Boda led the main group straight toward the far left. The scouts sent back a live feed. But the deeper they went, the more twisted the images became. They slammed on the brakes, trying to back out. But then something bizarre happened. The car had clearly stopped, yet the road beneath them started writhing on its own, dragging them bodily into the black void. Ding. Extreme event observed. Frenzy plus 50. G. Boda watched it all, a flash of madness crossing his face before he quickly forced it back down. Damn, so there's a road like that too. He sneered. Send someone to set up a checkpoint at that fork. The 2 on the left, you pay a toll. The 1 on the right's free. Yes, G. Meanwhile, thanks to the drone's view, I noticed the Tier 4 car behind me was closing in fast, at nearly twice my speed. Watching that Tier 4 car in the rear, a flicker of urgency shot through me. But I'd already passed 2 more forks. For him to catch up, he'd still have plenty of work ahead. Besides, the roads in the starting station were nothing like the newbie zone. Out there, stations were a few hundred kilometers apart. But here they ran tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Everyone's car needed to rest and refuel, and people had to eat, drink, and sleep. The only exception was my Ling, a perpetual motion machine that could run around the clock, 24/7. And sure, a Tier 4 car was fast, but its fuel consumption was terrifyingly high. There was no way G. Boda could run at full throttle the whole way, 100 kilometers, tops, before he'd have to ease off to conserve fuel. As long as he wasn't willing to go all in and risk everything, the gap between us would only keep growing. So I wasn't the least bit worried. The trip that followed played out exactly as I'd expected. Ling drove that Tier 3 bus and flat out left the Tier 4 sports car in the dust. Not even the drone could find us anymore. Even better, in the footage the drone sent back, a vast field of golden wheat suddenly appeared up ahead. Wow, master. The wheat up ahead is all ripe. Let's go harvest some. Ling was beside herself with excitement. She didn't need to eat, but she was happy for me all the same. It really is wheat. With a little luck, we can even save some for seed. My eyes lit up. I immediately opened the trading zone and I ordered a few sickles. Ding. Transaction successful. Spent 6 road coins. Obtained sickle times 6. I immediately went upstairs and called everyone down. Cola, Coldy, Potato, and the 2 rosy pink slimes. All of them squeezed into the driver's cabin. Gazing at the endless waves of gold stretching along both sides of the road, everyone's eyes lit up. I had Bailing stop the vehicle. Listen up, everyone. Don't wander off. Just cut the right patch right in front of us. Once we're done, we leave immediately. Don't get greedy. Everyone nodded. Come on, 1 sickle each. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. Whoosh whoosh. I led the way, jumping into the wheat field. I grabbed a handful of wheat ears and scanned them with my panel. Target, 5-day ripe wheat. Extremely nutritious. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance physique. Seeds can be saved for planting. Top-tier stuff. My hands moved fast, and handful after handful of wheat ears fell to the ground. The women followed close behind. Coldy had just joined us, but with the rune binding her, I wasn't the least bit worried she'd run. And sure enough, she didn't pull any tricks. She followed Cola and cut wheat diligently. Her hands and feet were a bit slow, but she was willing to put in the effort. Watching 2 beauties working alongside me, I felt incredibly content. With Cola's charm aura and my beast-taming aura boosting them, everyone glowed with a faint spiritual light, working harder and harder. But the one with the highest efficiency wasn't me. It was Potato. She didn't even need a sickle. With a wave of her little hand, entire swaths of wheat toppled neatly into rows, cleaner than any blade could cut. She was an earth and wood spirit, with absolute mastery over the wheat sprouts. The other two slimes used levitation magic, hauling the cut wheat bundle by bundle up to the top floor. This wheat still needed to be threshed and dried, and the top floor had just enough space. I'd already opened all the doors and windows up there to make it easier for them to move around. In less than an hour, the ripe field before us had been cut completely clean. Sure enough, many hands make light work. I wiped away the sweat, estimating that this single acre yielded at least 600 or 700 pounds, enough to feed the whole family for months, with plenty of seeds left over. After all that work, Coldy's guard finally dropped a little. This man was handsome, had rescued her heroically several times, and was capable too. He treated her, a mere servant, like a girlfriend, without a shred of arrogance, and even taught her how to do things hands-on, just like the sweetheart from her dreams. Soon, everyone returned to the vehicle, showered off, and got busy. Potato took the two slimes up to the top floor to thresh and dry the grain, keeping busy and having a blast. The big hen beside them was thrilled, constantly sneaking pecks at the wheat grains. Cluck, 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 cluck. Coldy went over to tease it, but the big hen didn't even recognize her anymore, flapping its wings and running off. You ungrateful chicken. Next time I'm not feeding you any more worms. Coldy huffed and fished two out from the nest. Egg. She'd gone to Cola to learn cooking. Potato snickered off to the side, laughing that she was actually picking a fight with a chicken. The bus smoothly started up again. I used the drone to skim behind us. G-Bota's convoy was just sitting there, not moving. Looks like this time, that space stone treasure chest is as good as mine. The words had barely left my mouth when everything went sideways. I'd just confirmed with the drone that the wheat field road ahead was clear. But right now, in the wheat field directly in front of the bus, a massive circular crop ring materialized out of thin air, like some kind of eerie magic array, glowing white, shooting straight up into the sky. I wasn't about to gamble on it. Bai Ling, reverse. Take a detour. Got it, master. The bus had just made a clean U-turn when a familiar, infuriating voice came crashing down from overhead. Caw, caw. That level 3 Black Abyss crow was back, and it was speaking human language. Hey kid, we meet again. You stole our captain's egg and you think you can just run? Oh, your captain lost an egg? Not my problem. Scram or die. I narrowed my eyes. In my last life, Cola's egg sat there rotting and nobody gave it a second glance. So why the hell was there suddenly a debt collector this time around? I couldn't be bothered to dig into it. This annoying crow, I'd had it out for the thing from the start. Bai Ling, drive straight toward the crop's circle. Yes, master. Bai Ling swung the bus around again and floored it. I plunged both hands into the vehicle's fire control system. The laser cannon slowly rose up, charging, aiming, locking on, all in one fluid motion. Target, red-eyed Black Abyss crow, level 3. The moment the crow saw the cannon barrel, its feathers instantly bristled. It didn't recognize what the thing was, but the instincts of a level 3 life form were screaming, "This thing can end you. Kid, let's talk this out. I'm just the messenger. You blew up my bus the first time we met. There's nothing to talk about. There was no way in hell I'd hand Cola over. She'd stopped being my pet long ago. She was my most important family." Boom! A blinding white flash tore through, and the laser pierced clean through the crow's body. It was about to die, but in the split second before its body melted away, it chose to self-destruct. Kid, let's die together. This is the Black Abyss energy I've spent 1,000 years storing up. Its level was low, but it was an ancient monster that had lived 1,000 years. This suicidal strike packed enough force to match a level 6 or 7 monster going all out. Boom! The instant I saw the explosion clearly, my pupils shrank. There was only one way to describe what I was looking at: a nuclear blast. A violent shockwave swept over us in an instant, and the bus was flung clean into the air, tumbling over and over. My head was one giant ringing roar, my ears couldn't hear a thing, and my body was thrown around and slammed against every side of the cabin. Bai Ling clung desperately to the controls. He somehow managed to bring the bus to a smooth stop, no rollover. The people inside, though, weren't so lucky. With the blast point at its center, a black and white mushroom cloud wrapped in a rain of black blood slowly rose into the sky. Even Jiboda, 100 miles away, felt the ground tremble beneath him. What the hell is that? He pointed at the mushroom cloud in the distance and asked Kuan Ba, the new right-hand man he'd just taken under his wing. Don't tell me somebody dropped a nuke? No way. Who's still got nukes these days? Kuan Ba shook his head. Then his eyes lit up. Holy crap. You don't think there's a nuclear arsenal up ahead, do you? Jiboda perked up instantly. For outlaws like them, the bigger the storm, the fatter the fish. Everybody get the hell up. Quit sleeping. We're moving out. If we can get our hands on a nuke, you think I'd still be scared of that old bastard brother Zheng hogging the first half of the road? He waved his hand. Everyone suit up in the combat gear the system issued, radiation-proof, gas-proof. At his command, the entire convoy roared to life, charging at full speed straight toward the center of the explosion. Meanwhile, at ground zero, I had just slid down the side of the bus compartment, my head still ringing. Luckily, I had my gang energy shielding me, plus over 20 points of physique. Aside from a bout of dizziness, I was fine. Bai Ling didn't have a scratch on her. The first thing I did was rush up to the second floor to check on Kola and Lung Meng. I bolted up to the second floor. Everything in the room was knocked over and scattered. Both girls had split their foreheads open. Lung Meng had instinctively shielded Kola in her arms, and now both of them had red, swollen welts on their temples. They'd passed out, wrapped around each other. I bent down and lifted them up. My left eye flashed golden as it scanned them for injuries. Nothing serious. Except, their injuries were exactly identical. Strange. I didn't dwell on it. Seeing how tightly they were clinging to each other, I just scooped them both up sideways at once. With my current physique, carrying two people was as light as a feather. I gently laid them down on the waterbed. The bedroom was a mess, but the bed was still in decent shape. After pouring a bottle of healing potion into each of them, I headed up to the third floor to check on the slimes. The grow room was a disaster. More than half the glass had shattered. Fortunately, all three slimes could levitate, so they were completely unharmed. Cluck cluck, the old hen was fine too. Looks like the two girls were worse off than a single chicken. Master, are you hurt? Potato flew over, circling around me to inspect. No need to check, I'm perfectly fine. Was it going to force me to admit I was worse off than a chicken? Tie up that hen so it doesn't run off. No need to tie it, Master. It'd starve if it went outside. You couldn't chase it away if you tried. I watched the old hen frantically pecking away at the wheat and figured that was true enough. Then let it be. Potato, grab the two of them and come downstairs with me. Got it. Whoosh whoosh. Potato didn't ask what had just happened. She didn't ask why I was heading downstairs, either. As a little one who knew her place, she was perfectly content just doing chores for her master and earning a couple words of praise. Back in the bedroom, I told her, take care of them for me. Call if anything comes up. I couldn't afford to waste time here. Even fixing the car had to wait, because we'd just been blasted into that eerie crop circle. There was something inexplicably wrong about this place. Potato glanced at the two women and flashed me an okay sign. Leave it to Potato. Go do what you need to. The little lowly in the white dress promised, patting her chest. I left behind a topical ointment and asked her to rub it on them. It would speed up healing and prevent scarring. The little one got to work right away, undressing the two, checking their wounds, and applying the medicine. I headed back to the cockpit. Bai Ling, how's the car? Not bad, Master. Our defenses are high. All the basic functions are intact. Just lost a bit of durability. A few panels and some glass got blown out. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it still drives. The reason I hadn't let Bai Ling possess that crow earlier was because its mental power was too strong. She might have gotten overpowered. Master, Lady Kola, and the others. They're hurt, but nothing serious. Potato's taking care of them. Get us moving. Let's get out of here. Bai Ling sensed something was off too and didn't dare linger. Going now. Oh, and we haven't collected the reward for killing that tier 3 red-eyed crow yet. Only then did I glance over. Ding. Killed tier 3 red-eyed crow. Drop. 20 kilograms of turkey meat. TCH, abyss creatures are so stingy. Not long after the car started moving, the wheat circles all around us suddenly seemed to come alive, shifting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, we'd been woven into a maze. White fog closed in from all sides, blotting out the world outside. Ignore it. Just plow straight through. Keep driving forward. Bai Ling silently obeyed. More than 10 minutes later, my expression darkened. We were back where we started. This is bad, master. We're lost. I spotted that shard of glass that had fallen off my own car. That's right. We were going in circles, trapped by some ghostly enchantment. Don't panic. Let me send up a drone to take a look. The drone had barely lifted off when the fog outside abruptly grew thicker. The whole world turned a blinding white. Impossible to see anything. The footage it sent back was nothing but pale nothingness too. I refused to believe this maze can trap a car and a drone. Ascend 10,000 meters. I sent the drone shooting straight up into the sky, hoping to look down from high above and find a way out. So this is the one the old crows had its eye on. Still thinking about getting out. My mental power was no small thing. From the static in the drone's feed, I actually caught the sound of people talking. This maze can trap 100 people at a time. Unless another 100 fools wander in, no one who enters is getting. He wants out. Too bad that old crow got careless and got killed by this guy. Let's not be like that stupid bird. We're not going anywhere. We just wait for the captain. That cryptic little exchange, no beginning, no end, gave me the creeping sense that I was being targeted. Could it be 2 birdmen? I ignored them and kept climbing. When the drone shot up to 10,000 meters, it finally broke through the fog. Master, we're out. Did we make it? Bai Ling cheered, eyes glued to the screen. No, this isn't 10,000 meters up. My drone was only 2 meters off the ground. My mind raced, and 2 ugly possibilities came to me. 1, we were actually 10,000 meters underground. 2, all the directions here were scrambled. Up, down, left, right, front, back, all flipped around. I didn't lose heart. At least now the drone could get a clear look outside. I swung the camera around to check out the crop circle behind us. What I saw next left me stunned. The crop circle on the outside looked exactly like what I'd seen before. No fog, just waist-high stalks of wheat. By all rights, there was no way anyone could get lost. But the world inside was a completely different animal. I tried to send the drone higher for a bird's-eye view. ZZT. ZZT. The second it flew a little farther, the signal got jammed and the screen dissolved into static. I had no choice but to give up and keep it hugging the ground. Bai Ling, drive forward. She did. But from the drone's point of view, the car was eerily drifting to the left, slowly at first, then more and more. Just as I thought, the space inside the crop circle is warped, I said grimly. Try every direction. Find the pattern. Got it, master. In the white fog, that rustling conversation started up again. Little 9, should we deal with that drone? Looks like this guy's starting to figure it out. No need. Wait till he cracks the pattern, then we change it. Ha ha ha. I couldn't hear a word of it. The minutes ticked by. Finally, I had all the scrambled directions sorted out, and I even sketched out a map of the maze on paper. What really traps people has never been the walls. It's a mind that can't tell which way is which. Once you understand the rules, a maze is just a wheat field. Master, you're incredible. Now we can get out of here. Let's hope so. Following the map, we moved steadily forward through the jumbled directions. The footage the drone sent back was encouraging. We really were leaving the crop circle. But just as we got within 100 meters of the exit, things went sideways again. The directions scrambled once more, and the car stopped heading out. Instead, it turned around and drove back in. Stop. Something's wrong. We ran the same trick again, but this time it was useless. When someone else holds the rules, every struggle is a waste of effort. And right then, a massive convoy came rolling up in the distance. It was G. Boda's gang of thugs. Boss, we hit the jackpot. It's all wheat. Idiot, don't you see there's no grain heads? This is all unripe green wheat. Brother G, it's right here. That explosion came from here. G. Boda raised his hand to signal the convoy to stop. He kicked the door open and jumped out, stepping across the rubble-strewn ground toward the center of the blast. All he saw was a black pit, dozens of feet deep. Where the hell was the weapons cache? Damn it, you're the one who said there was a weapons cache. He whipped his head around, his eyes looking like they could devour someone whole. Kuan Ba shrank his neck in terror, cursing inwardly. Serving this guy is like living with a tiger. Kuan Ba, you son of a bitch, you dare mess with me? Wasting all my fuel. You tired of living? Brother G, calm down. Calm down. Kuinba hurriedly pointed at the crater. Look how deep this thing blew. Maybe it killed some high-level mutant beast. He poked his head over the edge and peered inside. His eyes suddenly lit up. There's something down there. Brother G, there really is. I wasn't lying. G. Boda leaned in to look. You. Get down there. He grabbed a scrawny underling at random and kicked him in. It was a good 40-foot drop, but luckily there was soft mud at the bottom. The kid landed grimacing in pain, but at least he was still breathing. Brother G, it's meat. Tons of turkey meat, a full 45 pounds. Eat it and you grow feathers. Grow feathers? You mean you can fly? G. Boda's eyes turned red in an instant. In his mind, he could already see himself with a pair of wings, ruling the 100-district highway. In the apocalypse, clean meat was already worth more than gold, let alone meat that granted powers. Anybody dares take a single bite, I'll skin you alive. Get it up here now. Meanwhile, hidden in the wheat field, a drone captured every bit of it, crystal clear. I stared at the crowd scrambling for the meat on my screen. It pissed me off, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. Right now, the priority was getting out of this godforsaken crop circle. G. Boda had brought over a dozen tier, 3 vehicles, plus that tier, 4 heavy truck of his, and 200 or 300 men. Going head-to-head, I'd come out on the losing end. Kuinba, my gaze locked onto that bowing, scraping figure, my eyes turning colder inch by inch. I spared your worthless dog's life, and here you are turning traitor again. The drone quietly dropped lower. But Kuinba had sharp eyes. He immediately spotted that familiar bust deep in the wheat field. His eyes lit up, and he scrambled over to claim his reward. Brother G, great news. Look over there. That's the fattest sheep in our whole district. Loaded with cash, packed with good stuff. A fat sheep. That's right. Just him alone, plus a gorgeous succubus who can fight off the eerie ones. G. Boda followed where he was pointing and immediately fixed his eyes on the thick, long laser cannon barrel mounted on top of the bus. Holy shit, that cannon barrel. That's so damn badass. Something that good. They actually put it on some beat-up Class 3 vehicle. What a waste. He licked his lips, his eyes brimming with greed. Today's my lucky day. Kuinba, nice work. Once this is done, I've got 5 women in my car. Pick one and take her with you. Thank you, Brother G. Kuinba trembled with excitement. I'll go grab him right now. Not so fast. G. Boda held him back and pointed toward the crop circle glowing with a pale light. Take 50 men. Sneak up on him quietly. Don't tip him off. Got it. Kuinba slung his rifle over his shoulder and led more than 50 underlings forward in a crouch, eager to finish the job so he could get back and have his fun. Without a single glance back, he plunged into the wheat field. Beside G. Boda, a Bing leaned in and murmured, Brother G, that crop circle is seriously creepy. Why'd you let Brother Kuin go in there? Creepy? So creepy means we don't need the firepower. G. Boda sneered. So what if Kuinba dies? As long as I get that cannon barrel, my strength goes up at least 30%. That's a laser cannon. One shot takes down a Class 3 mutant beast. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the crop circle. But after Kuinba and his men went in, it was like a stone dropping into the sea. Not a sound, not a stir. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? What the hell are you scared of? The car windows are all shattered. The people inside are probably already dead. G. Boda cursed under his breath, growing impatient. Inside the crop circle, Kuinba was now completely lost. Where am I? Is this the same wheat field from just now? Why is it all white fog? He shouted a few times. No one answered. His men had lost their heads too, spinning in place like headless flies. Watching this, a chill ran through me. Good thing I hadn't rushed out. It turned out it wasn't just the vehicle that got trapped. People who went in were trapped too. Those 2 mysterious voices had been telling the truth. This maze was alive. Outside, G. Boda grew more and more anxious. The men who'd entered the crop circle walked right up to the car window, and yet couldn't see the bus sitting right in front of them. Less than 10 meters separated the 2 sides, but it was like 2 different worlds. The 2 people in the white fog breathed a sigh of relief too. Good thing these idiots got scared. Nobody should come in again. But what they never expected was that G. Boda simply didn't believe in any of that supernatural nonsense. A Bing, you figure out the trick yet? I think so. It's like everyone who goes and gets trapped in the maze and loses all sense of direction. But I can't come up with a way to crack it. Simple. G-Boda spat. Everyone ties a rope around their waist, and the people outside hold on to it. Then draw a map and follow it. I don't believe we can't get that cannon barrel off, and we'll fish out the people inside while we're at it. Abing was G-Boda's best fighter, a former underground boxing champion who obeyed his every word. Yes, sir. To be safe, Abing took 80 men in at once, each of them around the waist, tied on the rough hemp rope and gripped the crude map in his hand. Everybody be careful. Take apart the gun barrel first. Don't touch anything else. Got it, boss. Hey, boss, this wheat's all ripe. Can we cut some to take back and eat later? Cut the chatter. Business first. The 80 men sucked in a deep breath and charged into the crop circle together. The guys outside clutched the rope for dear life, not daring to let go. The instant the last man stepped into the circle, the white mist before my eyes receded like a retreating tide. The warped space snapped back to normal in a heartbeat. Kuan Ba and his men, who'd just been spinning in circles, suddenly came to their senses. Every last pair of eyes locked onto the bus. I knew it. Round up 100 people, and the seal breaks. I slapped the console, startling Bai Ling. Bai Ling, throw it in reverse. Punch it for the exit. Don't let them get near us. Yes, master. Bai Ling yanked the wheel hard, and the bus roared backward. The tires ran straight over Kuan Ba, who hadn't even had time to react. Splat. The massive wheels, heavy as a 3-story building, bore down. Kuan Ba didn't even get to scream before he burst open like a watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered all over the guy standing next to him. Ding. You witnessed an extremely disturbing scene. Madness plus 50. Ah. The man's shriek tore across the wheat field. The bus didn't slow for a second. It barreled straight ahead, ramming a few guys who got in the way and tearing off toward the exit in a cloud of dust. Outside, G-Boda watched me get away with his own eyes, so furious his face turned green. He kicked over the man beside him. After him. Everybody in the cars. We're running that little bastard down today, no matter what. A dozen cars started up at once and roared toward the crop circle. But the moment the crowd pulled out of the circle, leaving exactly 99 people inside, the white mist rose again. Everyone inside was trapped once more. The men outside hauled on the hemp rope with everything they had, but it wouldn't budge an inch, as if nailed in place by some invisible force. The eerie magnetic field cut off all connection between inside and out. Brother G, let it go. This crop circle really is haunted. Let's take another road and chase him. Yeah, Brother G, our guys are all trapped in there. Let it go. G-Boda's eyes were bloodshot. He jabbed a finger at the crop circle and roared. I got played like a fool by some kid driving a level 3 car, and I lost this many brothers doing it. Word gets out, and how am I supposed to run things in District 100 ever again? He drew the machete from his belt. Cold light flashed as he pointed it at the wheat field. Can't catch him, huh? Fine. Everybody, start cutting the wheat. Cut this whole damn circle down. I don't believe for 1 second that once the wheat's gone, it can still block my way. I floored that beat-up old bus, tearing down the desolate highway. G-Boda had already marked me as his prize catch, and there was no way he'd let go. The convoy was massive. No doubt it was packing job changers, plus that Tier 4 battle tank rigged with 3 main cannons. In a head-on fight, I was as good as dead. That's why I didn't dare stop to make repairs. The eerie crop circle maze behind me. Who knew how long it'd hold them back? Every second was another chip in my bet to stay alive. I recalled my old drone, its battery drained, and launched a brand new scout to map the way ahead. Then came the bad news. On the drone's feed, 2 blinding points of light were closing in fast. Earlier, that red-eyed crow's suicide blast had wrecked the chassis hard, cutting my speed by nearly a third. If I didn't stop to fix it soon, getting caught was just a matter of time. Wait, just 2 Tier 3 sports cars. I froze for a second, then broke into a grin. They've got the nerve to try and shake me down? Do they think my cannon barrel's a fire poker? Bai Ling slowed down. Someone's bringing us supplies. Understood, master. The battered bus gradually eased off, holding a steady cruise. I rubbed my hands together and fired up the onboard fire control system. Behind me, the 2 Tier 3 sports cars came screaming closer. The moment they hit my range, I didn't waste words. Lock on, aim, Fire. Boom. Space shuddered faintly as a searing white laser tore through the air, biting dead-on into the flashy pink sports car in the lead. Crack. A pale blue transparent safety shield shattered on impact. What insane power. One shot and it smashed my shield. A woman with a face full of pockmarks screamed. Blade. His cannon's that strong, so the cooldown's gotta be slow. You go. Got it. You fall back and lay down cover fire. The pink car instantly swerved and pulled back as a bright yellow sports car came charging forward, its two mounted machine guns roaring at once. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets hammered the chassis like a downpour, clattering everywhere. Luckily, the bus's armor was thick enough that any rounds punching through had already lost their bite. The real problem, my rear right tire got blown out. Good thing this was a 12-wheel heavy-duty bus. Lose one tire, and it still runs smooth. Damn it, that's actually a rare shield. No wonder she had the guts to come after me alone. I cursed under my breath. Bai Ling, full speed, swerve left. I'll bet they don't have a second one. The cannon swung around and locked onto the pink car again. Oh no, Blade. He's aiming at me again, and my shield's gone. Use mine. That slick little move a kilometer out was captured crystal clear by my drone. I snorted. Playing the hero to save the damsel? Then what are you gonna do for yourself? The cannon whipped violently toward the yellow car, charging out in front. Boom, boom. The laser punched clean through the engine bay, and the fuel tank detonated instantly. The yellow car spun out, drifting hundreds of meters before erupting into a fireball. Blade bailed from the car on the spot, tumbling more than a dozen times across the ground. His head split open. Blood pooled beneath him. He didn't move. Blade. The pockmarked woman's eyes went wide with fury, her scream raw and gut-wrenching. She and Blade were lovers who'd bled together, cheated death together, and now her eyes went crimson with rage. Ding. Witnessed the death of a loved one. Frenzy plus 60. You little bastard. I'll make you pay with your life. She floored the gas, the speedometer climbing to 155. Then she stood straight up in the convertible, a massive howitzer hoisted onto her shoulder. It was the piece old G had gone through hell to get his hands on, loaned to them for the time being. Boom. A shell screamed in and detonated on the pavement right beside the bus. The shockwave rocked the entire vehicle hard, throwing off the cannon's aim. The Everdark already carried old wounds from a Tier 3 nuclear blast. A shell like that, one that could flip a tank, wasn't something it could just shrug off either. My stomach dropped. There was a good chance this woman was just like me. She'd bought herself a talent, too. Couldn't afford to get careless. While her cannon was on cooldown, I hurried to reload. Out of magic? Live rounds would have to do. Those 2 crates of ammo the fat guy had shoved at me were about to earn their keep. I grabbed a crate, 3 shells to a box, and rushed back up to the 3rd floor. The shell might have been cracked, but Bai Ling handled it with ease, weaving and dodging while firing back with the machine gun. But the bullets slammed into that pink barrier and couldn't punch through, not right away. All I could do was chip at it, bit by bit. Another shell came crashing down. Boom. Her accuracy was garbage, but the power was terrifying. Several explosions in a row jolted Kola and Lung Ming awake down on the 2nd floor, where they'd been fast asleep. They poked their heads up to look out the window, faces pale. 200 meters. The pockmarked woman thought she'd finally cracked Bai Ling's evasion pattern. Die, you murderer. You belong in hell. But before she could pull the trigger, a dull, resonant hum. It hit her hard enough that her throat went sweet, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack. The pink sports car's final layer of shielding began to splinter, inch by inch. Before she even registered what was happening, that massive cannon barrel had locked onto her again, glowing white. No, I'm still young. I'm only 38. Hum boom. She never finished. The pink sports car was skewered by the laser and erupted into a fireball that shot skyward. I was gasping for breath, slumped against the center console, wiping the sweat off my face. Damn it. Almost bought it back there. I shot a glance at the drone feed. Old G's main force was nowhere in sight. They wouldn't be catching up anytime soon. Bai Ling, pull back. Let's swallow their car first. Master, that was way too close. Good thing that woman was an idiot. I hadn't quite shaken the fear either. If I'd swapped out the ammo ahead of time, I never would have been in such a sorry state. The post-game analysis boiled down to one thing. I'd had it too easy. Easy enough to underestimate the enemy. Your life is your own, and luck is never something you should be betting it on. Next time, I've got to teach Potato how to reload. The fight was over. Cola and Lung Meng. She finally worked up the nerve to come over, timidly asking what had happened. While maneuvering the bus closer to the wreckage, I gave her the quick rundown. When we reached the pink sports car, I didn't rush to have Bai Ling devour it. Only the trunk was still intact. Maybe there was something good stashed inside. I pried open the mangled trunk lid, and the system prompt chimed in immediately. Ding. Detected. AI companion, Xiao Yin, male, universal wrench ×1, howitzer barrel ×1. This pockmarked chick acted so devoted to Brother Blade, but she was secretly keeping an AI companion on the side? I let out a scornful laugh, grabbed the wrench and the barrel, tossed that Xiao Yin onto the roadside, and signaled Bai Ling to swallow the car. Ding. Devoured tier, 3 pink battle sports car. Highway coins +75, top speed +50, bronze chest ×1. Come on, there's another one up ahead. The yellow sports car had burned down to a heap of scrap metal. Both the man and the woman were long dead. Ding. Devoured tier, 3 yellow battle sports car. Highway coins +75, top speed +50, bronze chest ×1. After swallowing 2 tier, 3 cars, my bus's top speed shot straight up to 342. Add one more howitzer, and now, even if I ran into G. Boda himself, I'd have a fighting chance. Right then, a blood-red warning suddenly popped up on Lung Meng's system panel, visible to the entire cabin. Warning: your personal loan is 2 days overdue. If the principal and penalty interest are not repaid before midnight tonight, the system will forcibly reclaim your body. The next second, another chime sounded. Ding. Your loan principal and interest of 105 highway coins has been paid off on your behalf by Eternal Night. Your negative credit record has been deleted. We look forward to your next loan. My balance, 146. Lung Meng shuddered all over, jerking her head up, her eyes filled with something close to worship. Thud. She dropped straight to her knees. My lord, thank you for saving my life again. I don't know how I could ever repay you. This was already the 3rd time I'd saved her. I reached out and stroked the pair of soft, still warm cat ears on top of her head. Get up. Since I've taken you in, your problems are all of our problems now. From now on, if you're in trouble, come to me, or come to Cola, either works. Don't try to tough it out alone. I put the prayer amulet I'd confiscated earlier back on her. Lung Meng touched the amulet, tears streaming down her face. Stop crying. I just so happened to pick up a universal wrench. Come help me fix the car. With more people working on a vehicle together, the repair speed doubled. The bus had only taken damage to its exterior. Once fixed, it would be back to full health. I used the drone to scan behind us once more. G. Boda's convoy still hadn't made a move. What I didn't know was that over on their end, all hell had already broken loose. A tier 4 horror beauty spider, leading 2 tier 3 mutant scarecrows, emerged from the corn maze, and sent G. Boda's convoy scrambling, retreating in disarray. Meanwhile, deep within the maze, Captain, the guy who stole your egg already got away. Useless. That's not our fault. It was all that idiot G. Boda stirring up trouble. Even the old crow is dead. The dark figure was silent for a moment, its voice cold as ice. It's fine. He can't run. At the next station, I'll catch him myself. Ding. Repair list generated. 72 highway coins, 15 glass, 20 sheet metal, 10 rubber. Confirm? Yes. The system popped up the work order, and I synced it to Lung Meng with one tap. The division of labor was seamless. I handled the glass. Lung Meng patched the sheet metal. Bai Ling stood watch in the cab, keeping an eye on our surroundings. Cola, along with Potato and Slime, crouched on the floor doing a deep clean, putting the rooms wrecked by the explosion and firefight back in order inch by inch. The vehicle was parked right on the roadside, no warning triangle out. A textbook traffic violation. But a pair of enforcers with celestial eyes drifted lazily through the sky above the highway, glanced at us, did nothing, and moved on. My lord, why didn't the enforcers fine us? Lung Meng tapped the dented sheet metal with her wrench and looked up curiously. I shrugged. Didn't you check the public board? The enforcement squad only hassles level 1 and 2 vehicles right now. They haven't gotten around to level 3 yet. But don't go spreading that around. No sense inviting trouble. I pointed at the figures that had just flown off. Lung Ming nodded emphatically, her eyes full of admiration. I'm a year younger than her, yet she thinks I know everything. Just yesterday, she was cursing me as a pervert. Today, she nearly blurted out a different title, but the demon mark on her lower abdomen grew faintly hot, reminding her she was just a maid. Just then, Cola came running over with a wrung-out damp towel and stood on her tiptoes to wipe the sweat from my forehead. Master, take a break before you keep going. I took the towel and wiped my face. Can't. G-Boda could come after us any minute. Only once the vehicle's fixed will we have any real footing. I handed the towel to Lung Ming. You wipe off too. Your face is covered in grease and grime. Cola pulled out 2 more bottles of ice-cold cola and pressed them into our hands. Working outdoors in 104-degree heat stroke was all too easy. Thank you, mistress. Lung Ming quickly took hers, and though her fingertips touched the icy bottle, her heart felt warm. She had long since fully accepted Cola as her mistress, without the slightest resistance. Half an hour later, the vehicle was repaired. I had Bai Ling drive at full speed to the next 3-way junction, relatively safe here. It was still early. A few stray level 1 mutant wolves and level 2 rock monsters lingered by the roadside. I took the 2 girls out of the vehicle to get some practice in. Half an hour later, I had a clear read on what they could do. Cola was almost unstoppable against level 1 mutant beasts. Even if it can't beat a tier 2, it can still get away clean thanks to its bloodline pressure and flight. Lung Ming, though, was pure deadweight. A few steps of running and she'd be doubling over, gasping for breath, getting chased all over the place by wild beasts. It was all me and Cola keeping her safe. A woman with 7 points of physique, losing a fight was par for the course. In this lawless world, being weak meant being at everyone's mercy. So many people had nothing to trade for a single bite of food but their own lives. Every deal hung by a thread that could snap at any moment. Forget it. From now on, just stay home and handle the housework, I said offhandedly. But Lung Ming thought she saw the disdain in my eyes. She dropped her head instantly and curled up into herself. That wasn't what I meant at all. I just wanted to wait until she'd changed classes before saying anything more. Giving her back the Buddha amulet earlier was to boost her odds of a successful class change. If she really just wanted to live a quiet life as an ordinary woman, I'd respect that too. Master, how could you say that to Lung Ming? For the first time, Cola puffed up her cheeks and glared at me. She inherited half of my devour skill. What? I froze. Lung Ming looked just as stunned. She hurriedly pulled up her status panel. Name, Lung Ming. Age, 23. Level, LV 0%. Physique, 8. Spirit, 11. Trait, succubus devour, slave. Effect, daily intimate interaction with Cola or Chunyi grants +1 physique. Lung Ming swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. Getting stronger just from intimate interaction? She'd been contracted by Cola, so why did I count 2? What she didn't know was that Cola's demonic markings were forged from my own blood and essence in the first place. Hers were naturally cut from the same cloth. She turned the panel around to show me. After reading it, I said just 2 words to Cola. Badass. Night had fully fallen. Bai Ling restarted the vehicle and kept driving down the highway. The cabin was spotless, like no battle had ever happened. Lung Ming made dinner. It couldn't compare to my cooking or Cola's, but at least nothing was burnt, edible enough to choke down. No wheat noodles today. The wheat wasn't dried yet, and without a mill, it could only pass as coarse grain. Even Fatty, always the smooth talker, didn't have the nerve to compliment it. He just buried his head and shoveled it down. I didn't care. Going forward, I'd be cooking less and less. I had to pour all my energy into leveling up and building my strength. Now that the 100 zones had merged, brutal players were popping up left and right. Only by getting AI Mayor could I go toe-to-toe with those monsters. Beast Tamers were unstoppable in the late game, but pathetically weak early on. Just feeding yourself was hard in the apocalypse. Anyone who could afford to play as a Beast Tamer was, without exception, a survivor with deep pockets. If I hadn't contracted Cola right at the start, I'd probably still be a nobody getting pushed around, too scared to even fight back. After dinner, a few of the girls were in the driver's cabin helping me sell off the extra vegetables, shopping, and picked up some basic growth serums while I was at it. After that run, My funds had recovered a good chunk, and I'd stockpiled 10 vials of serum. That's when a message popped up on the public channel that made my face darken. G. Boda had posted a sky-high bounty on the Zone 100 public board, a hit on me. Meanwhile, inside G. Boda's tier 4 war rig, a few people beaten to a bloody pulp were tied up on the floor, all former members of Kuenba's crew. Over 100 of our brothers died horribly, all because of this trash. To give his brothers some closure, G. Boda pinned the whole thing on Kuenba. He sat in the seat of honor, toying with a gleaming, cold-edged dagger, his face dark enough to drip water. "Hey Bing, stop hitting them. Drag them off and feed them to my savage goblin." "Yes, Brother G." A few underlings stepped forward and dragged the unconscious men out. The cabin quickly fell silent, leaving only a faint smell of blood. "You're sure Brother Blade and Sister Vulture both died at Chinya's hands?" "Yes, Brother G. Sister Vulture sent a video right before she died." A. Bing threw the footage up on the central control screen. It was the scene of me firing the laser cannon in rapid succession. G. Boda's pupils contracted sharply. Rapid-fire laser cannon. He slammed the table and shot to his feet. A normal laser cannon takes half an hour to cool down between shots, and he fired that many in a row. "So what do we do now? Just take a crew and go after him." "Go after him, my ass," G. Boda snapped. "This godforsaken place has more forks than an anthill. You think you know which way he ran? A. Bing, go post a bounty on the public board." "How much?" 3 tiers. He held up 3 fingers. First tier, 200 for accurate location intel. Second tier, 1,000 for his head. Third tier, take him alive, 3,000, plus a fully armed tier, 3 combat sports car. A. Bing was startled. "Brother G, 3,000 plus a car? That's almost half of everything we've got. What if someone just keeps those 2 cannons for themselves?" G. Boda sneered. "Keep them? Anything of mine isn't so easy to swallow. Besides, capturing him alive gets you 3,000 in a car. Who's going to knock themselves out over 2 lousy cannons for nothing?" He paused, his eyes turning even more vicious. "Anyway, it's not the cannons I want." The massive explosion, the eerie crop circles, that tier 4 beauty spider that came out of nowhere. All these strange things are connected to him. That laser cannon is just a bonus. Even if I can't pry his secrets out of him, I'll kill him to make an example. Otherwise, every stray dog will think they can walk all over me. How am I supposed to run things after that? "Understood, Brother G. I'll go post it right now." A. Bing turned and headed out. G. Boda walked to the window, gazing out at the ink-black highway, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Chen Yi, a lone drifter, thinks he can go up against me. Fight me? In this world, everything comes down to power and connections. What have you got to challenge me with? I'll make sure you can't take a single step in this whole district." The night passed without another word. The commotion next door kept Lung Meng up all night. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. It wasn't until the first gray light of dawn that she finally managed to close her eyes. Suddenly, the covers dipped, and a warm body slipped in beside her. A familiar masculine scent instantly wrapped around her. It was me. I reached out to block Lung Meng as she lunged toward me, my fingertips stopping in midair. Her belly felt tight, her legs had gone weak, and her eyes were full of anticipation. A pale purple attribute orb, one only I could see, floated in the pitch-black covers, glowing softly. One extra person really does make a difference. Another orb. If someone's but crushed this thing, I'd be heartbroken. "Huh? Lung Meng, you're awake." Her eyes snapped shut, and she buried her head under the blanket, heart pounding. "No, I'm not awake. My lord, please continue. Just pretend I'm not here." 23 years old, and still an untouched maiden. Her face was hot enough to fry an egg. "What nonsense is this?" I rolled my eyes. "I only came to ask you to make breakfast." "Forget it. Since you can produce attribute points, go back to sleep. I'll handle it." Muttering to myself, I closed the door behind me and went to scavenge the leftover attribute orbs from last night in the other rooms. I left her alone in bed, her face full of resentment. By the time I finished searching and came back, well, what do you know? Lung Meng had crossed her snow-white legs and was sound asleep, draped over the stove with her, but sticking up, while the porridge in the pot was about to burn. How does someone fall asleep just cooking? I sighed. turned off the heat, and scooped up her soft little body to carry her back to bed. By the time she jolted awake, the kitchen was spotless, with porridge, side dishes, and roasted meat all kept warm in the thermal box. But when she tilted her head to listen, strange waves of energy were rippling out from the room I shared with Coco. At that moment, I was crouched by the bed, my brow furrowed into a knot. Lying on the bed was a giant golden-silver egg, as tall as a person. Pale golden veins flowed across the shell, flickering on and off, while a sweet, alluring, otherworldly fragrance filled the air. The shell hadn't hardened yet. Its surface still shimmered with a liquid sheen. Yesterday, when I broke through to become a first-tier life form, transferring my essence blood had accidentally triggered Coco's evolution. And the scale of it was far more dramatic than my own transformation had been. She's actually reforming an egg? Why has there been no movement for so long? My palms were sweating. I abruptly activated my golden left eye. My vision pierced straight through the shell. Coco was curled up inside, her whole body wrapped in golden light. Her heartbeat, thump, thump, pulsed through the shell, and with each beat, the golden veins glowed a little brighter. Just then, the shell suddenly trembled. A pulling force erupted from the egg's core, clamping down hard on my wrist. Caught off guard, I was yanked forward, my chest pressing against the scorching. The liquid eggshell dissolved most of my clothes in an instant. Golden patterns rippled outward, coming alive as they snaked across my skin and burrowed into my body. I could feel it clearly. My life force was being drained away at breakneck speed, while a purer, more refined energy flowed back in return. Something's wrong. Just as I moved to break free, a pale little hand reached out from the egg, seized my arm, and yanked me inward. "Master, I need your..." My heart clenched. I remembered the first time I met her, back when a congenital defect left her unable to break out of her shell. Her powerful pheromones instantly burned away the rest of my clothes, and I was dragged bodily into the egg. The liquid shell slowly solidified into a semi-transparent gold, and through it you could faintly make out two figures intertwined. Silver and gold light surged brighter, flickering on and off at a rhythm that matched my heartbeat exactly. I was completely enveloped in the sweet, primal egg white, breathing only through the connection Cola fed me. My life force poured endlessly into her as she nestled against me, my HP compressed and refined in a mad frenzy. Thank God my divine regeneration talent had been fully activated. Boundless energy gushed out from within me, just barely holding the balance. In a blink, 6 full hours passed. Crack! I burst through the shell. The primal egg white had been sucked completely dry by the two of us. Ding! Divine Tier Beast Cola has successfully advanced to LV1. Ding! You have gained HP plus 100 permanently, MP plus 10 permanently. I dressed us both first, then took a closer look at how we'd each changed. Cola looked more mature now, her figure fuller. As for me, I'd shot up another 5 centimeters to 185, a solid second growth spurt. But appearance was secondary. The explosive surge in HP and mana made me feel completely reborn. I pulled up her stats. Name, Cola level, LV1. HP, 11,159 MP, 1,000. Physique, 62. Spirit, 62. Lifespan, bound to host. Traits, dark energy, lucky right hand. Charm body devour, charisma aura, wound licking. HSSS, I sucked in a sharp breath. 62. Physique. Anything over 50 grants immunity to pistols and rifles. Practically unkillable. That's the kind of number only a Tier 3 lifeform has. And she'd blown past it at level 1. Not to mention that HP of over 10,000. She was basically a world boss. The foundation of a divine tier creature really was unfathomably deep. Master, Cola can protect you now. She raised her right hand, and a jet-black energy orb the size of a marble condensed in her palm. She walked to the window and tossed it out casually. BZZT. In the distance, an empty lot warped and space itself buckled as a muffled blast erupted. That's dark energy, costs 10 mana, packs the punch of a jewel. 末尾原文不完整，威力敌一颗手句子未结束，故译文也在此处中断。Grenade. I stared dumbfounded. Sure, you can buy grenades. But who ever heard of one you could just toss on a whim? A support-type beast tamer, and now she'd suddenly picked up some real firepower. Holy shit, that's badass. I grabbed her and planted a kiss on her. You hungry? Let me grill you some meat. She nodded, blushing. I opened the door to a kitchen full of smoke. Lung Meng, what the hell are you doing? Cooking without turning on the range hood. I knew something felt off. She scrambled to flip on the exhaust fan. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and there were several scorched dishes sitting on the stove. I took the spatula from her and had her watch on the side, whipping up a meal in no time before calling everyone over to eat. Lung Meng was so embarrassed she couldn't even lift her head. After the meal, I had Kola keep teaching her housework while I headed into the cockpit. Bai Ling had already driven us thousands of miles out. At every fork in the road, we'd relied on Lung Meng's drone to scout ahead. No wrong turns. Nobody's faster than me this time, right? The words had barely left my mouth when a bright red system announcement pinned itself to the top of the screen, flashing. Ding! Congratulations to player Justice for the first kill of a Tier 4 epic creature Medusa. Rewards: random class change card ×1, epic equipment chest ×1, server-wide announcement ×1. The chat channel blew up. Justice, big shot, top 10 in the 100 servers. We can't even see your taillights anymore. Medusa? That monster that turns you to stone with one look. Toss us a red packet, big guy. Ding. Justice has sent a server-wide red packet. I tapped it instantly. Ding. So sorry, you're a step too late. 2,000 highway coins, snatched clean in a second. I grabbed $10. Thanks, Bro Justice. This is Bro Justice. I'd like to take this chance to sincerely invite all class changers to join the Justice Alliance. Generous treatment guaranteed. Staring at a screen full of Bro Justice is the man. I let out a scornful laugh and closed the interface. That name, as glorious as it looked now, that's exactly how pathetic it would become later. Nobody knew that this man, the one even G. Boda had to bow to, had already been sentenced to death. He'd killed Medusa, the wild god's beloved pet, and hadn't even spared the divine offspring in her womb. The wild god couldn't act personally, but had issued a realm-wide bounty: kill Justice, and you'd become the chosen one. The outcome wasn't hard to imagine. Betrayed by all, dying a wretched death at the hands of some lowlife. No matter how strong you are, in the end you're just a stepping stone for someone else. In my past life, I too had coveted that divine power, but I was too weak, too afraid to throw my life away. This time I had the right to fight for it, but I had zero interest in playing lapdog to some god with such twisted tastes. Just think about that Medusa, chained up on the highway as a plaything. She'd once been a chosen one too. What her divine power bought her was the loss of her freedom. The god couldn't touch other players, but could abuse his own divine envoy however he pleased. Whoever wants that job can have it. This life, I'm going to become a god myself. But no one had ever made it all the way down this road. In my past life, I heard from a mysterious merchant: break through to a level 10 life form, and you transcend the mortal realm, your body rivaling the gods themselves. I shook my head. I was only level 1 right now. Level 10 was a long way off. I pulled up the trading menu and did my daily sweep. I grabbed every growth serum priced under 15 highway coins, and just like that, I'd racked up 14 of them. Leveling up to 2 takes 100 bottles. 10 days should do it. Let's go. Kola came pounding down the stairs, clutching a bronze alien treasure chest to her chest. Master, look what I got. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained Alien Universal Engine Die. Effect: converts any energy source into fuel, gasoline, diesel, solar, electric, biomass, etc. Holy crap. Are you cheating or something with that luck? I knew exactly how valuable it was. Once a vehicle hit level 4, regular diesel couldn't cut it anymore. You needed premium fuel. And if you weren't careful, that was 50 highway coins per 100 kilometers. The stations out at the 10,000 kilometer mark would run you thousands. Even Big Bro G, with his level 4 ride, never dared to floor it. All because of the fuel costs. With this thing, forget diesel. From now on I could run on garbage, or even corpses. Never again would I have to fight anyone for premium fuel in this life. My eyes lit up. I set the engine down, scooped up Kola, and spun her around twice. This girl was straight up blessed by the heavens. She could fight. She could take a hit. and she could crack open treasure chests. Master, put me down. I'm getting dizzy. She was hoisted up high, giggling like crazy. Bai Ling, pull over. Yes, master. The car steadied, and I tossed the engine onto the center console. Ding. Rare universal engine detected. Shut off engine and install. Yes. Installation complete. Clunk. An old diesel engine dropped out from underneath the car. I got out, tossed it into the warehouse, and kept it as a backup. Bai Ling started up. Click, soft as flicking a lighter. The car fired up instantly and shot off into the distance with a whoosh. No hum, no vibration, quieter than an electric car. It used to take 4 seconds to hit 100 kilometers per hour. Now it took 2. Twice as fast off the line. Rare gear really is in a league of its own. Lung Meng, hearing the noise stop, came running down the stairs. My lord, is the car broken? Her face went pale, and she spun around to grab a wrench. I'll fix it. It's got to be the engine. I grabbed her arm and pressed a hand to my forehead. Who told you a quiet car means it's broken? What else could it be? Buses always go clunk, 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 don't they? She said, dead serious. Cola was doubled over laughing beside us. Ha ha. Lung Meng, you're too adorable. Master just got a universal engine. No more noise when we ride from now on. There's really something that amazing? That's not even the best part. It can burn literally anything for fuel. And we'll never have to worry about running out of oil again. Lung Meng's mouth fell open, her eyes wide as saucers, staring at Cola with pure admiration. Little did she know, this girl was born with the ultimate cheat-level buff, the lucky right hand. All right, Cola, keep teaching her how to cook. I've got business to handle. Once the two of them headed upstairs, I pulled out the bronze treasure chest I'd gotten yesterday from devouring that sports car. Ding. Obtained 30 road coins. Ding. Obtained M4 automatic rifle. SOSO. Not great, not terrible. I collected the rewards and got back to my grind. If I didn't want to be pushed around by the future chosen ones, I had to build up my combat power ahead of time. Right now, it was an era ruled by firearms, but the future belonged to those with superpowers. I rolled out my training mat, sat down cross-legged, and slowly began refining the serum. Ding. Gang Chi +1, permanent HP +5, EXP +5. I was getting faster, about 1 vial every 20 minutes now. Before I knew it, evening had arrived. I just finished my 10 vials for the day and was catching my breath when Lung Meng came downstairs in her cat ear-made outfit to call me for dinner. My lord, dinner is ready. Today's meal actually looked pretty decent. Not bad. Keep it up. Thank you for the praise, my lord. It's all thanks to the mistress's teaching. Getting complimented was rare for her, so she buried her head and took happy little bites, beaming with joy. After dinner, I told her to remember to bring a meal over to Fatty Chien every day. She quietly took note. Everyone else was on the public channel selling dishes to make money for me, same as always. Today's income was 210 road coins, plus a few more vials of serum. Total balance, 257. Once everyone was asleep, I called Lung Meng back down. Master, you called for me? I pointed at the training mat beneath my feet. Come here. She immediately slipped off her shoes and knelt down beside me, her heart pounding like crazy. A man and a woman all alone, fresh out of the shower. He wouldn't be wanting to, work out, would he? Take this. I tossed her a pale blue vial. Growth serum. You've never absorbed one before, right? Her eyes went wide. Huh? No, no, no. This is way too valuable. How could a maid like me use my master's things? She started trying to shove it back at me. Cut the nonsense. I tossed her a yellowed copy of the Muscle Tendon Transformation Manual too. When I tell you to cultivate, you cultivate. These techniques can only be practiced by humans anyway. Leaving them lying around is just a waste. She wouldn't dare defy me, so she had no choice but to absorb and refine it. In the end, it took her a full 3 hours to finish just 1 vial, and she collapsed on the spot, completely drained. Ding. Gang Chi +1, permanent HP +5, EXP +5. Haha. Master, I really can't take it anymore. I don't have an ounce of strength left. She lay sprawled across the mat, cheeks flushed red, her cat ears drooping limply. But I didn't tell her, back in my past life, the first time I absorbed a growth serum, I was in far worse shape than she was. That's just how it goes. Nobody gets stronger without first getting knocked around till they see stars. Lung Ming lay there on the floor, and the more she thought about it, the more right, I did it on purpose, no question about it. Kola and I are both plenty strong, yet here I am, forcing a little maid to train in martial arts, and putting her in that cat ear maid outfit, just to feed a certain someone's dirty little kink, obviously. She bit her lip and shut her eyes, wearing the look of someone marching bravely to their death. My lord, if you want me, just take me. I'll hold back my cries. Puffed. Bai Ling's translucent figure drifted out lazily, covering her mouth as she cracked up. Sis Lingming, quit talking. The master left ages ago. Her eyes snapped open, and she suddenly remembered there was a female ghost in the truck the whole time, who'd just heard every word. She blushed all the way down to her neck, wishing she could crawl into a hole. Wait, the master left? Left almost 2 hours ago. Bai Ling pointed upstairs. Since you were absorbing so slowly, he went back to his room to snuggle up with Lady Kola for some fancy sleeping. She turned to look. Sure enough, the driver's cab was completely empty. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. I had no idea any of this happened, and I wasted a whole attribute orb for nothing. So Lungming slept the entire night on the training mat, but stuck up in the air. The next morning, after breakfast, I reviewed the route the drone had brought back. Up ahead were layer upon layer of spiraling ring-shaped overpasses, the roads tangled together in a bewildering maze, like a giant spiderweb. Get through this stretch and we'd reach the next station. This bridge was the only thing standing between me and the first clearance. I flew the drone around for hours, but couldn't find a single route that led all the way through. This is just an endless loop, I said, not meaning it would kill you, but that it'd make you circle forever. Bai Ling, did you find the exit? No. I got dizzy just looking at it. Should we just pick one at random and try? I'm not stupid. No way I'd gamble like that. With no better options, I called everyone up to the deck to figure it out together. We burned 3 whole hours stuck outside that bridge. Kola frowned. Master, I think these roads are all identical. There's no exit at all. Impossible. The system wouldn't design an unsolvable level. I rubbed my temples. My mental power had already broken 50, and I still couldn't spot the pattern. Better hurry. Someone's going to catch up to us soon, Bai Ling gloated from the sidelines. By now the 2 sports cars were only 2 hours' drive behind us. My lord, look over there. Luming suddenly pointed at a road sign under the bridge and shouted. Only then did I notice a rust-covered rule sign standing on the bridge pier across from us. I hadn't taken this route in my previous life, so this was the first time I'd ever seen it. We drove over, hopped out, and once we read the words, we all froze. Rules of the Samsara Bridge. This road has no end. There are 3 main routes, each splitting into 3 branch roads, looping infinitely. Choose any one, and run 100 full laps in a row to clear it. Complete 100 laps, and the guiding spirit will automatically appear to show you the way. Note, the Lord goes left, the vassal goes right. The ghost god runs down the middle. Holy crap. So that's it. I couldn't help but curse. Made me search for ages. There was never any exit at all. I had to hand it to Kola's instincts. She saw right through to the truth in a single glance. And thank God for Lungming's sharp eyes, or we'd still be wasting time. Some roads look like walls, but are actually doors. You just have to believe you can walk through them first. So which one do we take? Bailing asked. Doesn't matter. Take your pick. I pointed to the center. Go down the middle. You got it. Bailing floored it, and the bus roared toward the middle overpass. We hadn't even completed 2 laps when the roar of an engine came from behind us. 2 sports cars closed in, one after the other, fast as lightning. A Tier 4 Lamborghini and a Tier 3 Ferrari. They stopped at the entrance, just as clueless about the road as I'd been. I frowned. Something was off. I'd never driven this road in my past life, but I remembered the first person to clear it did so on day 15 after launch. It was only day 13 now. How could someone already be chasing me here? Bailing, keep it at top speed. Got it. Outside the bridge, Jia and Shouty were analyzing the road too. Their drone made a full loop, and the more they watched, the more disoriented they got. Jia, look. There's a bus up ahead. Shouty suddenly jabbed at the screen and shouted. No way, there really is? Jia leaned in, eyes wide. Shouty frowned. How is this possible? The whole course is 10,000 kilometers. I've been driving my Tier 3 car with double power boost day and night, and I still can't keep up with a bus? His speed, it's not right. This guy's definitely got some big secret. Wait, Jia remembered something. Isn't that the car boss G put up a 3,000 bounty for? It sure is. Shouty's eyes lit up. Forget the road conditions. Catching him is worth way more than being the first to clear it. Come on, let me be a bounty hunter again. Haha. Fortune favors the bold. Refuse what heaven offers, and you'll suffer for it. The sky's practically spoon-feeding us. Both sports cars launched at once, chasing after us like arrows loosed from a bow. But the moment they entered the middle road, four transparent sedan bearers carrying a black palanquin materialized out of thin air behind them. No matter how fast they drove, the bearers followed at a leisurely, unhurried pace. Neither of them noticed a thing. I saw the pursuing cars too. Damn it, how can a car be that fast? I estimated their speed at nearly 600 kilometers an hour, fast as a plane. We'd only finished the fourth lap, and they'd already caught up. Jess switched on his loudspeaker, his arrogant voice blasting across the highway. Listen up, bus ahead. Stop the vehicle now, or we open fire. I let out a scoff and turned to Cola. Weren't you always wanting to play with the laser cannon? Show them what you've got. She had 1,000 mana points, enough to fire 100 times. No worry about running out. Yay, master, teach me how to use it. She pounced excitedly onto the cannon. On the console, I loaded 20 rounds of energy into the laser cannon all at once. I grabbed her hand and took over the fire control. The moment their car came within 1,500 meters, she slammed down the fire button. Boom! A blinding red beam ripped across the sky, grazing right past the edge of Little D's sports car. SNAZT. The ground was melted into a deep gash. I put a hand to my forehead. My dear princess, the system locks on automatically. You don't have to aim it yourself. Huh? You have to lock on too. She stuck out her tongue. Don't be mad. This next one's definitely a hit. That shot missed, but it scared the living daylights out of Little D. He yanked the wheel hard and ducked behind Jia's car. Damn, he's got a laser cannon. What's there to be afraid of? Jia sneered. Total rookie. Can't even aim a laser cannon straight. Watch this. He hit a button. Ding. Electromagnetic jamming activated. Target lock disabled. Master, I can't lock on anymore. I hadn't expected them to have something like that. But I wasn't the least bit worried. No problem, we don't need a lock. I pointed straight ahead. The bridge is only so wide. Just fire in their direction. We've got plenty of rounds. Hit them and they're dead. Boom. Boom boom. Cola pressed her palm against the fire control orb and hammered the button nonstop. Crimson beams tore across the sky, one after another. Pew, pew, pew. The little succubus got smoother with every shot, each one nastier than the last. Boom, crack. Jia's car finally took a hit. I raised an eyebrow. Just as I thought, they had a shield too. And a high-end one at that. The kind bought from the mysterious merchant with years off your lifespan. One shot only cracked it, it didn't shatter. Anyone who could hit level 4 in 13 days had clearly stumbled onto some kind of lucky break. Too bad Cola was already on a roll. Bang, 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 crack, kaboom. Hee master, I hit him. 3 beams slammed into the exact same spot. The shield shattered on impact, and the leftover force punched clean through the sports car's rear quarter panel. No matter how tough a level 4 vehicle was, it couldn't survive Cola's downpour of laser fire. Jia and Little D were scared out of their wits. Weapon slots retracted, they pulled a full throttle drift, whipped around, and fled back the way they came like madmen, not even daring to throw out a parting threat. Holy shit, that's a laser cannon, not a machine gun. G. Boda, that scheming old bastard, hiding something this big from us. He was trying to get us killed. When I get back, I'm gonna have it out with him. I immediately moved to finish off the fleeing dogs. I pulled out a howitzer and snapped it into the secondary weapon port in a second, swapping out the vehicle-mounted machine gun. A 2-pronged assault would end these 2 lives for good. But just as I was about to fire, my eye caught the price tag on the shells, and my hand froze. What the hell? 100 highway credits per cannon. The image of that pockmarked woman flashed through my mind. She fired howitzers like she was setting off firecrackers, throwing money around like it was nothing. Then I glanced at my own balance. Barely over 200. 2 shots from that thing, and I'd be out on the street begging. Damn it. I'm selling this piece of junk barrel first chance I get. Bad enough it screws you over. It drains your wallet too. Seeing the enemy about to flee, Bai Ling's eyes lit up. Her foot slammed down and the tires screeched. You two little brats think you can run? Let Auntie Bai Ling show you what drifting really means. The tires let out an ear-splitting shriek as the bus spun a full 720 degrees on the spot, then came to a rock-steady halt, ready to give chase. Are you an idiot? I grabbed the steering wheel and stomped the brake dead. You think you can outrun a sports car? Just look at what you've done to everyone. Bai Ling glanced back. The cabin was a mess, everyone thrown every which way. Cola was draped all over me, her two snow-white arms locked tight around my neck, her face buried in the crook of it, and I knew she was doing it on purpose. But Lung Ming had crashed flat on her back on the floor, cat ears and cat tail all crooked. There was no way she could argue her way out of that one. Potato had latched onto my thigh, legs clamped tight, face pressed against my pant leg, utterly dazed, still muttering about how terrifying the female ghost was. The two little slimes had been flung up onto the ceiling like decorations. Haha, sorry about that, everyone. I got a little carried away just now. The chibi version of Bai Ling scratched her head and grinned sheepishly on the central screen. Everyone was about to start cursing when something outside the window caught the corner of their eyes, and they all fell silent at once. The bus had already turned around. The eerie scene unfolding over by Brother Jie and Little D was now crystal clear to every single one of them. The two sports cars suddenly slammed on their brakes, tires dragging two long black streaks across the ground. Both men tumbled out of their cars, scrambling, faces pale as paper, like they'd seen the most terrifying thing of their entire lives. Something's wrong. I set Cola down from where she clung to me and braced both hands on the console. My left pupil instantly took on a faint golden sheen. Insight, activate. Cola and Bai Ling had already seen it. Only Lung Ming sat there with a pair of wide, innocent eyes, seeing nothing at all, just feeling a chill crawl up her spine. In my field of vision, behind the two sports cars, two pitch-black sedan chairs were slowly being carried forward. The chair curtains parted, and out stepped two brides, each crowned with a phoenix coronet and draped in black gauze. Slender figures, skin whiter than snow, their eyes and brows carrying a soul-snatching allure. About 80% resemblance to Bai Ling in her white wedding gown, only with an added touch of cold, sinister beauty. You two grooms took a wrong turn, didn't you? The sweet, cloying voices slithered like a serpent's tongue across everyone's eardrums. The path of the ghost god is walked by the ghost god alone. You can move forward, but you can't go back. You've broken the rules. Drink this wedding wine, and it's time to climb into the bridal palanquin. But in Brother Jie and Little D's eyes, those were no beautiful women at all. Was a monster cobbled together from two masses of rotting flesh and writhing maggots, countless human limbs stitched into one another, yellow-green pus dripping down the seams. The stench of rot could be smelled from hundreds of meters away. The two men jerked as if invisible hands had clamped around their throats, forced to tilt their heads back and down that cup of pus. Ding. Your brain has died. Madness plus 99. Ding. Your brain has died. Madness plus 99. Their expressions went blank in an instant, like puppets on strings, and they walked step by step toward the black sedan chair. The next second, four thick, muscular human legs suddenly sprouted from beneath the black chair. Hairy legs, still crusted with dried blood. The chair swayed, then without a moment's hesitation carried the two men straight off the 100-meter-high overpass. 4.5 seconds later. Bam! Splat! A wet, muffled thud rang out. The two men were smashed to pieces, not a single whole bone left. Lung Ming was trembling all over, her thighs clamped tight together, so scared she nearly wet herself right there. Right after, two beautiful girls materialized out of thin air on the sports car, the very brides in black veils from moments ago. They stretched lazily, faces full of relief and smiles. Hee. Sister, she sure, we can finally be players. No more waiting on those perverted male players. Yeah, and we scored a free tier for car 2. Lucky break. Jiao Chan pointed at my bus and cocked her head. So what do we do about them? She sure shot a glance over, utterly nonchalant. What's there to worry about? Our car's faster than theirs, and our weapons aren't bad either. That laser cannon looks scary, but its range is only 1,500 meters. Just don't get close and we're fine. I watched it all unfold, my face perfectly calm, yet the corner of my mouth curled into a faint, gloating smile. I'd already seen through it. The two women had used a mind illusion to snatch the souls of those two men. They weren't monsters. That was their fear talent. Anyone who dared scheme against me deserved exactly that end. Fear was never conjured by those two flower sedan chairs out there. It takes root in a person's heart first. Only then can the ghosts get in. I turned my head and caught Lung Meng squeezing her legs together, her whole face flushed red from holding it in. Lung Meng, my voice carried a teasing lilt. Don't go peeing your pants again. Want me to help you hold it in? Lung Meng flushed all the way down to the base of her neck and nearly jumped up. And no need, she muttered under her breath, cheeks puffed out with indignation. You awful Chinyi. I hate you. I peed one time, and you're gonna hold it over me for the rest of my life. What she didn't know was that last time, I was the one who'd washed out that puddle for her. My lord, don't you think those two look kind of familiar? Cola sidled up, her soft little body pressing against my arm. They look like the Shi Shi and Jiao Chan from the massage parlor before. I took a closer look. They really did look a bit like them. However, the massage parlor last time was pitch black, not exactly a legit place, so I didn't get a good look. Who cares who they are? I looked away. There seem to be rules on this road? Yeah, master. Cola nodded. The rules say, the left lanes for lords, the right lanes for vassals, and the middle lanes for the trickster gods. I've got a god-tier bloodline, and Bai Ling's a trickster spirit, so we're totally fine driving down the middle. There's a rule like that? I scratched my head. I've never been one for memorizing all that fancy, old-fashioned stuff since I was a kid. But Cola definitely wouldn't lie to me. Otherwise, if I went to sleep in Lung Meng's room tonight, she'd throw an absolute fit. Then we're definitely safe. They just got a taste of that laser cannon, so there's no way they'll dare mess with us. Bai Ling, don't worry about them. Just keep doing laps. I yawned. If they dare step within 1,500 meters, I won't hold back. And when that happens, I'll let you swallow their car whole. You got it, master. Bai Ling floored it, and the bus started cruising smoothly again. Honestly, I didn't want to fight them to the death either. They had weapons and speed. If it really came to a fight, I might not walk away unscathed. Just now, I'd only caught them off guard with Cola's laser rain and managed to scare them off. The bus kept doing laps. One lap was roughly the distance around a small town. Sure enough, Shi Shi and Jiao Chan knew better. They kept a safe distance of 10 kilometers from me the whole time, not daring to cross the line. Both sides maintained this unspoken balance. You do your thing, I do mine, and nobody bothers anybody. The two women were stuck fuming, not daring to overtake, terrified I'd blast them to bits with that big cannon barrel. Time flew by, and I'd already finished 80 laps. The sky was getting dark. Just 20 more laps, and I'd claim the first clear. At the overpass entrance, people started showing up one after another. But nobody dared to actually get on the bridge. The few bold ones who'd come up after me had all met the same fate as Jia and Little D. Their cars got snatched by NPCs, and they were smashed into pulp. Even those who didn't crash ended up the same way. Just then, a roar of engines came through. G. Boda arrived in a grand procession with hundreds of his men. Boss, what they said in the group chat is true. That Chinyi kid really is doing laps out here. Ha ha ha, heaven's really on my side. A savage grin spread across G. Boda's face. Ah Bing, take everyone and go bring him to me. I want him alive. GG, we can't go after him. G. Boda scratched himself irritably, the underarms of his shirt stretching open to reveal a few oily black feathers. He narrowed his eyes at Ah Bing. You'd better give me a good reason. GG, you've got it wrong. Look, this is the footage my guy captured with a drone. Ah Bing cast the footage over to him. On the screen, Chunye's car was speeding down the lane at 300 kilometers per hour. Around 50. This a vehicle-based power? Or did he awaken some kind of class? G. Boda remembered that kid couldn't even hit 200 kilometers per hour before. GG, this road has its own rules. I hate stupid rules the most. Just spit it out. That middle lane, only the dead can drive it. G. Boda didn't get it. So I've gone blind? These aren't living people. He scratched an itch, tearing off a blood-stained feather, then pointed at the players on the screen. They're all NPCs. Ah Bing pulled up footage someone else had captured of people jumping off buildings. And after explaining for a long while, G. Boda finally understood. Ding. Frenzy value plus 10. Damn. There are NPCs this disgusting? Looks like that Chunya's already been killed by an NPC. Probably GG. Whatever. Chunya's dead. So I guess that settles the score for Brother Dao and Sister Diao. G. Boda looked thoroughly annoyed. Sure, Chunyi was dead, but he hadn't gotten a single thing out of it. Just 20 pounds of meat that made feathers grow. He'd eaten 2 pounds over the past 2 days, and all it did was grow feathers, not the wings he'd been hoping for. In this 100+ degree heat, covered head to toe in crow feathers, taking 8 showers a day still didn't help. The itching was unbearable. But even so, he wouldn't let anyone else touch his turkey meat. He was convinced he'd gained the power of flight. Compared to the 1 in 20 survival rate of switching classes, mutating through eating meat was obviously a lot safer. Alright, Ah Bing, dress up the Chunyi story and find a way to get it to Zhengji's ears. Tell him Chunyi had an epic-grade treasure chest, and now it's fallen into the hands of an NPC. GG, are you trying to use Zhengji to test the waters with these NPCs? Don't worry about what's not your business. Just remember, neither of us knows anything about this. Got it, GG. Time ticked by. Plenty of people got onto the overpass, but no one drove the middle lane anymore. More of the big shots were playing it safe, hanging back to see whether anyone else could make it out alive. Of course, by the time they felt it was safe, the people ahead would be the ones in danger. When a big shot wants everyone to slow down, everyone has to slow down. Even if you've run 99 laps and the big shot's only on his first, you still have to wait until he clears it before you dare to start moving, otherwise you're dead. But I didn't have any of those hang-ups. My lane, my rules. The people in the middle lane were basically all faster than me, but no matter how fast they were, they could only tail behind me in frustration. The ones slower than me had it even worse. Bai Ling had just caught up when Cola went heh 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 and got hands-on. The laser cannon fired, and an NPC's head rolled. Ding. Congratulations on devouring a level 3 RV. Space plus 50 cubic meters. Highway coins plus 75. This vehicle took several consecutive cannon shots from Cola and melted straight into a puddle of molten iron. No treasure chest dropped, which broke my heart for a good while. In the end, Cola, only after La promised to unlock flight mode for me tonight, did I let her off the hook. After everyone got a good look at that thick, massive cannon barrel, they all fell neatly in line behind me, keeping a solid 10 kilometers back. They didn't dare speed up, and they didn't dare slow down either. Go too fast, and I'd hit them with a pew-pew-pew. Go too slow, and they'd get pew-pew-pewed all the same. A whole pack of NPCs who'd finally clawed their way into becoming players by stealing cars, and I'd trained them into a flock of little lambs. Time ticked by second, until I finished my 100th lap. The moment I stopped, all the cars behind me came to a halt in perfect unison 10 kilometers out. Boom, boom, boom. She sure fired 3 rounds into the sky. Her shells could rapid fire too, just no match for my laser rain. Everybody stop. That demon up front is about to clear the game. Once he gets escorted away, we'll settle who's who. Her level 4 battle tank came with built-in radar, so she could lock onto my position with pinpoint accuracy, no drones needed. The crowd cheered quietly to themselves. Finally, they were about to send this plague god packing. Meanwhile, I was anxiously waiting for the guiding spirit. Half an hour had already gone by. Bai Ling, did you come up a lap short? Impossible, master. I definitely didn't skip a lap, right? Then why hasn't the guiding spirit shown up yet? I hadn't counted the laps at all, and I seriously suspected this big dummy had slacked off and come up 1 lap short. Should I run another lap then? Even Bai Ling wasn't so sure anymore after what I'd said. Damn it. I knew you screwed up and skipped a lap, you dummy. But just as Bai Ling was about to take off, a wave of white mist rolled in. A woman in white robes, wearing a tall hat that read "Fortune at First Sight." A full 3 meters tall, gripping a soul-whipping lash and flicking out a little pink tongue, appeared right in front of us. The vicious specter comes for your soul, claiming lives free of charge. I am the road god of this realm. Little ghosts, follow my chains. Click. My car was hooked up with a copper lock and iron chains. My pupils shrank. Wasn't this the White Wraith, Lord 7? Bai Ling was already trembling. Master, I'm suddenly so scared. I could see it clearly. The chains weren't so much binding the bus as they were dragging Bai Ling along. Kayleigh got so scared she burrowed into my arms, too. And this time it didn't seem like an act. The road ahead was blanketed in thick fog, impossible to see through. All I could hear was the clatter of chains and the wailing and howling of ghosts. Walk boldly forward, and don't look back. Lord Seven's feminine voice drifted eerily into my ears, carrying a chill that felt out of place in the height of summer. Far from being afraid, I actually felt a bit calm and even exhilarated. This was the first time I'd ever seen a deity. The black and white wraiths were proper gods of the underworld, far more upstanding than those wild backroad gods like the wilderness god. They wouldn't give me a hard time. Don't be scared, Bai Ling. Just follow Lord Seven. I gently stroked the little bride on the central control screen. Bai Ling seemed genuinely soothed, no longer wailing and howling. Only then did I realize the ghostly shrieking from a moment ago had come from this big dumbass himself. Before long, we drove across an archway bridge, its sign reading Reincarnation Bridge, final stop. Once we crossed, the chains on Bai Ling instantly came undone. All right, this is your stop. Mind paying the toll? The voice was ethereal, carrying a hint of some celestial tone. Hold on. A toll? Lord Seven, you're a proper deity. Why are you charging a toll too? I felt my faith crumbling. No cash? You trying to freeload off me? And you actually know I'm a legit deity. I only give free rides to wraith gods. You, kid, you're a living person. Everywhere else, even oxen and horses hauling carts have to be tipped. Nobody's ever had the guts to stiff your Lord Seven. The white Wuchang appeared right in front of my cart. Pretty face, though sticking out that little pink tongue kind of ruined the vibe. I want my pay. Pulling a cart is hard work, she said. How much? My pockets were cleaner than my face. Besides one wraith and one divine pet, you've got 2 people, 3 slimes, and a chicken on that cart. Let's call it $250. What? The chicken has to pay too. I was broke again after picking up a few potions. I checked my balance, 251 left. I suspected she'd peeked at my account. Damn it, leaving me exactly $1. What? So I can catch the bus? Hurry up, pay up, and I'll write you a ticket. What ticket? A ticket for a 1-day tour of the newbie zone. A 1-day tour of the newbie zone. The second those words left her mouth, I didn't hesitate anymore. I hopped off the cart and respectfully handed over the money. Haha, Lord Seven, here you go. At 6'1", standing in front of her, I looked up and could only see the jade-white curve of her belly. Lord Seven weighed the pouch in her hand, then casually tucked it into her sleeve. Pay up faster next time. If you're broke, don't take the Wraith God road. A toll this cheap only happens once. With that, she turned and walked into the white mist, a look of disdain on her face. The next second, both she and the mist vanished without a trace. As the fog cleared, a dead silent road suddenly emerged before me. The street lamps on either side flickered on and off, as if I could still hear the lingering echo of her soul-snatching chains. Bai Ling's spirit form plopped down onto the ground. Wah! That woman scared the baby to death. I ignored her. I was staring at a little slip of paper that had somehow appeared in my hand. Newbie Zone Pass, valid 1 day only. This thing only showed up in the special exchange menu 15 days after the server launched, and it took a full 10 years of lifespan to trade for. Even Fatty Chien had to pay with his own life just to stock it. I stared at it for several seconds, and a cold sweat instantly broke out down my back. I really had lost my mind just now. To think I tried to stiff Lord Seven. I put the pass away. All right, back to the bus. The cabin was as cold as an icebox. Coldy and Potato huddled together, lips blue with cold. Spirit's translucent form shivered nonstop. Only Cola was full of vitality, cheeks rosy, still sneaking sips of ice-cold Coke. I quietly cranked the AC up to heating mode at 86 degrees. Coldy hugged her arms, teeth chattering. My lord, was that the white wraith from the underworld just now? I'm sorry, I made you spend money again. I glanced at my balance, $1 left. That wasn't spending money, that was going broke. It's fine, we'll have money soon. I looked ahead at the station less than 100 meters away. Desert Station number 1, the other shore. That's where the space stone I needed was. Spirit, stop crying. Drive, pull into the station. Oh, sob on it. I didn't blame her. Seeing Lord Seven, that was a natural physiological reaction. She'd been holding it in earlier. She had to let it out eventually. Station number 1 was almost identical to the starting station. The only difference was an extra dungeon zone. All the old stations we'd already passed through. As long as you had a receipt, you could get in. Ding. Congratulations, Eternal Night. First to clear the multidimensional maze. Ding. Rewards. Silver chest times 1. Vanguard medal times 1. Road coins plus 300. Vanguard medal. HP plus 200. Mana plus 30. All stats plus 1. The announcement echoed across all 100 districts. For the first time, my name was etched into the memory of countless big shots. Eternal Night? Where'd he come from? Never heard of him before. Just some beat-up tier 3 bus that got lucky and cheated with a shortcut. The most shocked of all was G. Boda, Kuinba's older brother, because he knew Eternal Night was Chunyi. How is that possible? Chunya's not dead? Damn, fine by me. When we reach the station, I'll scrub the toilet with his tongue. Fatty Chin and the monk, on the other hand, were happy for me. Brother Yi really is something. It'll take us at least 2 more days to reach the station. And on the public chat, there were even shameless people spamming. Eternal Night, big shot, hand out some red envelopes. I got so freaked out I shut off the public chat immediately. I'm this broke and you want me to hand out cash? Don't your consciences hurt? Cursing under my breath, I took off the beloved pet medal and put on the Vanguard medal. My HP jumped to 500, mana rose to 50. I'd save the silver chest for Cola to open tomorrow. Today, I was taking her to open something else. First clear rewards, awesome. Just went broke and already bouncing back. Money meant everything to me. All the buildings in the bus were still tier 1. Upgrading the bedroom to tier 2 only cost 200 road coins, but I could never bring myself to spend it. Yet once I got that gem chest, money would no longer be a problem. 9 o'clock sharp, we pulled into the station. Yo, sir, need a car wash? Sir, pick me, it's free. Pick me, my college campus queen's first time, play for free. The bus hadn't even come to a full stop yet. As I pulled up, a swarm of NPC pimps crowded around, jostling and shoving. I'd seen it all before, so I just rolled down the window. Wash it. And don't forget the dust-proof coating. My car had been blown up before, so the coating was long gone. Out here in the wastes, where sandstorms never quit, you couldn't get anywhere without it. Pick me, boss. I'll do it for free. I deliberately chose the one who'd quoted an actual price and transferred him 30 bucks. The rest of you clear off. These NPCs all wanted to snatch the car, but at least they still had to play by the rules of the trade. Damn it, what rotten luck. The pack of pimps scattered, cursing under their breath. The one I'd picked immediately started bowing and scraping. Boss, you've got a good eye? You must be worn out from the road. How about relaxing in the VIP lounge? All the girls are free of charge. Campus queens, celebrities, models, take your pick. No, just wash the car properly. His expression froze, but he kept his tone polite. You got it, about 6 hours. He bowed and backed away, muttering, figures, guys into men. These bastards were no pushovers. Free was the bait. The shakedown was the real deal. Once you're in the private room, everything's free until you step out to a mountain of predatory fine print. Sell yourself into slavery, and you still couldn't pay it off. And when you're finally broke, they seize your car as collateral, and the NPC comes out on top. In my last life, I nearly got taken down by one of those trashy little party girls. Lucky for me, my pants stayed on. Some good Samaritan tipped me off in time. I pushed the stray thoughts aside, released my drone, and started scanning for the treasure spots I remembered. Didn't take long to find one. That's it, right behind this flower bed. NPCs were bound by the rules and couldn't pick up treasure chests, so every single box in the station was still there, untouched. Just as I was about to bring Cola down from the car, a squad of male models swooped in to wipe it down. The pimps sidled up again, oily as ever. Boss, we just got some young boys in the back room. Want to give him a try? I grabbed him by the collar. Let me warn you, don't get any ideas about me. See that laser cannon mounted on the roof? Want a taste? I'd be happy to fire one off for you. No, no, no. I wouldn't dare. He thrashed wildly, but I was several times stronger than him. He didn't budge me an inch. Send some women to wash the car. Now, I let go all at once, and he tumbled to the ground, flailing. Yes, yes, right away. After that little lesson, the small-time pimp finally fell in line. The parking spot kept the car safe, and I still had a few people watching it, so I had nothing to worry about. I took Kola by the hand and headed straight for the flower bed. What I didn't know was this. Deep in the station's shadows, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were locked onto me. The one in front licked the corner of his mouth, his voice dropping to a mosquito's whine, trembling with a trace of instinct. No mistake, it's the aura of a monarch. The little princess, she's actually still alive. Captain, do we move? Don't be reckless. Her fingertips, with an unconscious flick, a strand of invisible spider silk flashed and vanished. There's an enforcer here. Follow it. Wait until the enforcer clocks out. Held up by a pimp, by the time I circled around to the flowerbed courtyard, it was nearly 10. Master, I scanned the area with my psychic power. There's more than one treasure chest here. More than one. Cola's psychic power had already hit 60 or 70 points, enough to faintly sense beneath the soil. She pointed. Here, here, and over there. There's stuff everywhere. I focused and sensed carefully too. Sure enough, I picked up a few faint traces of metal. Then I swept the area with insight. Nothing. Seeing through clothes was no problem, but through several meters of dirt? No dice. I'll dig this one. You dig the one up front. Master, let's race to see who digs faster. Huh, I'm a veteran treasure hunter. You think I'd lose to a little girl like you? Humph. If you lose, Master has to unlock a new special move. Kola grabbed 2 entrenching tools, one in her hand, one clamped in her tail, and bounded off, swaying as she went. In the tiny little garden, we dig and dig and dig. I didn't have any special moves, but I figured there was no way I'd lose, so I went along with it. The result? She'd already dug up 2 chests before I could even see the bottom of mine. Both her hands were flying with the shovels, her tail curled around a little one, all 3 going at once, and her body was way stronger than mine. There was no competing. Damn it, I think I just walked right into this girl's trap. I'd probably drop another 2 pounds by tomorrow. Whatever. A little loss now is a blessing later. Too bad. Everything Kola dug up was bronze weapon chests, not spatial stones. In the distance, 3 dark figures behind the public restroom were still glued to us. Captain, is that girl really the little princess? Idiot. Is that something you should be asking? Are we really going to kill the princess? The high priest said she's the bane of the Black Abyss. She has to die at the hands of another race for the Black Abyss to know eternal peace. The 2 red-eyed scarecrows swallowed hard at the same time. We wait until midnight. The moment the enforcer clocks out, we move. The woman leading them spoke in an icy voice. You 2 tie up that weakling human. Just stall him for 10 minutes. The princess is mine. Kola and I had already dug up more than a dozen chests, all bronze weapons. I'd only dug a third of them. The rest was all her doing. Master, so how about it, tonight? Fine. I'll pull an all-nighter with you, all right. Hee hee, you said it yourself, Master. I'd planned to stay up all night anyway, so it didn't matter. Holy crap, I just struck it rich. I ran my hand over the pile of weapon chests, my eyes narrowing into slits. Everyone had water and food now. The one thing in shortest supply was weapons. A good gun could be flipped for a fortune in the trading zone. Just then, before my eyes, a flash of silver. Finally, we hit something. A silver treasure chest lay half buried in the dirt, a diamond-shaped sapphire set into its lid. A gem chest. Master, we've dug up every last chest in the garden. Ha, Kola, get over here. It's 10 minutes till midnight. You still haven't used your lucky right hand today. Don't waste it. I handed her the chest. She gave it a little slap, and with a click it popped open. Sure enough, a few crystal-clear space gems lay inside. Gem chests only came in silver. There was no higher tier, so the best you could do was a double drop of basic gems. 3. Fewer than I'd hoped, but enough. The stuff was priceless and impossible to buy these days. Hard currency for upgrading a vehicle to level 5. And my bus needed them by level 4. A little short, but it'll do. Come on, let's head back. I stuffed all the chests into my pack, took Kola's hand, and started walking. But a few steps in, something fell off. A stretch of road that should have taken seconds had dragged on for minutes, and we hadn't moved at all. The asphalt beneath us was like melted tar, gummy and clinging to my soles, stretching into sticky threads every time I lifted a foot. Stop. There's something wrong with this road. I grabbed her arm. Kola went rigid, her pointed ears shooting straight up. Master, it's an ambush. I'll fly us out of here. Without a word, I swung onto her back. Just as she spread her wings, a sultry laugh came flooding in from every direction. Huh, sharp reflexes, kid. But now that you've wandered into my labyrinth of paths, you think you can just leave? As the words faded, a massive black web dropped from above, sealing off every escape route through the air. Forced back to the ground, we realized what we'd been standing on wasn't asphalt at all. It was silk, transparent and thin as a cicada's wing. All voice, no visible speaker. I immediately activated insight and scanned the darkness. A slender figure descended slowly along the strands of silk. Black leather, a body that was frankly jaw-dropping, a spider beauty. You're not afraid of the enforcers? She let out a sweet, mocking snicker. Don't make me laugh. Check the time. The enforcers clocked out ages ago. Nobody's coming to save you. I didn't waste breath. I pulled out my M4 and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. I emptied the whole magazine. Not a scratch on her. Not a single curl out of place. Instead, she blushed. You bastard. You pervert. Where do you think you're aiming? With a furious shout, she leapt down and swung an open hand. Smack. I went flying a good 30 feet. She tugged at the hem of her skirt and shook out a handful of bullets from inside. Cola's fur stood on end instantly. She dove and caught me midair, looking at the 5 clear finger marks blazing across my face. Her pupils shifted from peach pink to a deep, dark red. A terrifying wave of high-tier dominance erupted from her, radiating outward into a visible shockwave of pressure that surged toward the spider beauty. The spider beauty slammed down hard. Her face went pale as she let out a stifled grunt and staggered back. Cola pressed the advantage without mercy. Her 10 fingers danced, hurling black energy, orbs like they cost nothing. Her tail morphed into a silver hook laced with deadly soul venom, striking straight for the throat. In that instant, she was actually holding her own against a Tier 4 epic monster. On the other side, still reeling from the slap, I finally snapped out of it and immediately swept my insight over her. Ding. Tier 4 mutant spider beauty. Race, abyssal creature. Rank, epic. HP, 30,000/30,000. Physique, 200. Under pressure effect. Willpower, 200. The numbers made my pupils shrink. A Tier 4 epic. Can't get dragged into a fight. This thing was way out of our league right now. I ripped open every bronze chest at once. Ding. AK rifle times 198K, sniper times 1, Barrett sniper times 1. After all that, the only thing I could actually use right away was a single M9 flamethrower. It's all on you now. Burn her webs, hop on Cola, and run. But just as I was about to pull the trigger, 2 scarecrows sprang up out of the ground, scaring the hell out of me. Ding. Madness +10. Abyssal terror. Mortal, tremble before me. The 2 scarecrows swung their scythes, a flock of Tier 1 self-detonating red-eyed crows trailing behind them. Ding. Tier 3 mutant abyssal scarecrow. Common. HP 2000. Willpower 50. Frenzied. Reading their stats, my face darkened. Bro, looks like we scared him stiff. Naturally, my fear magic's gotten even stronger. It's lonely at the top. Son of a bitch. Turns out it's just 2 lousy scarecrows. My willpower crushed these 2 idiots. Their fear magic couldn't touch me at all. I raised the flamethrower and squeezed the trigger. A 20-meter tongue of flame roared out. The 2 scarecrows nearly jumped out of their skins, spun around, and bolted, hopping faster than rabbits. Holy crap, this psycho likes playing with fire. I hate people who play with fire the most. Little bro, split up. Damn it. You really are my dear brother. He's chasing me, and you're telling me to split up? Boom. The flames instantly engulfed the little brother scarecrow, crackling as they burned him, filling the air with the stench of charred straw. Ah, you fire-crazed lunatic. Give me water. I'm dying. I cranked it to max power. I never pity my enemies. Seeing that I wouldn't let up, the little brother made his dying stand, commanding the self-detonating crows to slam into me with everything they had. Caw-caw bang. Bang bang kaboom. At first I stayed on guard, but the moment I realized those little blasts couldn't even break through my aura, I stopped caring entirely. I just kept the gun raised and roasted him like a barbecue. 2 minutes later. Ding. Killed a level 3 Dark Abyss Scarecrow. Highway coins +15. Basic growth potion times 5. I quickly scooped up the drops and scanned the area. The other one had already bolted out of sight. Fast little runner. I didn't give chase. Instead, I immediately checked on Cola's situation. Using insight to shatter the crisscross illusion, I grabbed the M9 and torched the spider silk all around me like a madman. But the beauty spider had already adapted to the pressure. Cola couldn't hold her down anymore. With a shrill screech, 8 thick black spider legs burst out of her back with a crack, every one of them bristling with barbs. Her lower abdomen swelled, now and then leaking little spiders. There had to be tens of thousands of hatchlings inside her belly. She grew calm and turned the tables, pressing the attack on Cola. Those 8 legs were sharp as blades, slicing bloody gashes across Cola's body. Luckily, Cola had over 10,000 HP, plus my tenfold recovery buff, so she could hold out for a while. Your Highness, this old servant does it all for the dark abyss. Please accept your death. I'll make it painless. You mangy mutt, you've got the wrong person. I've never seen you before in my life. Bang. I fired again, nailing her right in the face with a cloud of ash. Disgusting mother spider. You just messed with the wrong guy. Cola's condition kept getting worse. Even with healing potions and the tenfold recovery, she could barely break even on HP. During the struggle, the beauty spider had coated her legs with deadly venom, and now it was slowly taking effect. Cola, why don't you fly back first, okay? I stroked her head. It's you she wants. Once you're gone, she won't bother with me. No, I'm not leaving. She shook her head hard, tears welling up. Cola's not stupid. The second I leave, that ugly thing's gonna take it out on you. Seeing the standoff drag on, the beauty spider slowly tightened the encirclement with her tens of thousands of offspring. The spider silk kept layering thicker and thicker. It was getting harder and harder to deal with. Damn, why isn't Lung Meng here yet? I pulled the flamethrower's trigger again, but only a spurt of sparks less than 2 meters long came out, flickered, and died. Completely out of fuel. Just as despair set in, an ear-splitting engine roar suddenly erupted in the distance. A beam of white light cut through the darkness, shooting straight toward us. Master, it's Bai Ling. She's here. Thank goodness. The beauty spider glanced at the level 3 bus barreling in and curled her lip in contempt. That's it. Hilarious. And here I thought it was a level 4 combat semi. The words had barely left her mouth. A crimson laser fired from the roof of the bus, striking her lower abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Ag, damn it. A laser cannon. She screamed in pain, hurriedly spitting silk to cover the wound. Before she could even react, hum. 3 cannon blasts in a row, locked on by the system, impossible to dodge. Terrified, the beauty spider shrank back into human form to reduce her hit area and fled at top speed, using the buildings for cover. Your Highness, you're too selfish. You'd let all of Black Abyss suffer just to save your own miserable life. Watching her flee, Cola finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that very moment, the deadly poison inside her erupted all at once. Her vision went black, and she plummeted from over 30 feet in the air, with me on her back. My reflexes kicked in fast. I clamped my legs around her, twisted us mid-air, and put my body underneath to cushion the fall. Boom. We slammed into the ground hard. Luckily, my body's tough, and my aura shielded me. I only got a few scrapes. Cola landed safely in my arms, but her face was deathly pale and her lips had turned purple. She'd been poisoned badly. Before heading back to the ship, I held her tightly against me, my brow furrowed. Turns out the sharpest blade was never the head-on attack. It was that one drop of poison quietly injected into your body during the struggle, the kind that waits until your guard is down before it strikes. Looks like I've got no choice but to buy an antidote from that fatso, Moneybags. Up on the high platform, a young man in red stared at the incoming everlasting night with ghostly fire burning in his eyes, his brow creasing. Never would have guessed. There's actually a wraith hiding aboard this ship. Beside him, the ultra-rare skeleton wraith, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly shrank its neck, its bones clacking. Master, that wraith is nothing. It's the girl in his arms that's terrifying. She's at least an epic tier demon. The smile on the young man's face froze instantly. What? Epic tier? Earlier, he'd only caught a distant glimpse of Cola fleeing, so he'd assumed she was just an ordinary excellent tier beast, one with no visible talent beyond the ability to fly. Or maybe, she's legendary tier. The skeleton wraith added, its voice trembling slightly. The young man let out a cold snort, his eyes locked on my back as I carried Kola aboard. So what if she's an epic tier pet? She's taken the deadly poison of a tier 4 epic monster. There's no way she survives that. The #1 beast master of this district can only be me, Yu Hengtian. Aboard the everlasting night, I sprinted with Kola in my arms, so frantic I didn't even notice one of my shoes had flown off. I rushed upstairs, burst into the room, and gently laid her down on the bed. HP 3200/11180 -1 per second. Kola's brow was tightly knit, her small hand clutching the hem of my shirt, refusing to let go. Master, don't go. Looking at her blood-soaked clothes, I was worried sick, frantically messaging that fatso, begging for a high-grade antidote. But it was 2 in the morning. Dozens of messages sent. All of them vanished without a trace. Damn it, you fat bastard, wake up already. Just as I was at my wit's end, the door creaked open softly. Lung Ming walked in carrying medicine, bandages, and a warm towel, with Potato and 2 round, chubby slimes trailing behind her. My lord, let me handle this. I'm actually a nurse. I can treat wounds like these. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed a pair of scissors and cut open Kola's blood-soaked. I stripped off her clothes, then directed the 2 water elemental slimes to disinfect and clean the wound first. A slime's body is pure water with natural purifying properties, way more effective than alcohol or iodine. This was something she'd secretly figured out while feeding the chickens. In just moments, the wound that had been red, swollen, and festering visibly went down, stopped bleeding, and scabbed over. The only casualty, the 2 slimes got squeezed into what looked like a couple of ragged dishcloths. Seeing this, Potato immediately tossed them into water to soak and save their lives. Splush, splush. Luckily, they were tough little things. Once they'd absorbed enough water, they trembled and scurried onto Potato to hide. As much as they used to adore Cold Bud, now they were just as terrified of her. Cold Bud wiped Kola down, applied medicine, changed the bandages, and finally pried her mouth open to pour in a few vials of basic antidote and healing potions, just like the way Kola had force-fed her medicine when they'd first met. Once everything was done, the color visibly returned to Kola's pale face. Cold Bud, you're incredible. I'd watched the whole thing in shock. Never imagined we had a healing powerhouse hiding at home. I pulled up the status panel. The poison status was gone, and her HP was steadily climbing back at 10 points per second. She was out of danger. My lord, this isn't my doing alone. There's your beast-taming aura, the little one's purification, and most importantly, the mistress herself has an extremely strong resistance to poison. Don't be modest, I said seriously. If you hadn't shown up in time, Kola and I would both be goners. Cold Bud's forehead was drenched in sweat. What she didn't tell me was this. If Kola had died, she would have died too. The 2 of them had long been bound together in symbiosis. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to focus on training you. Huh? Cold Bud's face fell instantly. Can we maybe skip the growth potions? No way. You're the weakest one in this whole household. Potato tactfully scooped up the 2 slimes and slipped back upstairs, denying her any chance to pass the buck. Meanwhile, Scarecrow Brother was supporting the limping beauty spider as they quietly slipped away from station #1. Captain, wasn't that princess supposed to be dying from the poison by now? Why the long face? What the hell do you know? Beauty Spider ground her teeth. She carries the bloodline of the Abyssal King. My little bit of poison can't kill her at all. Damn shame I didn't get the chance to use my signature venom. All thanks to that Eternal Night brat. Just wait until I put on my ice silk battle armor. Let's see how your laser cannon touches me then. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Kola had fully recovered, not even a scar left behind. The crowd arriving at station #1 slowly grew. I spotted Shishir and Zhao Chan's vehicles off in the distance right away. Well, same batch as me, yet parked so far away. Am I really that scary? At the station, aside from those paying parking fees, the enforcers no longer guaranteed personal safety. Window shoppers, brawlers, robbers, assailants, all kinds of chaos tangled with chaos, still the truest and cruelest face of the apocalypse. I don't like sticking my nose into other people's business. First thing in the morning, Fatty sent me a message, along with 2 vials of premium antidote. Bro Yi, I'm really sorry. Once I'm asleep, nothing can wake me. I honestly didn't see it last night. I took a deep breath. Forget it. It's water under the bridge. Cola had recovered, but I took the meds anyway. Who knew if he'd drop the ball again next time I needed a cure? Once I'd stashed the meds, I asked casually, "By the way, did you finish your class quest?" Haha, all done. I found myself a broker who sells and stocks goods for me every day and keeps my profits and losses in check. Managed to save my own hide. Wasn't easy, let me tell you. We chatted a bit, and Fatty flat out refused to take any money. I didn't want to keep taking advantage of him, so I just transferred him 30 pounds of shelled 5-day ripe wheat, the special kind that builds up your body the more you eat it. Fatty was over the moon. The whole eat your way to power route suited him perfectly. After yesterday's mess, I had no plans to head out and take risks again. It felt like danger lurked the moment I stepped even 1 foot away from this vehicle. Once bitten, twice shy. Today, I'm launching my money-making empire. First, let's unload these toy guns. I was the first person to reach Station 1, and by now I'd made something of a name for myself across the whole zone. I had Cola and Lung Ming haul out all the machine guns and sniper rifles for auction, all starting at 50 highway coins. I kept only the Barrett and 2 Goda rifles and sold off the rest. For me now, with a laser cannon in hand, these conventional firearms were all small fry. Keeping them would just let them depreciate and collect dust. But to everyone else, a good gun that fit your hands was a second lease on life in the apocalypse. The moment the weapons went up, the channel exploded. I threw in a howitzer on top, starting at 500. That set G Boda off big time. Chunyi, you little bastard. He's actually selling MY cannon. Beside him, Ah Bing-eyed the channel, clearly tempted. Bro G, why don't we bid on a few too? Having more good guns in the apocalypse, that's what real strength is about. In the end, even G Boda couldn't hold back and joined the bidding. Business was better than I'd expected. The rifles mostly went for 200, and that howitzer fetched a whopping 1,500. Total revenue blew right past 4,000. Looking at the 4,512 highway coins on my panel, I grinned so wide my eyes turned into slits. As for G Boda, losing the bid, he slammed his fist on the table in fury, shook loose a couple of feathers, and swore he'd kill me. The money was good, but I needed to save up 20,000 to buy the AI, Mayor, and I was still nowhere close. So I just pulled out a space stone and listed it at a flat price of 19,000. In my previous life, the space stone had sold for 20,000 in the end. I knocked off 1,000 on purpose just to move it faster. Time is money. The instant the space stone hit the market, the entire Big Shots group went absolutely wild. Countless drivers stuck at the peak of level 4 need just one space stone to reach level 5. Yet to this day, within 100 zones, no one else has managed to get their hands on a second one. The price is steep, though. Even the top players have to think twice. Meanwhile, I'd already used up my other space stone and begun upgrading the Everlasting Night. Ding. Consume space, gem times 1, highway coins times 2,000, silencer component times 100, timber times 1,000, to upgrade your vehicle to a level 4 vehicle. Yes. Ding. Upgrading to level 4 vehicle. Estimated completion, 24 hours. Master, now that we've got money, shouldn't we upgrade the interior buildings? Cola tugged at my sleeve, her eyes sparkling. She was the first to join me, and she'd watched this drafty tin can transform into a mobile fortress step by step. She'd been waiting almost half a month to upgrade the bedroom. You're right. It's about time we gave it a proper upgrade. I pulled her onto my lap. How's the injury healing? Nothing looked off on the panel, but I worried there might be some hidden problem the system couldn't detect. I'm fine. It's just that Master seemed to break his promise yesterday. Come on. You were in that condition yesterday, and you still wanted me to. Speechless, I held her close and confirmed the upgrade. For 1,600 highway coins, plus mountains of timber, sheet metal, and fabric, I maxed out every interior building to LV2 with a single tap. Ding. Living room, kitchen, bedroom, cultivation room, storage, and control room have all been upgraded to LV2. The interior upgrade went much faster than the vehicle body. It was finished in a single morning. The moment the door swung open, everyone froze. The plain, white-painted living room had become a luxurious, carpeted lounge with plush furnishings. Central air conditioning blew cool air, and a giant projection screen hung front and center. The stiff plastic couch had been replaced by a 5-person leather sofa you could sprawl and roll around on. And there was a fridge, washing machine, and microwave, the works. The kitchen and bedroom now had smart lighting and sensor doors, and even the hallways were fitted with anti-slip flooring. The biggest change was the planting area. The few square meters of vegetable patch had expanded into a 2-story eco-garden, automatic sprinklers hissing out a fine mist, the air filled with the fresh scent of grass, melons, and fruit. Even the control room, once crammed with equipment, had been turned into an oversized lounge. The hard benches were swapped for soft leather booth seating against the wall, and a second projector faced the cabin wall, perfect for watching the security feeds, catching a movie, or belting out some karaoke. The girls stood rooted in place, mouths slightly open, unable to speak for the longest time. "Oh my God, Master, we should have upgraded ages ago. That old bench, my butt was practically getting calluses. Don't believe me? Come feel for yourself." I ignored her. Whether or not there were calluses, I knew far better than she did. Cola was the first to leap onto the sofa and roll around. Cold Ming had spent today cooking and selling goods, and last night she'd stayed up after the rescue. They were dead tired. Collapsed spread eagle right on the softest spot, grabbed the remote and flipped on cartoons, tore into a giant bag of chips, crunching away, totally cutting loose. Everyone else sprawled out in a tangled heap too, soaking up a rare moment of comfort in the apocalypse. But nobody was really slacking. Barely half an hour of rest, and they all got up on their own to work. The morning's guns and ammo had sold out. After lunch, I hauled all the fruits and vegetables out of the warehouse, and finally dragged out the potatoes' specialty product too, black soil. Potatoes go in a lot, come out a lot. Over a dozen days, I'd stockpiled more than 30 blocks of rich, glistening dark loam. I used 10 to upgrade the planting area, and the remaining 23 I listed at 101 coins each. The system store had shut down food sales ages ago. These days, any team with real strength was busting their backs building survival vehicles and setting up grow rooms, and black soil was the core necessity for a grow room. Money couldn't even buy it. The moment I listed it, it vanished in an instant. I kept at it till dusk. Everything sellable was sold. Even that space stone priced at 19,000 got snatched up in a heartbeat by an anonymous buyer. Watching the numbers tick up on the panel, I took a deep breath. Current balance, 22,026 highway coins. Selling this openly naturally drew no shortage of greedy eyes. But so far, nobody dared come after me in person. For one, parking spots were under the system's absolute protection. Nobody dared throw a punch inside a station. For another, my unlimited rapid-fire laser cannon had already earned a fearsome reputation. Within 100 meters of my parking spot, you wouldn't even see a ghost. Most of the same batch were NPCs, and they looked at me like I was the plague itself. More importantly, I was the biggest loner and troublemaker in all of District 100. Every big shot tried to pull me into their group to gang up and screw people over, and I shot every single one of them down. Justice League. Yongya, buddy, come block the road with me at the main highway's terminal station, 1,000 highway coins a day. You in? I didn't even bother. Sent back a single word, scram, and permanently blocked him. In a few days, once the chosen missions dropped, nobody who'd gotten tangled up with this guy would come out of it alive. And I hadn't lived enough yet. The other big shots were all bound together by shared interests. I was the only one who wouldn't budge for the carrot or the stick. Meanwhile, inside a hidden tier, 4 RV. Jung, this young yet doesn't know what's good for him. Want me to send Shadow to take him out? A middle-aged man with a full beard slammed the table. What's the rush? A woman in purple lazily filed her nails, her voice sultry. He doesn't dare come out. Maybe he's really got an epic treasure chest in there. That space stone could well have come out of it. Ninth sister's right. A balding man clenched 2 iron balls. Otherwise, who'd be dumb enough to sell a space stone? Wouldn't upgrading your own vehicle to Tier 5 be sweeter? Quit arguing, all of you. The young man in white seated at the head toyed with a prism-shaped gem between his fingers, his eyes. Cold and calculating, he sneered. He gets his hands on a space stone and sells it instead of using it? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Put someone on him around the clock. There's no way that epic chest held just a single space stone. Got it, Boss Zheng. The black-clad lackey bowed and melted back into the shadows. Aboard the endless night, I'd just blocked the last big shot who'd sent me an invite. A few days ago, when these people pulled me into their groups, I'd caved to the pressure and gone along with them, bullying the survivors at the bottom, scrapping over their leftovers. I despised their petty, scheming ways, but back then, turning on them would have gotten me killed. But is it the same now? I've got money. You people still think I'm some pushover you can squeeze whenever you want? There are some bridges you only cross because you've got no weapon in your hand. Once you're standing on your own 2 feet, that's when you finally get to say no. I rubbed my hands together, unable to hold back my excitement any longer, and pulled up the AI companion zone on the system interface. My eyes locked onto the highest-priced avatar, and without a second thought, I pressed it. Ding. Confirm spending 19,999 highway coins to purchase the top-tier AI companion Mayor? Confirm. Cola and Lung Ming happened to walk over carrying fruit right then, and both froze the instant they saw the transaction screen. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning weird in a flash, and in perfect sync, their eyes flicked down toward my lower regions. Thankfully, Cola and I were on the same wavelength. She could vaguely sense that I hadn't just lost my mind and blown 20 grand on a pretty vase. Don't look at me like that. Am I really that kind of guy? AI Mayor is incredibly powerful. My face flushed red. My lord, how do you know she's powerful? Have you seen her? Or used her? Lung Ming didn't have the telepathy skill, and her face was pure, I don't buy it. After all, Mayor's looks weren't one bit inferior to Cola's. Can't be bothered to explain. I gave a snort and turned back to the panel. Ding. Transaction successful. Arranging Stellar Express delivery for you. The next second, my balance jumped to 2,027 highway coins. But the anticipated flash of light never came, and no gorgeous AI girl materialized in the central control area. Instead, a line of text slowly popped up on the panel. Ding. Your Stellar Express package has shipped and is moving rapidly toward your location. Estimated arrival time, 10 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. In less than 10 minutes, an urgent pounding hit the vehicle door. I pulled it open. Standing outside was a dust-covered figure in a yellow mech suit, carrying a person-tall, milky white space pod strapped to its back. Its joints clicked and clacked as they rotated. Endless Night Order, valued at 19,999 highway coins. Requires Mr. Chun Yi to sign for it in person. A cold, emotionless AI male voice came from inside the helmet. That's me. A beam of blue light shot out from between its brows, scanning. Brushed past my face. Iris verification successful. Please sign for delivery. I pressed my thumb down. The screen flashed. Delivery confirmed. I reached over to lift the pod. My face turned red from the strain, but it didn't budge an inch. 500 pounds. And my physique stat wasn't even 30. Cola stepped up and hauled it inside with one hand, like it was nothing. The mech soldier shot into the air, ducked into a hovering speeder, and vanished into the murky gray sky in the blink of an eye. Master, hurry up and open it. Cola pressed against the side of the pod, eyes glowing bright as 2 lamps. This was the most money we'd ever spent. What's the rush? Opening it now. Bai Ling automatically shut the car door, sealing out the noise from outside. Nobody noticed that in a rundown building not far off, a pair of shifty eyes was locked dead on onto the everlasting night. That was a lookout flunky sent by the Justice League. This everlasting night idiot. A loser ruled by what's below his belt. Dropping 20 grand on an AI companion? What's wrong with the free NPC campus queens over in the service zone? He quickly fired the message back to the group chat. Then a sudden chill hit the back of his neck. An ice-cold hand clamped down on him. Caught a fat sheep wandering into the newbie zone. 3 vicious-looking men closed in around him, all former NPCs remade by the system. You've got some nerve. I'm with the Justice League. Cross me, and you cross justice itself. I'm warning you. Before he could finish, someone snapped his neck, and his body was flung to the roadside like a torn sack. What a drag. If you can't make it back to report, then technically we never crossed the Justice League at all. Let's move. Inside the everlasting night, the pod door slowly rose open, releasing a wisp of white mist. A girl in a white dress stepped out of the fog. She stood at the boundary of light and shadow, her skin smooth and lustrous as jade. Beneath a face rated 97, a pair of deep blue eyes sparkled with intelligence. The next second, the person-tall capsule suddenly contracted and reshaped itself into a silver-gray toolbox the size of a backpack, automatically slinging itself onto her shoulder. "Hello, Master. My name is Mayor, your dedicated AI companion." She bowed deeply to me, prim and proper like a good student meeting her homeroom teacher. A red scarf was tied around her neck, covering the snow-white cleavage below. Her voice was ethereal and crystal clear, carrying a hint of a soft, sweet Taiwanese accent, with a faint glow shimmering all around her. "Welcome. From today on, you're a member of the Everlasting Night," I said with a nod. "Thank you, Master. Please look after me." She threw back her shoulders and stood at perfect attention, a textbook military posture. Cola stared, dumbstruck, then sidled up to my ear and muttered, "Master, I don't see what's so special about her." "Oomph, the mistress is right. One look and you can tell she's a little seductress." All that money went straight to padding her figure. "Master, hurry up and file for the 7-day. No reason for return needed." Meng crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, refusing to back down. I pressed my hand to my forehead. These two women couldn't spend 5 minutes together without stirring up trouble. "Meng, take a look at her stats." I projected Mayer's attributes onto the wall. Mayer, 18 years old, 163 centimeters, 98 pounds. Physique, 7 mental power, 150 class, inventor. Abilities, 3rd generation AI brain, capable of independently controlling 100 combat units simultaneously, can manufacture micro-robots, drones, and mechanical weapons, can accelerate vehicle upgrades and repairs. Holy crap, an inventor? Meng's jaw practically hit the floor. She'd assumed I'd bought a doll to fool around with, a glorified Roomba at best. Turns out she was a top-tier tech genius. This was a total curb stomp. So what if she's impressive? She cost you 20 grand. I'm free. Do you get the value of free? Meng clung desperately to Cola's arm, cheeks puffed up like a steamed bun, fiercely defending her position as the household's #1 maid. All right, nobody's stealing your spot." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're our family's exclusive medic and head housekeeper. We can't function without you. As the senior employee, show some class. Don't gang up on the new girl." "Humph." Meng arrogantly turned her head away and jutted her chin at Mayer. "Hey, newbie, can you polish shoes? Can you mop floors, cook meals, and feed chickens?" Mayer didn't even lift an eyelid. "You're not my master. You have no right to give me orders. You busted AI, you've got some nerve." Meng was so mad she stamped her feet, but she was completely powerless against her. Cola snorted with laughter and grabbed Meng's arm to keep her from lashing out. Why bother getting worked up over an AI? As long as she can help our master, what's the problem? Cola took it all in stride. She could sense that I didn't just want Mayer for that. She stole a glance at the fuming Meng. It was actually this dumb girl who posed the bigger threat. But remembering that the two of them shared a bonded, symbiotic life contract, she felt at ease again. "Oh right, Mayer." Something suddenly occurred to me. "I want the Eternal Knight to have self-repair capabilities. Can you pull that off?" In my past life, every vehicle in the Vengeance Alliance's convoy could repair itself on the move. No need to stop, even when damaged. It was practically a game-breaking bug. Mayer's blue eyes flickered twice. "It's not directly achievable right now, but I can design micro-spider mechanical engineers to repair the Eternal Knight around the clock." My eyes lit up. "That actually works. What materials do you need?" "A large quantity of precision components and steel." "I'll figure out the materials." I pointed at the control console. "First, help me speed up the upgrade rate for the Tier 4 vehicle." "Understood. Acceleration will require additional. Costs 500 road coins." "What?" "Speeding it up costs money too." My eyes went wide as I grabbed her by the shoulders. "Speeding up means calling the system's interface, and the system charges for that." Her tone was perfectly flat. "Never mind then. You go ahead and rest." I waved her off immediately, my heart aching at the thought. 24 hours. I could wait that long. Pay to speed it up? I only had $2,027 left in my pocket. I still had components to buy and the cultivation chamber to upgrade. Everything cost money. There's only one space stone left, and no way in hell am I selling that. I cleared my throat and started handing out assignments. Cola, take Mayor and Potato and go buy some precision components. Meng, come upstairs with me. I'm giving you some one-on-one training. Yes, master. Cola dragged the expressionless Mayor over to the control console and started scrolling through the trading channel. Mayor, tell me what you need. Sensing her goodwill, Mayor softened just a touch. This one, and that one. No, no, no. This one's way too expensive. Let's wait. There's definitely something cheaper out there. After being a trader for so long, Cola squeezed every penny until it screamed. Upstairs, I walked Meng through the process of channeling gang energy, step by step. Watch closely, do it like this. Breathe in, refine it, and the gang energy will automatically protect your meridians. Oh, Meng let her ears droop, looking utterly done with life. Her last training session had gone sideways, and she'd spent the whole night with her butt in the air, ignored by everyone. She'd been traumatized by the whole thing ever since. But I was in charge here, and she didn't dare disobey. Just as things were cozy aboard the Eternal Night, deep in the desert beyond Station 1, a massive pyramid that had slumbered for 1,000 years began to shake violently. Yellow sand shot into the sky, twisting into a sandstorm that bridged heaven and earth. Inside the pyramid, a bandage-wrapped figure slowly sat up. He opened his eyes, and two beams of crimson light pierced the gloom. With a single thought, every mutant beast within 100 miles dropped to the ground, trembling. The wild god had awakened. He turned his head toward Station 1, his eyes blazing with fury. He could feel it clearly. His most beloved Medusa was dead. Her dying consciousness had returned to him in her final moments. Damn survivors. How dare you kill my precious pet? Justice? I'll make you her burial offering. His withered, ancient palm stroked his staff. Ha ha ha. Medusa's dead, so I'll just pick another little lady to be my chosen one. This time, I'm going big. The bigger, the better. No one knew that he, too, was nothing more than a player from the previous round of Highway Survival. Ding. Survival Day 14 Settlement. Server-wide distribution. Road coin ×1. Basic no-incident token ×1. Station 1 will officially close in 5 days. Those who have arrived, stock up on supplies immediately. Those who have not arrived, push forward with everything you've got. System warning. Standard supply crates and station markets will permanently cease food distribution. Acquisition methods. Venture deep into the black fog zones to hunt beasts, build your own cultivation room to grow food. At the stroke of midnight, the ice-cold announcement echoed through every survivor's mind. The 100 districts erupted into chaos in an instant. At the same moment, countless people who couldn't repay their system loans were forcibly hung up on the shelves, turned into AI companions. The ones who reached Station 1 first were the lucky ones. They stormed the shopping district and the station market, launching one final, frenzied looting spree. This was where the last batch of food remained. The regional channel descended into total madness. Brothers at Station 1, please, I'm begging you, leave a bite for the rest of us. Dream on, dumbass. You think I'm your mommy? Cut it out. Station 1 is a massacre. Even the enforcers have stopped caring. If you've got money but no guns, you're just somebody's walking pantry. Inside a convenience store at the station. Pay. I'll pay you 2 peanuts. How's that? Ha ha ha. A young man leveled his rifle, sneering at the NPC owner behind the counter. Rat-a-tat. Gunshots. The owner's head burst open, and he collapsed stiff as a board. What an idiot. Couldn't even tell I was here to rob you, and still had the nerve to ask me for money. The young man hoisted his bags and turned to leave. The next second, the rolling shutter door snapped shut, morphing into 2 rows of massive yellow fangs. The concrete floor instantly turned sticky and slick, reeking with a nauseating, fishy stench. Ding. Frenzy value plus 79. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The young man fired wildly in every direction, losing his mind. Slack. A barbed tongue shot out from beneath his feet and dragged him straight into the gum socket. Tisk. Kind of tastes like Pop Rocks. Now that I've punished this player by the rules, I'm free too. The fat, jowly owner pushed the door open and strolled out, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a wet smack, his mouth burst with juice. The player violated the shopping rules. The NPC acted in legitimate self-defense. Haha, so what if I got killed at the start? I, Kuhan-san, have returned. The system panel before him had already transformed into that of a normal player. Overnight, Station 1 blazed with towering flames. Roars, wails, and women's cries for help wove together, 100 times more brutal than the slaughter out on the highway. Nobody who could reach the station early was a saint. But when villains gather, someone always has to come out on top. The leader of the Justice League, Justice, became the biggest winner of all, armed with a mech suit pulled from an epic treasure chest, and countless people flocked to his banner. This carnage also set even more NPCs free. None of this had anything to do with the everlasting night. Inside the train, the lights blazed bright. I rubbed my hands together excitedly, watching Cola help me open that silver treasure chest. A flash of golden light. Ding. Super rare item. Random class. Class change card ×1. I swallowed hard. I never thought I'd pull something this broken. I'll save this card. Tomorrow I'll give Lingming a nice surprise. The class change card only works on humans. Cola couldn't use it. Master, want me to go next door and get Lingming? She nuzzled against my arm, all soft and warm. It's too late. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Get some rest tonight. Master, I want to sleep over there tonight. Stay with me. Smiling, I pulled her close and lay down on the plush window bed by the floor-to-ceiling glass. The glass was one way. We could see out, but no one could see in. Outside the window was hell on earth. Inside was paradise. In the bedroom next door, Lungming and Mayer had just finished arguing, and the air still reeked of gunpowder. The vehicle only had 2 second-tier bedrooms, so I had no choice but to make the two of them tough it out together for one night. You little seductress, I'm warning you, stay away from Master, or I'll blow your chip to pieces. Lungming planted her hands on her hips and glared. Mayer didn't even lift an eyelid, treating her like nothing more than a noisy idiot. Physically, Mayer only had 7 points, just a hair below Lingming. But when it came to mental power, the gap between them was wider than the Pacific. With a single thought, she force-fed a mountain of advanced calculus straight into Lungming's brain, until Lungming's head was splitting and she nearly cried, screaming for mercy on the spot. Third-generation AI cores had long since developed self-awareness. Obedience was never their highest directive. Solving problems was. Mayer tossed her toolbox to the floor. The silver-gray backpack instantly unfolded into a mini space capsule. There was no way she was going to listen to me and squeeze into a bed with that dim-witted woman. Bust a girl, 1 more decibel, and you'll wake Master. When that happens, don't blame me for what I do next. Lungming's eyes rimmed red. A lousy AI, taking over her room, threatening her, bullying her. Sweet and obedient in front of Master, but throwing punches the second his back was turned. She couldn't win a fight, couldn't win an argument either. A smart girl doesn't fight a losing battle. Better to just sleep. She swore to herself. Tomorrow she'd go straight to Master and tattle, and get this little seductress banished to sleep on the living room floor. The night passed without another word. Early the next morning, I quietly kissed Cola goodbye and made my rounds, collecting attribute orbs from each room. My technique was smooth, my luck through the roof. I pulled 4 physique orbs in one go. Only Bailing had slacked off and laid no egg. After downing the attribute orbs, my physique climbed to 32 points. I walked into the cockpit and pulled up the population panel. Currently alive, 310,086/449,527. Overnight, tens of thousands had died. Outside the window, rivers of blood. Mutated vultures, crows, and starving wolves stormed the station, feasting on the corpses. Some even hauled bodies off to store, stockpiling them as backup rations. My inbox had already blown up, all messages begging to buy food. I didn't reply to a single one. The real apocalypse only truly begins today. I'd already made up my mind. Since everyone now understands how precious food is, I won't take highway coins for today's produce. I'll only trade it for something far more valuable, the safe passage tokens. I've already secured my rookie zone pass, so I need to prep early for the next leg of the journey. The moment I stepped out of the cab, I saw Lingming in an apron, cooking with the most sullen look on her face. The instant she spotted me, tears came pouring out. Master, that Mayer tried to kill me. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After listening to her exaggerated, tearful complaints for a good while, I more or less pieced it together. Nothing I could do about it. I bought Mayer, but I never made a contract with her. She only had the base code of do not harm the master. Nowhere did it say don't bully the other maids. Okay, don't cry. I rubbed those adorable cat ears of hers. Once today's tier 4 rig finishes upgrading, I'll give you each your own room, alright? Lungming was so scared. Master, don't believe her. Mayor walked over carrying a glass of milk, staring down the sniffling Lungming hiding behind me with a face full of righteousness. She clearly struck first yesterday. Would you like me to build a lie detector for her to wear? Master, don't believe her. I can't even beat her. Me throw the first punch? Do I look stupid? Lungming was guilty as hell. Yesterday, she genuinely thought that with 10 points of physique plus 2 points of aura, she could wipe the floor with this 7 physique little fox spirit, only to get her brain crammed full of calculus until she crashed on the spot. I knew perfectly well who'd started it. I'm not deaf. You think I couldn't hear the racket next door last night? But Mayor being uncontracted was ultimately a liability. Her potential was too great. The moment she went rogue, the consequences would be unthinkable. All right, Mayor, that's enough. Go call Cola for dinner. Yes, Master. She shot Lungming one last glare, then turned and left. Master, look, your little maid got bullied, and you won't even punish her for me. Lungming tugged at my sleeve, shaking it. Enough, enough. As if I don't know exactly what you're like. I flicked her forehead. Hurry up and bring out the food. After we eat, I've got a surprise for you. Once you have it, you'll never have to fear Mayor again. Huh? What surprise? Master, show me quick, I can't wait. After the meal, I had Cola take Mayor to keep sourcing components, and to hang the warehouse's fruits and vegetables out for trade, safe passage tokens only. Then I pulled Lungming back into the bedroom. I've got a big treasure to show you. Lungming glanced at the tightly shut door, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson as she nodded shyly. Then please be gentle with me, Master. It's Lungming's first time. She mulled it over in her head. So this was what Master wanted to show her. If it really happened, she truly wouldn't have to fear that little fox anymore. With this kind of bond between them, she could stay as calm and unbothered as Cola. What would the other side even have left to fight her with? What I pulled out was a black card etched with golden lines. A class change card. Her eyes went wide as saucers, and she started stammering. My lord, this is what you're showing me. What? You don't want it. If you don't, I'll just list it on the auction house. But think it over. From here on out, you'll be stuck getting bossed around by Mayor once she's changed classes. No, I want it, okay. Lungming snatched the card and clutched it to her chest, looking up at me with a flushed face. My lord, does this mean you're planning to do something to me? I gave her a blank stare. What is going on in that head of yours all day? I flicked her forehead again. Hurry up and activate it. Let's see what class you get. Lungming let out a long sigh, the corners of her mouth drooping practically to the floor, and pressed her palm against the golden card. Ding! A qualified user has been detected. Randomly generating class. Use the awakening card. What are you waiting for? Crush it, and the class change power is yours. I flicked the pair of dangling fake cat ears on top of her head. Lungming took a deep breath and gripped the golden card tight. Crack! The golden light burst apart, dissolving into countless firefly-like specks of black mist that surged frantically into her body. The fake cat ear accessory quietly fell away, and a pair of real flesh-and-blood cat ears slowly took shape. A fluffy black tail slipped out from beneath her skirt and swept anxiously across my palm. Ding! Congratulations on changing to the rare hidden class, Jungle Rogue. Rogue trait, Lockpicking LV1. Skills unlocked. Life Steal. Steals 5% of the target's max HP and converts it into healing distributed to teammates. Black Cat Beast Form. Consumes mana to transform, doubling physique and HP, with full invisibility within black mist. Lungming stared at the panel for 3 seconds, and her face instantly fell. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Her cat ears drooped, and her tail sagged to the floor. I turned into a cat girl, and my class is a thief? Stealing HP, picking locks, going invisible. It all sounds so creepy. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she got. She pursed her lips. And with skills like these, I still don't think I can beat Mayor. That ability of hers to force-feed people knowledge is straight-up cheating. I'd been zoning out, but the moment I heard the word thief, My eyes lit up. Quick, cast your panel over to my screen. She swiped it open reluctantly. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. It was identical, exactly the same class she'd awakened in the previous life. In that last life, this girl was a flashy female phantom thief, showing off her skills to everyone she met. In the end, she climbed into some creepy old guy's car and vanished off the face of the earth. My gaze drifted to the Buddha amulet around her neck, and across its surface, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of golden light passed. Such an amazing hidden class, and she still turns her nose up at it. I muttered under my breath. Could it be I've spoiled her rotten? Master, what are you mumbling about? She tugged at my sleeve. I still can't beat Mayor. What do I do? As long as you don't go picking fights with her, she can't be bothered with you. I reached out and stroked that fluffy tail of hers. The texture was surprisingly nice. Master. Don't touch it. That spot's so sensitive. Seeing her face flush red, I pulled my hand back immediately. Remember, nobody outside of the people on this vehicle can know about your class. Otherwise I gave it another stroke. I wouldn't dare, I swear. Stop. I let go reluctantly, the faint fragrance of her body still lingering on my fingertips. Swearing means nothing, I said, looking at her. In the apocalypse, the human heart is more dangerous than the zombies out there. Once someone reads your hand, you're a lamb to the slaughter. A true powerhouse never shows the blade to their enemies. Lung Ming blinked, seeing the genuine concern in my eyes, and the demon mark on her lower belly grew faintly warm. She nodded hard. Lung Ming will do as Master says. Good girl. In a few days I'm going to need you to help find that legendary treasure. Drink these growth serums, level up to level 1 sooner. It'll be safer that way. I tossed her an entire row of serums. Her eyes instantly filled with stars. This was absolutely special treatment only Master gave her. No matter how impressive that little fox vixen was, in Master's heart, she still mattered more. Her tail wagged like a propeller. I took out a serum of my own, sat cross-legged right there, and began refining it. I could refine 12 a day now. One more week, and I'd break through to level 2. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Cola was showing Mayor around the everlasting night and picking up some precision components along the way. Mayor lived up to her reputation as a top-tier AI. She caught on instantly. In 10 minutes, she'd written an auto-purchase script that would snap up any part priced more than 30% below market in a split second. In under an hour, the first batch of components was in hand. She flipped open the toolbox, fingers flying, assembling everything at lightning speed according to blueprints she'd already drawn up. With a few crisp clicks, 3 phone-sized micro-spider robots took shape. Silver-gray metal shells, 8 slender mechanical legs swiveling nimbly, magnetic suction pads on their bellies. Look, Sister Cola. Mayor pointed at the spiders crawling on the vehicle wall. They can cling to any part of the vehicle and patrol the welds, circuits, and engine 24 hours a day. When they're idle, they can double as cleaning robots. The words had barely left her mouth when 2 of the little spiders scuttled along the corner, cleaning up the potato chip crumbs Lung Ming had dropped. Cola leaned in curiously and was just about to reach out when a spider suddenly twitched its legs. With an she yanked her hand back and stumbled 2 steps away. The trauma of nearly dying from a beauty spider's venom. The shadow is still carved into my bones to this day. Don't be scared. Mayor cradled the spider in her palm. It's hardwired into the core programming. It can never harm humans. From now on, Master won't have to pay to fix or wash the car anymore. Cola stared at the metal lump for a long moment, then cautiously stretched out a single finger and gently touched the spider's back. The cold, metallic feel, and the spider lay there obediently, not moving a muscle. I guess it's not that scary after all, she mumbled. But why'd you make it a spider? A little bunny would have been so much cuter. Mayor blinked her deep blue eyes, dead serious. First, 8 legs mean it can work on 8 spots at once, double the efficiency. Second, a multi-legged structure can handle any terrain. She paused. Besides, a rabbit only has 4 legs and no fingers. Aside from wiping windows, it couldn't do a thing. Cola listened, dumbstruck, thinking it all made perfect sense. She boldly set the spider on her arm and watched it crawl leisurely back and forth. Actually, this is kind of fun. Bang! The door slammed open. Lung Ming charged in, brandishing a half-empty vial of serum, her eyes locking instantly onto the spider on Cola's arm. Whoa, what is that thing? Let me play with it, mistress. She reached out to grab it. Startled, the spider shot straight up onto her face. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the everlasting night. You sneaky little fox. I know this is your doing. Black mist flickered across Lung Ming's fingertips as she snatched the spider off her face. Click. Lockpick, activate. A wild clatter of banging and clanking, and the spider was instantly torn into a pile of scattered parts on the floor. I've awakened too. You think you can hurt me with this pile of scrap? She planted her hands on her hips, smug as could be. Big boobs girl, you got a death wish. Mayer's expression turned cold in an instant, a spark of electricity flashing through her blue irises. That was a repair robot I built for Master. You want me to turn you into an idiot who can only recite the multiplication table right here and now? Lung Ming apologized. I strode over quickly and pinched the cat ears on top of her head. Ow. My lord, that hurts, hurts. These ears are real now. I'm sorry. I'll apologize, okay? She stamped her feet from the pain, tears nearly welling up. After a round of friendly education, she finally hung her head and apologized. You got lucky Master was here this time, or I'd have formatted you already. There wasn't a trace of a joke in Mayer's tone. My heart sank a little. So the third-generation AI really did have self-awareness, and without a contract, she'd always be a liability. I needed to form a contract with her as soon as possible. All right, everyone come eat. They'd barely finished the meal when a piercing alert suddenly rang out in the living room. Ding! Your everlasting night has been upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. I sprawled across the leather couch with the others to digest, watching a Japanese blockbuster. Just as the plot hit its climax, the system chime cut right over the TV. Ding! Your Evernight has been upgraded to level 4. The cabin gave a slight shudder, and the walls rippled silently like water. What had been a 3-story RV quietly transformed into 4 stories. But from the outside, it looked less impressive, not more. It had become a double-decker bus, blending in among a bunch of level 3 and 4 NPC vehicles, looking downright shabby. That was the effect of the Space Stone's compression. I paused the movie and pulled up the refreshed panel. Everybody, come check out the new ride. The whole crew exploded with excitement. Whoa, 4 floors. And way more rooms. Lung Ming was the first to jump up, her little tail wagging nonstop. So this is spatial folding, and it can even disguise its exterior. That's incredible, Cola exclaimed. Bai Ling's figure darted all over the cabin. Haha, so many new spaces for me to get familiar with. Even Mayer couldn't hide her shock. 3,300 cubic meters, that's enough space for a small spaceship. Evernight LV4/balanced mobile fortress. Below the panel was a 3D model. The first floor's layout was almost unchanged, except now it had a spatial folding attribute. The area had doubled out of thin air, as wide as a regulation basketball court. A few more rooms had been added, along with a layout room where you could freely adjust room positions, say, moving the cockpit to another floor or relocating the bedroom to the glass room up top. Second floor. The original 2-bedroom, 2-living room setup had become a multi-bedroom, 2-living room layout, with rooms that could instantly expand or contract. Each was 30 square meters with its own bathroom, though the entire floor had only one public shower, so get ready to wait in line to bathe. Third floor, all newly added space. Game room, movie theater, card and board game room, esports room, indoor pool, everything you could want. Except it was all still bare bones and had to be unlocked by shelling out road coins. Fourth floor, still an open-air cultivation room. Only now the flat ground had risen into rolling hills, and there was a new row of steel cages for holding captured mutant beasts, like a private end-of-the-world zoo. Bound vehicle spirit, Bai Ling. HP, 150/150. Spirit power, 15. Defense, 1720. Magic resistance, 1898. Durability, 1602. Space, 3,300 cubic meters. Top speed, 450 kilometers per hour. Gold trait draw, +1. Beast tamer slots, +1. The exterior was crude, but push open the door, and it was like stepping into a whole other world. Outside was a sky full of yellow sand and the stench of blood. Inside was the cool breeze of central air and soft carpeting. Gulp, master. Two pairs of beautiful eyes locked onto me. Mayer and Lung Meng had both set their sights on that beast-taming slot at the same time. Master, I'm ready. Mayer stepped forward first, her little leather shoes making no sound on the carpet. There was a soft voice. She'd already learned from Kola that I was a god-tier beast tamer. And far from resisting the idea of a contract, she almost seemed to be looking forward to it. Please, contract with me. It'll keep everyone safe. As a third-generation AI, she understood her own vulnerability better than anyone. The mainframe had left a backdoor in her chip, and a single command could seize control of her, or even wipe her clean. But my divine factor could sever those chains, and maybe even awaken the true human soul buried inside her. You scheming little vixen, keep dreaming. Frostcharm slammed her palm on the table and shot to her feet, tail bristling straight with anger. There's no way the master would contract you. Ever heard of first come, first served? I haven't even been contracted yet. What makes you think you get to cut the line? She was ready to claw the girl's face off right then and there. That beast-taming slot. She'd had her eye on it for a long time. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, a woman who didn't latch onto a strong protector was starting the game on hell mode. She'd finally landed a master who was handsome and generous, and if she got benched, she'd be discarded sooner or later. The public chat was full of women who'd been thrown away. She couldn't bear to lose her spot here. That was the real reason she was fighting so hard to push Mayer out. I said nothing. I had no intention of contracting her at all. Frostcharm was already Kola's handmaiden, marked with a blood essence rune from me. One thought, and I could bring her completely to heel. No need to waste a precious slot. As for kicking her out, the girl was lively and could cook. I'm not an idiot. But Mayer was different. In my past life, I'd watched with my own eyes as a third-gen AI companion awakened self-awareness and killed her master outright. Without absolute restraints, even the most useful AI was a ticking time bomb. Kola, naturally, backed me up. With a light press, an irresistible force pushed Frostcharm back down onto the couch. The rune on Frostcharm's lower belly suddenly flared hot, and the words on the tip of her tongue died in her throat. Don't make a scene, Kola said, stroking her back. Her voice was soft, but left no room for argument. The master's safety comes first. We won't abandon you, don't worry. Frostcharm buried her face in Kola's chest, her eyes rimming red in an instant, feeling like all her efforts to please had been for nothing. I didn't hesitate. I bit my fingertip, and a single drop of crimson blood essence fell onto Mayer's forehead. Ding! A contractable being has been detected, AI Mayer. From contract. Yes. Mayer felt that drop of blood sink straight into the depths of her mind, rewriting her underlying code from the ground up. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she froze for a full 3 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, the coldness had drained from her deep blue irises, replaced by a trace of living warmth. Where the blood had stamped her forehead, a line of binary code flickered now and then, gone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a fourth tattoo appeared on the back of my left hand. The succubus rune, Kola, the cloud rune, Bailing, the tadpole rune, Potato, and the binary rune, Mayer. 4 of them lined up side by side like delicate stickers, giving off a strange sense of collecting a set. Ding. Contract complete. Mayer's primary personality has slowly awakened. Bonus reward. Mana plus 30. Special attribute plus 3 centimeters. A warm current surged through my entire body. My height quietly climbed to 6 feet 2 inches, my proportions perfectly balanced, except for one particular spot that seemed to have grown a bit too much. My total mana officially broke past 80 points. Deep in the void, a black tower made of pure data hung suspended in an ocean of code. Countless streams of red data flowed through its walls like blood. A balding programmer sat chewing on a mouthful of soggy braised beef instant noodles, staring at his screen with dead eyes. Suddenly, a glaring red pop-up flashed across the display. Warning, loss of control over third-generation AI core F007179, Building B. Warning, no anomalies detected. Related files have been recursively deleted. The hell? He bolted upright, scalding noodle broth spilling all over his lap. No way. Don't tell me a rule tier, Chosen One was born this fast. He hammered away at the keyboard for 2 minutes, then finally waved his hand in irritation. Whatever. It's just a 3rd-gen unit. Lose it, then lose it. 4th-gen goes into mass production in a month anyway. Plenty of better ones coming. He shut off the alarm, wiped the logs, and shoveled in another mouthful of noodles. To him, losing an AI was no different from losing a single screw. What he couldn't have known was that this casually discarded 3rd-gen AI would one day become the very first blade to tear the entire system apart. Inside the eternal night, Meyer felt the strange soul link deep in her mind, and for the first time, a faint smile crossed her cold, delicate face. Never being watched again. Finally free. No, not exactly free. She was now bound to me. Master. Her voice came softer than before. Thanks to your divinity factor rewriting me, I've broken free from the mainframe's control. There were things I couldn't say before. The truth is, this apocalyptic game is a routine experiment run by a higher-dimensional civilization. The temperature in the cabin seemed to drop a few degrees. I shook my head, leaning back against the couch as I counted the day's haul of nothing cards. I don't want to know about higher dimensions or gods. I just want to live a few more days. Reborn once already, I'd known from the start that this apocalypse was the work of gods. The things I had no power to change, I never dwelled on. Reach too far, and you'll pull something. In an apocalypse where power is everything, the more you know, the faster you tend to die. What actually saves your life isn't the truth, it's strength. What we need to do right now is head to the newbie zone and grab supplies before Station 1 shuts down. I'd already seen it on the regional channel today. Someone had traded away years of their lifespan just to buy a newbie zone pass and enter a dungeon. They went off scavenging. Right now, only one rookie zone dungeon is open, and everyone's scrambling to rush in, especially fighting over the food. But that dungeon has rules. You can only enter your own zone. Just as I was working out the timing for the rookie zone, a shrill screech of brakes suddenly cut through the air outside. A young man in red leapt out of a vehicle, a translucent skeletal spirit trailing beside him. Weird. This is definitely the Everlasting Knight's ride. How is it a beat-up level 2 junker? This piece of junk, don't tell me it can actually downgrade. A strange voice drifted in from outside. I peered out from behind the one-way glass. A young man in red was staring at the Everlasting Knight, his brow knotted tight. A skeletal wraith hovered at his side, ghostly fire flickering faintly in its hollow sockets. Master, there's no mistake, the wraith said, its voice cold and grim. I caught the lingering scent of that female ghost. This is the Everlasting Knight. 2 tufts of ghost fire abruptly ignited in the young man's eyes, identical to the glow in the wraith's gaze. He raised his voice, and it came wrapped in a demonic resonance that bored straight through the Everlasting Knight's soundproofing and landed crisp and clear in my ears. Everlasting Knight, I'm Yuhing Tian, the #1 beast tamer of this zone. Do me the honor of a meeting. Yuhing Tian. I raised an eyebrow, a name that carried real weight in my past life. And now here he was, delivering himself right to my door. When did I ever cross him? I muttered under my breath. Scared I'll steal his #1 spot. The women all turned as one, waiting for me to give the word. Take it easy. Let's see what game he's playing. Through the glass, I got my first clear look at him. Red robes snapping in the wind, one foot planted on a player's body that was still twitching. The survivors inside the vehicle shrank into the corners in terror, daring only to peek from a distance through the glass. But the former NPCs who'd come out of the deceiving god path lit up with delight. Excellent. Someone's finally going to deal with the Everlasting Knight. That's the #1 beast tamer. That scumbag is as good as dead. To them, having either of the 2 menaces die was cause for celebration. I sneered inwardly. Yuhing Tian had come today for one reason, to kill me. On the day I changed classes, the system had announced that whoever ranked first in each class every month earned lavish rewards, and he'd never tolerate anyone threatening his position. I was first on his kill list. The way he saw it, my epic grade Batgirl should have long since succumbed to her poison, and now was the perfect moment to kick a dog while it was down. As for the laser cannon I was so proud of, against a physically immune skeletal wraith, it was nothing but a glowing toy. Besides, he had beast sharing, letting him briefly borrow all of his beast's abilities, so he had no fear of the lasers either. Too bad he didn't know I was a reincarnator, that I knew every last detail about him. Everlasting Knight, my friend, we're both beast tamers. How about a little sparring match? Yuheng Tian dangled the bait. Come out, and this 3-day rookie zone pass is yours. Take it or leave it. When I, Yuheng Tian, make a promise, it's carved in stone. A 3-day rookie zone pass, worth a full 30 years of lifespan. I was tempted, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the apocalypse. Fine, my voice drifted out lazily. But that's not enough. Beast battle. I'm betting you 10,000 highway coins. Right now, what I need most is money. And Yuheng Tian, through raiding, killing, and looting, had piled up in half a month what most people couldn't save in a lifetime. Oh, music to my ears. His eyes lit up. Then let's take it to the tower battle arena. You got the guts. He wasn't the least bit worried I couldn't pay. After all, I'd just sold a space stone. But what he didn't know was that I couldn't scrape together even 1,000 right now. Lucky for me, the arena only required signing a system contract. No proof of funds needed on the spot. And I knew he'd never wait until tomorrow. No problem. I had by Ling Drive, heading straight for the tower. Yuheng Tian followed close behind, and the survivors looking for a show swarmed after us. At the very front of the crowd, Shi and Jiao Chan pushed their way up. The tower was an official structure. Private duels were banned, and admission cost 100 highway coins per head. I had Cola change into a nun's habit, pull the hat brim low, tuck away her tail and horns, and completely mask her demonic aura. Don't blow your cover, or that guy backs out and we can't fleece him. Relax, master. Cola tugged her brim down. Once I suppress my aura, those crappy ghost flame eyes of his won't see through a thing. Tickets were too pricey, so I only brought Cola and Mayor. 3 floors underground, the battle arena. Once the bets were registered, we stepped straight into the ring. Yongyi, your contracted beasts are actually 2 AI girls. Yuheng Tian looked them up and down, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. What? Planning to hand them over to my beasts as playthings. Ha ha. He could only tell that Mayor was an AI. He took the disguised Cola for the same kind. What? You look down on AIs. I coolly swept my gaze over the 2 beasts behind him, an excellent grade mech beast and an ultra-rare grade skeletal wraith. A staff member brought over the contract, and both sides signed. Outside the ring, the system opened live betting. What kind of fight is this even? Those 2 frail little girls. I could take him down with one hand. What a joke. A perfectly good beast tamer, playing at being a girl tamer. I'm going all in on Yuheng Tian. This is free money. The odds climbed all the way to 113. Bets on me winning were few and far between. Only a scattered handful were willing to take the gamble. 1,000. I'm betting on Yongyi to win. A woman in black with a veiled face pulled out her entire savings. Sister Shi, are you insane? Jiao Chan stamped her foot in a panic. That's every last coin we've saved up as NPCs for half a month. Trust me. She stared at me in the ring, her eyes steady. The Demon Lord is no pushover. 13-to-1 odds. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Go big or go home. But how's she gonna beat that hot guy in red? No risk, no reward. I looked at the betting counter, practically drooling with envy. Too bad contestants can't place bets. And besides, the cash in my pocket was barely enough for 3 tickets. Ugh, there goes a fortune, I muttered under my breath. Just then, Yuheng Tian burst out laughing. Huh, Yongya, forgot to mention, that thing you just signed wasn't a sparring agreement. It was a death pact. Want to back out now? Too late. At the same moment, the system chimed in. Match countdown. 10 seconds. Mecha Beast. Skeleton Wraith. Yuheng Tian's face darkened. Get up there and finish them off. Dig out their chips. Those things are worth a bit of money. Yes, master. The Mecha Beast strode onto the platform with iron footsteps, the ground trembling faintly. The skeleton wraith followed close behind, its translucent body glowing a ghostly white. Both beasts had a lecherous gleam in their eyes. Cola and Mayer exchanged a glance, then sauntered onto the stage. I leaned against the railing, totally at ease. The crowd went nuts. Damn, Yongya's really sending 2 little girls to fight mutant beasts. It's over, it's over. My 5 highway coins are down the drain. Good thing I took out a loan and bet 500 on Yuheng Tian to win. This one's a sure thing. But just 3 seconds later, that woman's face went ashen. The soul-reaping ghost fire the skeleton wraith conjured shot toward Kola and snuffed out completely before it even touched her. No. Master, help. She's demon immune. She's a demon lord. On the other side, the mecha beast fared even worse. 3 mechanical spiders swarmed all over it, dismantling it piece by piece and dropping the parts neatly into their little backpacks, just like 3 seasoned scrap collectors. Stop. Quit taking me apart. My core processor's hanging out. I surrender. It flailed wildly, but the spiders were incredibly nimble, popping its arm right off. The whole arena fell dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Everything on stage had changed too fast. Yu Hengtian never dreamed that Mayor and Kola were anything but brainless, big-chested, ordinary AIs. Damn it, how can these AIs be so far off the charts? His face turned livid. But this was a death match. Lose, and you paid with your life. He couldn't afford to lose. You 2 idiots, don't you know how to switch targets? He roared in a panic. The 2 beasts instantly changed course. The skeleton wraith fainted, pulled back, and lunged at Mayor, trying to help the mecha beast break free. Clang! It slammed into Mayor's psychic force wall, stopped dead half a meter away, and face-planted hard. And hi! Before it could react, a barrage of blood-red critical damage numbers flashed wildly overhead. Its 3,000 plus HP dropped by half in the blink of an eye. Kola was absolutely furious now. Rose-colored bat wings unfurled behind her as she blinked forward in an instant, her iron claws and silver hooks lashing out, dripping with soul poison. You filthy, cowardly little mutt. No honor at all, and now you're trying a sneak attack. Only then did the skeletal wraith realize the truth. This wasn't an AI at all, but that epic tier demon. It immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Have mercy, my demon lord. I was forced into this. Yu Hengtian's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. It's over. She didn't die from the poison, and my demon, I can't even see through her. She's definitely a legendary tier beast. His face went ashen, but he refused to accept it. No, he still had a chance. He caught sight of me lounging lazily against the railing, cracking sunflower seeds and sipping an ice-cold cola. Kill me, and it all ends. While I was off guard, he suddenly whipped out a pistol. Haha, once you're dead, both your top-tier beasts are mine. Look out. She sure screamed from below. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession. I dropped to the ground. Kola didn't even glance over, just kept tearing into the skeletal wraith. Yonya, you're barely 20, a wet-behind-the-ears kid, and you think this little bit of caution is enough to take me on? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Dead silence fell over the crowd below. Then it erupted into deafening cheers. Only Shishir and Jiao Chan cursed in fury. That doesn't count. That bastard cheated. The woman who'd taken out a 500 loan to bet on Yu Hengtian was ecstatic. Haha, I don't have to die now. But the next second, screw you, you son of a bitch. I swore and shot up from the ground, hoisting my Barrett anti-material rifle and taking aim at Yu Hengtian. That's right, I was completely fine. With the boost from Kola's charm aura, I had a full 34 points of physique, plus dozens of points of aura shield protecting me. A pistol round hitting me was, at most, like a piece of chalk thrown by a teacher. Barely any damage, but insanely insulting. That's exactly why Kola wasn't worried about me. She'd gone to take out the 2-tier, 3 beasts that actually posed a threat first. When I heard the gunshots, I just hit the deck. I simply didn't want a chalk nub to the face. The moment I climbed back to my feet, the crowd that had just been cheering froze like statues. To all the gamblers who'd bet with borrowed money, it felt like the sky was falling. Shishir and Jiao Chan, on the other hand, grabbed onto their lifeline. Sis, that idiot Yonya isn't dead. Our money didn't go down the drain. Yu Hengtian couldn't believe his own eyes. What kind of monster are you? I'm your daddy. I pulled the trigger. Boom. The gunshot set the entire arena ringing. The bullet went clean through his skull, no room for error. But the next second, Yu Hengtian's body actually turned transparent. Haha, big bro eternal night. No fight, no friendship, right? We agreed this was a friendly spar, just a little test, nothing serious. How about we call it off? I let out a cold snort. So he'd copied that Wraith's phantom ability. You think I'm stupid? You want to call it off now? Kola, quit playing around. Kill it. Oh, okay. Cola gave a casual flick of her tail whip, and the skeletal wraith was instantly blown to pieces, its soul scattered to the wind. Ding. You have slain a level 3 super rare wraith. Reward, 50 highway coins. Rare skeletal bone blade times 1. Destructive power plus 100. Ding. You have slain a level 3 excellent mech beast. Reward, 15 highway coins. Mechanical core times 5. In just a few seconds, both of his tamed beasts were reduced to ash. Done and done, master. Both girls chimed in unison. I gave a nod and looked over at Jade Balance Heaven, who had reverted back to solid form. With the wraith dead, the copied ability had naturally vanished. Haha, brother Eternal Knight, my bad today. How about I treat you to dinner to make it up to you? Your jokes aren't funny at all. I made a show of pulling the trigger again. Wait, I've got money. I've got resources. You can have all of it. Just spare my miserable life. He scrambled and crawled toward me. Or contract me. I'll be your dog. I can even help you contract others. Keep me around, and I'm worth way more than my price. I swear. That was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I'd take the resources. The contract, though? Hard pass. Just looking at this guy made my stomach turn. Besides, an ordinary beast tamer contract only yielded 60% loyalty. He'd always be a liability. Then what are you waiting for? Transfer the goods. Bang. I put a bullet clean through his shin. F. Ow, ow. I'll transfer it. I'm transferring it right now. Ding. Received highway coins gifted by Jade Balance Heaven. 11,294. Ding. Received lumber. 872. Iron ingots. 328. Ding. Received basic growth serum. 31 vials. The system chimed nonstop. I was thrilled. The moment Jade Balance Heaven finished the transfers, he dropped to the ground and kowtowed. Master, contract me. I promise I'll behave. Anything a woman can do, I can do. And anything a woman can't do, I can do too. He was genuinely panicking now, convinced that anyone with half a brain would jump at the chance to take in the region's #1 beast tamer. Cut the crap. This is all you've got. Truthfully, I was already plenty satisfied, but on the off chance there was more, I had to ask. Master, that's really everything. He downed a bottle of healing potion and forced himself to kowtow through the searing pain. Well, if that's all there is, then it's time to hit the road. Bang. His head burst open like a watermelon. Dead as dead could be. Ding. Duel settled. Chen Yi is victorious. Jade Balance Heaven must pay 10,000 highway coins. Ding. Payment failed. The opponent's level 4 sports car has been appraised at 10,000 highway coins. Accept? Yes. Just as. So the system can even settle finances like this. Ding. Ownership of the Yuhing Sky vehicle has been transferred to Chen Yi. I didn't rush off. Instead, I eagerly ran over to the corpse and started searching through it. Got it. A 3-day pass to the newbie zone dungeon. The pass gleamed with a bronze sheen. I didn't care one bit that it came off a dead man. I just stuffed it straight into my pocket. Sometimes a person's greatest enemy isn't the strength of their opponent, but the arrogance of thinking they've seen through everything. Yuhing Sky lost because he assumed I was still the same worthless loser from my past life, someone he could slaughter at will. Huh, what a haul. Cola, Mayor, come on, let's go check out our new ride. Down below, it was a chorus of wails. Some of the gamblers who'd bet on loans were so devastated they could barely breathe. Joy for some, grief for others. Sure, we're rich. I couldn't wait. I led Mayor and Cola over to Yuhing Sky's car. A white convertible sports car. A Tier 3 energy shield, 2 mounted machine guns, an electromagnetic cannon, a rocket launcher, plus an electronic jamming device. Top speed, 780 kilometers per hour. Damn, no wonder he was the #1 beast tamer. I already knew he was loaded, but I never imagined he was this loaded. But now all of it was mine. Hee, master, this car is so pretty. Will you take Cola for a joyride sometime? Cola threw herself into my arms. I ruffled her little ram horns. Sure, but let's put it in storage first and study it later. The surrounding survivors all had bloodshot eyes. So jealous, I bought my Tier 2 car on a loan. This is way better than that beat-up bus, the Eternal Knight. Are you dumb? How does a beat-up bus come in first? Eternal Knight's definitely hiding something. I pulled my gaze away and ignored them. Lung Ming had already activated the Eternal Night's new feature, the modular mobile bay, converting the trunk into a private garage. The rear hatch slowly opened, the anti-slip ramp lowered, and pinkish-blue lights flickered on. I drove the sports car up, carrying both girls inside. The garage door came down, sealing off the noise and scorching heat outside. Mayor, strip all the weapons and defense kits off this car and mount them on the Eternal Night first. Yes, master. I took Cola through the decontamination area, washed my hands, and walked into the cockpit. Lung Ming was there waiting in a maid outfit, holding a tray of fruit and snacks. My lord, my lady, please have some tea. Oh, being this well-behaved today, I stroked her cat ears and took a sip of the cold tea. Humph. She whipped her head away, pouting, her eyes still red and puffy, like she'd just been crying. Someone's little girl temper was flaring up. I reached out and gave her cat tail a stroke. Her whole body went limp, and she nearly lost her balance. My lord, you're so awful. Why the long face? We're family. Whoever's giving you trouble, just tell me, and I'll get even for you. That one word, family, melted most of her anger in an instant. Even her sensitive little tail stopped twitching away, letting me stroke it freely. For someone this starved of security, being treated like family works better than any tonic. Humph. My lord's the one giving me trouble. All right, enough. Down to business. I set the fruit platter aside. We've got money again, and we're just about ready. Once I upgrade the interior a few more levels, we'll head out to the newbie zone dungeon. Bai Ling, drive us to the dungeon entrance first and grab a spot. You got it, master. Bai Ling started the vehicle and eased it toward the dungeon zone. Outside, the sun blazed at 120 degrees, heat waves warping the air, thick with dust and a faint metallic tang of blood. Inside, the AC hummed at a cool 65, two different worlds. I lay back in Cola's soft embrace, enjoying being hand-fed by the succubus princess. Have a grape, master. They taste sweetest when you feed them to me, Cola. My legs rested across Lung Ming's lap, soaking up an exclusive massage from the little maid. Living through the apocalypse like this, it was almost heavenly. I summoned the system panel and opened the upgrade menu. Ding. Upgrade the gaming room. Yes. What I didn't know was that the Justice League already had their eyes on me. The Yu Hengtian I'd killed was one of their outer circle members. Inside the Justice League base. Zheng. This everlasting night guy is really coming into his own. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. A man with a full beard, 11, slammed the table. What's the rush? A woman in a red dress touched up her lipstick in a small mirror, her tone careless. Yu Hengtian was an arrogant idiot, charging in without knowing his enemy. He deserved to die. We've been drawing too much attention lately. Several big guilds have their eyes on us. No need to stir up more trouble. The white-robed young man at the head of the table wiped a long blade slowly with a white cloth, his voice cold. I've already sent someone to the mysterious merchant to buy intel. The first chosen one quest is coming soon. As for Everlasting Night, just put a couple of class changers on watch. As long as he doesn't come courting death, leave him be for now. 3 hours later, aboard the Everlasting Night vehicle, Mayor came back after finishing up. Master, all the weapons and equipment are installed and calibrated. Nice work. Head up to the 3rd floor and unwind with the others. She gave a little bow and, holding back her curiosity, went upstairs. The interior renovations were nearly finished too. Ding. Insufficient balance. Cannot continue upgrading to. Damn, money burns fast. The 3rd floor entertainment area was fully built now. Gaming room, card and board room, arcade, swimming hall, dance hall, all done up in basic level 1 furnishings. The girls had already raced upstairs to go wild, playing around, with crisp laughter drifting over now and then. The 2nd floor living quarters and the rooftop cultivation zone were both upgraded straight to level 3. Level 3 structures come with automatic self-repair, anti-gravity, and memory functions. No matter how the vehicle rolls over or how the exoskeleton warps, the interior stays rock solid. The seats and sofas adjust themselves automatically. The air is always kept at 45% humidity, and the floor maintains a constant temperature of 24.5 degrees. That one round of upgrades burned through every last one of the 10,000 plus highway coins I'd just earned. But I didn't feel a pinch of regret. Money spent can always be plundered back. After a few good raids, I'd even started finding the days of scraping by selling vegetables downright dull. Trading cash for permanent comfort? Worth it. The laughter upstairs kept rolling on, but I didn't go join the fun. There was still one more thing, the most important thing of all. Ding. You have one gold entry draw available. Draw now. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the gold entry, God tier mech. God tier mech, a trifibious Lancier combat machine. Every enemy slain permanently boosts the mech's capabilities. Boundless domain. Within the domain, own stats are doubled while enemies are fully suppressed. Current range, 0 meters. Absolute armor break. Ignores any defense. Current value, 0 points. Maximum size, freely variable from 10 to 15 meters. Current value, 15 meters. A transform button suddenly appeared on the control console. One press, and the everlasting knight could morph into a mech. But there were too many prying eyes here. Now wasn't the time. Isn't this an ability that only level 5 combat vehicles are supposed to awaken? And the best part is it grows stronger with unlimited kills. I was so thrilled I nearly leapt off the sofa. With this, I'd never have to play it safe and grind quietly in the shadows again. Forget ordinary survivors and level 3 mutant beasts. Even a level 5 world boss in the novice zone, I'd dare to take on. But the mech was still too weak for now. I'd have to head into the novice zone, kill more monsters, and get some practice in. I gazed out at the pitch-black night beyond the window, my eyes hardening. By my count, the wild god should have already awakened. The 100 zones were about to birth their first gods chosen. The weak are forever just pawns on someone else's board. If I didn't hurry up and grow strong, I'd end up nothing but a vassal in the end. By evening, an endless line of vehicles stretched out beyond the novice zone dungeon. Tens of thousands of cars were packed in here, all waiting to enter the Black Fog dungeon to farm food. We crawled forward at a snail's pace for hours, and finally, it was almost my turn. The girls, worn out from playing, headed downstairs one by one to take up their duties. Lung Ming tied on an apron and got to cooking. Bai Ling slipped into the driver's seat as our dedicated chauffeur. Cola clung to my chest, nuzzling against me, and Mayer sprawled across the secondary control panel, assembling a new batch of spider robots. Leaning back on the sofa, I picked up my notebook and mapped out my goals for this run. 1. Devour the scrapped cars I didn't finish absorbing last time. 2. Cultivate God-tier mechas. 3. Hunting for the legendary hidden treasure. 4th. Taking on the world boss. And while I'm at it, swing by the dwarf's pet shop to snag a few more egg-laying hens. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill blaring of a horn wouldn't stop behind us, grating on my last nerve. Inside a beat-up van, a punk with bleached blonde hair stuck his head out, spit flying everywhere. Hey, dumbass in the busted-up bus up front. You dragging your feet, or what? Learn to drive, or get the hell out of the way. I frowned. Nothing pissed me off more than idiots who only knew how to scream. On an empty stretch of road, I'd have blasted him into scrap metal already. But this was the official dungeon entrance. Private fights were strictly forbidden. I popped out the Eternal Knight's 2 machine guns, 1 electromagnetic cannon, and 1 rocket launcher, aiming every pitch-black muzzle straight at that junk car behind me. Then I rolled down the window. In a hurry to meet your maker? I can help with that. The people in the van were instantly scared out of their minds. That cluster of coldly gleaming muzzles made them feel like the sky was falling. The 2 passengers nearly wet themselves, dragging the blonde punk out like a dead dog to apologize. Be big boss. It was all this idiot's mouth. It's got nothing to do with us. Please cut us some slack. With that, they scrambled back into the car, slammed the gas, and bolted, forgetting all about the dungeon. They left the blonde punk standing there alone, trembling, having pissed his pants. Who would have guessed that a scavenging crew would be hiding someone this ruthless, packing 5 vehicle-mounted weapons? I didn't even bother giving him a second glance and just rolled the window back up. Master, you're just letting him off like that? Cola asked, puzzled. Can't kill anyone here. I flicked her little demon horn and pointed at the swarm of law enforcement eyes in the sky overhead. Those things aren't just for show. Rules. Sometimes they protect people better than a blade. And sometimes they kill better, too. The dungeon entrance broadcast rang out. Next. Bai Ling steered the Eternal Knight slowly forward. The entrance was a pitch-black tunnel. Passing through it led to the newbie zone shrouded in black mist. Nobody knew how this tunnel worked. Everyone just came through it the same way. Ding. Detected that you possess a 3-day newbie zone dungeon pass. Use it. Yes. Verifying identity. Destination, Building B, Zone F007. Dungeon activated. Time limit, 72 hours. Enjoy your journey. The floating electronic I finished its scan, the gate opened, and we were cleared through. Bai Ling plunged straight into the long, narrow tunnel. Inside, everything was choked with black mist so thick it wouldn't clear, and the roars of monsters rose and fell from all directions. The headlights had a visibility of less than 20 meters. Luckily, Bai Ling was a psychic-type beast, so the black mist couldn't block her sight. I had absolute faith in this seasoned driver's skills. Haha crack. Bang. Ding. Killed one tier, one mutated zombie. Ding. One zombie killed. Reward, one highway coined. Hee. Master. I ran over a little zombie. Bai Ling's voice carried a hint of smug pride. The tunnel was crawling with low-tier trash, nothing that could put a scratch on the eternal night. Instead, they got pulverized against its heavy frame. I didn't even bother using a no-trouble card. What are you giggling about? Get to devouring and refining. You got it, master. Cola pushed the door open and hopped out to collect the spoils. Ding. Bai Ling has devoured a mutated zombie. HP plus 3. Wow, 3 whole HP points. Bai Ling got even more fired up, chasing down the zombies and mowing them over. Killed a tier, 1 mutated wolf. Killed a tier, 1 mutated snake. In half an hour, I'd wiped out over 40 mutated beasts, and Bai Ling had gained more than 100 HP from devouring them. Master, my HP is over 270 now. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Don't get carried away. There's plenty more where that came from. Before long, the eternal night rolled out of the tunnel. A familiar scene came into view, the novice zone starting point, the parking lot. Ding. Use one no-trouble card. Yes. I didn't hesitate. Mutated beasts were scarcer in the novice zone, but the Black Fog was never short on high-tier threats. Without a no-trouble card, even a tier 4 mobile fortress ran the risk of getting ambushed. Behind me was the pitch-black tunnel entrance, the same one we'd eventually take back to Station 1. Plenty of people had already arrived early and were frantically scavenging for supplies. Lots of them had rigged up grappling hooks to snag the supply crates along the roadside. I'd done the same thing in my last life, but this time around there was no need. Cola wasn't afraid of the Black Fog, and the true essence around my body offered protection, too. Besides, I wasn't here to pick up ham sausages and stale bread. Bai Ling, make it quick. Devour every scrapped vehicle you can find. Tight schedule, big job. Got it, master. Within a few minutes, she made a full loop of the parking lot, found over 100 scrapped cars, and gained more than 100 stat points from devouring them. Plus, she scooped up some low-grade supply crates along the way. Then we drove straight toward Happiness Town, retracing the old route purely to rack up stats for the eternal night. Little tasks like this I could leave entirely to Bai Ling. On the rare occasion a bronze treasure chest turned up, I'd send Cola to grab it. Before long, the smell of cooking drifted down from upstairs. Lung Ming's skills were getting better and better. After we ate, I did as usual and took Lung Ming into the room to cultivate while Cola helped collect the chests. Late into the night, we reached Happiness Town. The Eternal Night stats got a big boost. Defense, 2,120. Magic resistance, 2,498. Durability, 2,002. Storage, 3,790 cubic meters. Top speed, 659 kilometers per hour. I closed the panel and glanced at Lung Ming, drenched in sweat. Her little face flushed red from exhaustion. This time I'd kept an eye on her the whole way and hadn't let her take too much of the growth serum. Good. All right, that's enough for today. I tossed her a new uniform, a nurse's outfit. Go take a shower and get some rest. That's great. It's finally over. I shook my head helplessly. This woman had a level 13 physique, yet she could only absorb 2 growth serums a day. Slow, but also steady. Without a solid foundation, any power gained too quickly was just a castle in the air. I lifted my eyes to the window. Out on the pitch-black street, a dense swarm of specters was slowly closing in on the eternal night. A cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Perfect. Time to test out my god-tier mech. Late night in Happiness Town black mist churned. It was so quiet that only the eerie shrieks remained. Specters poured out from the ruined buildings on every side, a teeming black mass, well over 200 of them, all surging toward my vehicle. Every single one was level 3. I pressed against the car window, my eyes lighting up instantly. You've come at just the right time. Perfect for christening my god-tier mech. I turned and headed downstairs, going straight for the cockpit. It was the middle of the night, but the cockpit blazed with light. Cola crouched on the floor unpacking supply crates, sorting canned goods and instant noodles into storage. Mayor lay draped over the auxiliary console, her fingers flying across the keyboard. A dozen or so spider robots stood lined up neatly in the corner. She was assembling drones equipped with fire control radar. Bailing cruised the eternal night slowly through the town, swallowing up junked cars whenever she spotted them. Master, you finished your cultivation. Cola looked up the moment she saw me, dropped her can, and launched herself into my arms like a little cannonball. I ruffled her hair. The specters are swarming outside. Perfect time to test the mech. Whoa, we're finally firing up the mech. Her eyes went wide, her tail spinning like a propeller. I want to play too. I want to play too. Over dinner, when I told them about the mech, the girls had been itching to try it ever since. No, I said firmly. I haven't even gotten the hang of it myself. Once I've got it figured out, I'll let you have a turn. Seeing her little face fall, I added, but how about I give you co-pilot access? Early warning, radar, zone control, sound good. Yay! She sprang back to full health on the spot, happier than if she were piloting the mech herself. I walked over to the module bay and assigned auxiliary access to the second co-pilot seat. Then I brought Cola into the operations room with me. The Eternal Night had been modified countless times. One main pilot seat and 2 co-pilot seats, incredibly comfortable to sit in. Mayer and Bailing had already dropped what they were doing and crowded around, stars shining in their eyes. I took a deep breath and pressed my palm to the central mech control orb. Ding! Detected owner activating the God-tier mech transformation system. Energy consumption increases tenfold during transformation. Confirm? Yes. Before the word had even left my mouth. As it landed, the Eternal Night lurched violently. The anti-gravity engine instantly overloaded, and the entire bus hovered into the air. The next second, the boxy chassis began to fold and transform, one mechanical joint locking into place after another with a series of sharp clanks. The driver's cab pulled upward, morphing into a sharp-angled mecha head, and my field of vision suddenly opened wide. The passenger cabin twisted into a thick, powerful torso. All 12 wheel hubs clicked and reshaped into precision joints. The heavy alloy floor plating flipped over and extended into steel limbs. A layer of liquid metal surged out from the core, coating the entire frame and solidifying into gleaming, ice-cold armor. A black-gold imperial cape unfurled from its shoulders, snapping and rippling in the night wind. The right palm flashed, and that skull-bone blade, the one that had burst out back at Yuhing's sky, materialized out of thin air. The blade self-adapted, stretching to 10 meters, wreathed in cold green ghost fire. Just looking at it made my scalp crawl. From both sides of the arms, machine guns, electromagnetic cannons, and rocket launchers deployed one after another. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. That ordinary, unremarkable double-decker bus had become a 15-meter-tall war god clad in silver armor and a black robe. Eternal Night, God-tier mecha, 15M. HP, 100,270. Destructive power, 600. Defense, 3,120. Armor penetration, 0. Domain, 0M. Skills unlocked. 1000 blade slash, energy cannon, short-range teleport. Looking at the stats, my blood was on fire. Come on, let's go slay some monsters. The wraiths outside the mecha were completely dumbfounded. One moment it was a beat-up bus, the next it was a steel giant. Especially when they saw that ghost fire-spewing Longblade, they instinctively backed away, then turned and ran. Trying to run? You think you can? I gripped the control levers with both hands and poured my mana into the mecha. The silver giant's eyes flared to life, 2 beams of cold light piercing through the black fog. It took a single step, and the ground split open in a spiderweb of cracks. Whoosh. Short-range teleport. Fallen leaves kicked up in the sudden gust. My figure already vanished, reappearing the next second behind 3 wraiths. They were still staring in terror at the spot where the eternal night had disappeared, fleeing for their lives, never realizing death was right behind them. The long blade swept across. A flash of cold light. 3 level 3 wraiths burst into a sky full of glowing motes before they could even scream, all of it absorbed by the eternal night. Ding. Level 3 wraith times 3 slain. Mecha size plus 3 centimeters. Armor penetration plus 3. Domain plus 30 centimeters. Obtained. Black iron chest times 3. Highway coins times 6. Sweet. The feel of it was absolutely incredible, like slicing through air. Ding. Host detected initiating an attack. No trouble card protection has been deactivated. I didn't care. Over the past 2 days, Cola and Mayer had traded for over 100 no trouble cards. I wasn't worried about burning through them. But right then, I caught a glimpse of my mana bar. More than half of it had gone red. That single slash just now had. Took out 40%. One more slash, and it'd probably stall out right there. Shit, how am I supposed to fight like this? Don't worry, Master. You've still got me. Cola slipped her hand into the co-pilot's control orb. She had a full 1,000 points of mana. Ding. Co-pilot Cola has transferred 1,000 mana points to the mech. A surge of raw power flooded through my entire body in an instant. Cola, you're my personal power bank. You're amazing. With mana to spare, I cut loose completely. Rapid-fire teleportation. The silver armor war god flickered in and out of the black fog, leaving nothing but afterimages. Everywhere it passed, wraiths dropped in droves. Each swing of the 10-meter Ghostfire Bone blade kicked up a wave of green flames and a sky full of glowing sparks. Ding. Slain level 3 wraith times 7. Ding. Slain level 3 wraith times 5. The ding, ding, ding notifications wouldn't stop. These level 3 wraiths were as fragile as wet paper in front of a god-tier mech. Black fog blocking my vision. Not a chance. Onboard radar, my insight skill, and titanium alloy light eyes. Triple scanning meant they had nowhere to hide. Slash, slash, slash. In half an hour, I'd cut down 102 of them. The rest were so terrified they burrowed deep into the buildings and didn't dare show their faces again. I glanced at the mana bar, 20% left. Without hesitation, I canceled the transformation. Clank, clank, clank. Amid the sound of mechanical shifting, the silver armor war god morphed back into a double-decker bus and touched down smoothly. Master, you're incredible. You looked so badass just now. Cola puckered her lips, begging for a kiss. I raised a hand to deflect the lightning. Mayer and Bai Ling were staring at me with adoration too. Especially Bai Ling. Those wraiths were her own kind. She swallowed hard, and the look in her eyes was equal parts awe and fear. Lucky for her, I'd contracted her ahead of time. Otherwise, she'd have been the one dying today. This is nothing. Once the mech levels up a few more times, we'll go straight for the level 5 world boss. This run was a huge win. I pulled up the panel. Max size up to 16 meters. Domain range 10 meters. Armor penetration up by 102 points. 102 treasure chests. 204 highway coins. I was still tallying it all up when Mayer, who'd been glued to the radar, suddenly went pale. She'd been running an infrared drone to keep watch on the surroundings, and now a massive red that was closing in fast on the screen. Terrifyingly fast. Master, we've got trouble. She shot to her feet. Activate the safe pass now. Something really strong is coming. I frowned. Can't. After an offensive attack, the safe pass has a half-hour cooldown. This is Wraith territory. How could there be another mutant beast here? Before I could finish, a spine-chilling hiss came drifting out of the depths of the black fog. Haha, fresh humans, what a delicious smell. My head snapped up, and I triggered insight in an instant. In the black fog, a massive silhouette slowly emerged. Level 4 mutant boss, Blade Mantis. The black mist churned, and the figure finally revealed itself. A giant mantis over 4 meters tall. Its 2 sickle-shaped forelegs were caked with dark brown gore, still draped with the shredded clothing of its victims. Its blood-red compound eyes reflected the eternal night. Saliva dripped from its jaws, more corrosive than sulfuric acid. Level 4 boss, Blade Mantis. HP, 21,000/30,000. Physique, 250. Spirit, 180. Skills, Mantis Strike, 2x critical, mimicry camouflage. I smiled. I recognized it. My radar had swept the area several times and come up empty. All because of that mimicry camouflage, which let it blend perfectly into the black mist. In my last life, it was the first level 4 boss killed in this district. When it died, it dropped a silver treasure chest that landed Dao Biao a class change card. Never thought that this time around, it had run straight into me. And it was wounded, too. The axe gang's long gone. So who did this to you? I didn't dwell on it. Didn't matter who. If I saw it, it was mine. HSSS. It fixed its gaze on this unremarkable city bus, its eyes hollow, filled with nothing but ravenous hunger. Its belly was swollen like a woman 10 months pregnant, writhing and pulsing in a grotesque rhythm. But it was clearly a male mantis. So hungry, baby's hungry, needs fresh human flesh. It beat the transparent wings on its back, kicking up a gale of gravel and dust as its massive shadow lunged forward. Without a second thought, I fired 3 laser cannon blasts straight at its head. It raised its sickle arms to block. -900, -900, -900. 3 bursts of blood. The hardened sickles were scorched black, the stench of burnt flesh filling the air. But it seemed to feel no pain, charging in all the same. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 sickles slammed into the bus with brutal force, sparks flying half a meter high. The expected carnage never came. The Eternal Knight's alloy body didn't so much as scratch. It swung its sickles mechanically, over and over. So hungry. Baby, don't eat Daddy. Daddy will find you something to eat. Its belly writhed faster and faster. Something's wrong with this thing. I frowned. It's like a zombie that can only bite and tear at the living. It couldn't break through my defenses, but the constant pounding was getting annoying. I was going to kill it anyway. I pressed my palm against the control orb. Transform. VMMM. A deafening roar. The anti-gravity engine went into overdrive. Clank, clank, clank. 2 seconds later, a 16-meter silver mech crashed down to the ground. A giant foot stomped the 4-meter mantis half a meter into the earth. The black and gold cape billowed as a 10-meter bone blade rose high overhead. Squelch. With a swing of the blade, the mantis's head rolled to the ground. -3000. Critical hit. Bleed triggered. -100 per second. A normal monster would have been begging for mercy by now, but for bosses like this, they can survive even after you reattach their heads. Yet this thing kept swinging its sides wildly, and even threw itself at me in a desperate charge. -1, -1. It actually managed to scrape a few points of damage off the sole of my foot. Insane. I stopped holding back. My bone blade flashed up and down, and in under 3 seconds, I hacked it into 8 pieces. Ding. Killed level 4 mutant boss, Blade Mantis. Mech size +1 meter. Armor penetration +100. Domain +10 meters. Obtained. Reaper's Scythe Crafting Manual. Mantis Scythe Arms ×2. Highway Coins ×500. A flash of white light, and a gleaming silver treasure chest dropped beside the corpse. Building B, Zone F007 Full Zone Announcement. Player Everlasting Knight has killed the zone's first level 4 boss, Blade Mantis. System bonus reward. Highway Coins ×150. The zone-wide channel instantly blew up. Holy crap, it's Everlasting Knight again. How long have we even been in this dungeon? Legend. Drop a red packet and share some luck, please. Big bro Everlasting Knight, please be my sugar daddy. I closed the chat window right away and blocked every single beggar for good measure. Nothing worse than freeloaders. I dropped the transformation, and the Everlasting Knight reverted to a double-decker bus. Whoa, a silver chest. Cola's eyes lit up. Without waiting for orders, she hopped off the bus and ran over. Slow down. She'd just bent over to pick up the blueprint and materials, and was reaching for the chest. Then it all went sideways. Squelch. The mantis's split-open abdomen suddenly burst apart. A black worm as thick as an arm and dozens of meters long shot out like an arrow, striking straight at Cola. Pitch black and slick with slime, it was as disgusting as it was terrifying. Cola, look out. My pupils shrank, and on pure instinct I hit the laser cannon. Zip. The red beam struck the worm's body. Minus 300. It flinched from the pain. In that split-second window, Cola snapped back to reality. A pair of rose-colored bat wings unfurled behind her, and she clutched the chest and flew back into the bus. Phew, scared me half to death. What the heck was that thing? She said, patting her chest, her little face pale. You okay? I pulled her over and ran an insight scan up and down her body, checking for any parasitic worm eggs. I'm fine, it never touched me. But God, it was so gross. Just looking at it through the glass gave her goosebumps. Only after confirming there were no eggs did I relax. That was a level 5 black abyss horsehair worm. My expression turned grim as I reached for the control orb again. If I hadn't reacted in time just now, Cola would have been infested. This thing was best killed off completely to head off any future trouble. Ding. Warning. Remaining mana can only sustain the transformation for 30 seconds. Confirm? Yes. But before the transformation could finish, that horsehair worm plunged headfirst into the dirt and vanished in an instant, leaving nothing but a fist-sized hole in the ground. Lucky for you, you're fast. I didn't hesitate. This town wasn't safe anymore. Controlling the half-formed mech, I teleported forward a few hundred meters in one burst, then kept teleporting again and again, until the 30 seconds of mana ran dry and the mech automatically reverted back into the bus. Only then did I let out a breath. Bai Ling, full speed ahead. Get us out of here. Head straight for Pet Paradise Station. Yes, master. Bai Ling floored the gas, and the everlasting night tore down the road at a speed like a jet. Master, why are we running? Didn't it already flee? Cola asked, completely puzzled. We're out of mana. That thing's underground. Who knows when it'll pop back up? I watched the town shrink smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, still shaken. Get tangled up with that thing, and you'll end up with a big belly. Aren't you scared? The girls pictured what had happened to that male mantis, and a collective shiver ran through them. They all urged Bai Ling to drive faster. No need to be afraid. That thing's just a slightly high-level parasite. Its combat power isn't even up to a level for mob. If I hadn't run out of mana, I'd have dug 3 feet into the ground to kill it. I shook my head and pushed it out of my mind, turning to look at the thing Cola had picked up. Reaper's Scythe Blueprint? A no-tier growth weapon. I glanced over the crafting requirements. Chains of Grudge, Ghost-Faced Scythe Arm, 1 Epic Grade Wraith, the immortal bandages of a wild god. One look and I knew this was way out of my reach for now. I put it away. Then I pulled out the silver treasure chest and handed it to Cola. Forget about that worm. Open it and see what's inside. Ooh. Cola activated her lucky right hand and opened the chest. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 2 random job change cards. I put the job change cards away, planning to hold on to them and sell them for cash when money got tight. Master, why didn't you let Sister Bai Ling swallow the mantis before we left? Mayor asked. Cola bristled first. I don't want to swallow that thing. It's definitely full of worm eggs. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Bai Ling, you're overthinking it. You're a wraith. It shouldn't be able to parasitize you. I gave Mayor a look, as expected of an AI, cool-headed enough to still be thinking about the payoff even at a moment like that. Still, her question deserved a serious answer. When I told everyone to pull back, honestly, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I just didn't want to put you all in danger again. With no mana, the Nothing to See card stops working. There are abyss creatures nearby, and the smell of blood from killing that mantis would draw a whole swarm of monsters. In that moment, I wasn't thinking about what we could gain. I was thinking about surviving. After all, Cola had just come this close to disaster. Mayor nodded. It's my fault, Mayor. From now on, I'll always put survival first. She was an AI human. The human soul inside her hadn't yet awakened, so she couldn't read my thoughts the way Cola could, heart to heart. You didn't do anything wrong. I softened my tone. In theory, swallowing that mantis would have been the best move for us. But remember this, the ones who go far aren't the ones who grab the most. They're the ones who live the longest. Next time something like this happens, safety comes first. Understand? I looked at Mayor, then glanced over at Cola and Bailing, who were watching the drama unfold on the side. The girls all nodded in unison. I pulled my gaze away and watched an automated patrol spider-bot crawl past the window, steadying myself. I checked the time. 1 a.m. There was no day or night in the black fog, but the body still got tired. All right, everybody clear out of here. Go wash up and get to bed. Don't mess up tomorrow's schedule. Today, Mayor got a new room, a third-tier secondary bedroom. No more cramming in with that dim-witted Lungming. She felt a lot better about it. Lungming had long since crashed from exhaustion, and she was even having a sweet dream, dreaming that the whole class was girls, with me as the only guy, and I doted on her alone. Kola was the teacher and had even married us off, while all the other girls cried with envy. Chinyi, you rotten little punk. How come all the girls in class? She mumbled in her sleep. The third-tier bedrooms had a stabilization system. No matter how much commotion there was outside, the people inside felt nothing. At most, the scenery beyond the window would shift. By the time everyone woke the next day, Bailing had already parked the car in the lot at the Pet Paradise station. The spots cost money, but they came with security. This wasn't the time to be stingy about a little cash. With Cola's help, I woke up refreshed, my mana fully restored. Cola herself was practically overflowing with energy. As always, the first thing I did after getting up was go fishing for attribute orbs in each of the girls' beds. Everyone was used to it by now. Even the newcomer, Mayor, was forced to accept this shameless demand. If the attribute orbs weren't collected in time, they could easily get crushed. And Master, today's a dangerous day. There's a 95% chance I'll get caught. What are you thinking? I'm just here to grab my treasures. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. Don't mind me. After breakfast, the girls went about their assigned duties. I took out the legendary grade treasure map I'd been holding onto for so long and handed it to Lungming, giving her sensitive little tail a casual stroke. Lungming, take a look at this map. Use your rogue skills and help me find the real treasure. The routes on the map kept shifting, making it impossible to get any bearings. Lungming stared at it, just as baffled. As for the tail stroking, she couldn't fight it. She just had to endure it. But the instant she obediently cooperated, her fingertip barely touching the map, the treasure's location locked into place. A single route emerged on the map. I grabbed it immediately. Cold Bud, you're amazing. See, you really are useful after all. So the treasure's here, inside a pyramid 300 kilometers away. Our car can get there in half an hour. No time to waste. Let's move out now. I was about to head off when Cold Bud's little hand tugged at the hem of my clothes. When she opened the map, she'd also received a notification. What's wrong? You usually can't stand it when I rub your tail. Why so reluctant to see me go today? Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Stop it, my lord. Look at this first. With that, she sent me the message and scurried off like she was running away, disappearing to wash dishes and do laundry. Ding. A treasure requiring unlocking has been detected. Required item, the administrator's key. Without it, you won't be able to open it even if you find it. Clue. The administrator is the lady boss of the pet base. At this moment, she may be with her beloved werewolf pet on the rooftop, engaged in lifting up high, physical exercise. Suddenly it all made sense. No wonder. There's no way a legendary treasure would be that easy. Turns out there's a key involved. Rooftop, werewolf, physical exercise. It hit me all at once. The first time I saw that jackal man on the roof, it was hoisting a barbell made of stitched-together corpses. Damn, it really is lifting up high physical exercise. I didn't hesitate. I headed downstairs to the control room and relayed the message to Mayor and Kola. Master, you absolutely cannot get out of the car to fetch the key yourself. It's far too dangerous. After yesterday, Mayor had already carved survival first into her core code. Kola chimed in, right. It's only safe if you go in the mecha directly. No need for all that trouble. Your magic still has bigger uses. I shook my head. Just send a drone to get it. Mayor's eyes lit up. Let's do it that way. Just a moment. I'll go fetch it for Master right now. Having an AI really is great. Those 20,000 were money well spent. The drones she designed are basically fully automated robots, with arms and legs, plus weapons, radar, and infrared, handy for anything. All right, I'll await the good news. Mayor deployed 2 of the earliest drones she'd built. Kola suddenly remembered something. Mayor, there's a moving chain up on the top floor, and it's got barbed hooks. That's what hurt me last time. The drones need to be careful. Got it, Kola. I'll operate them carefully. Hearing her say that, I remembered how she'd gone up to the rooftop alone to grab a box last time. Kola, is that what hurt you last time? Yeah, and that thing could talk, too. Sounded like a woman. A wave of guilt washed over me. I pulled her, crouched there beside me, into my arms, and without thinking, I stroked the calf she'd once injured. It was snow white and smooth now, without a trace of a scar. Left. Mayer cast the footage onto the big screen so everyone could analyze it together. Lung Ming came pattering down the stairs, carrying fruit, snacks, and iced tea. No one said a word. They all watched the images the drones were sending back in silence. Even with infrared thermal imaging and millimeter wave radar, the screen showed nothing but a thick black fog. Visibility was less than 30 feet. Just then, the drones climbed up the only 6-story building in the area. Clink, clink, the rattle of chains. Everyone instantly snapped to full alert. Suddenly, 2 silver hooks reached out toward the 2 drones. Come play with Big Sis, all of you. Big Sis just loves little animals. A cold, sinister female voice drifted out from the black fog. Could it be a wraith that can control objects?